Summit, Manthan, a churning of ideas over the churn going on in the world. What with a war that shows no sign of ending, the Trump presidency in the United States, the China factor, and so on. I'm Veenu Sandhu, and I will be your host for the day. Now, day one was packed with scintillating discussions over a range of topics: economy, banking, markets, climate change, defense, and so much more. The finance minister spoke about the importance of bilateralism and how we need to put India's interest on the top. And we also had conversations about multilateralism in certain factors, in certain areas, such as the fight against climate change. So the day ahead today also promises to be equally invigorating. But before we get into the agenda of the day, let me take you back in time and set the context for the summit. 50 years ago, in a city then called Calcutta, a printing press started rolling for a new newspaper. The next day, on March 27, 1975, the freshly minted first edition of Business Standard hit the stands. It cost a princely 40 paisa back then. Now, Manthan is a celebration of 50 years of Business Standard's publication. 50 years might not be a particularly long time in a country's history. For India, though, these years have been transformational in more ways than one. The country has, which was a byword for poverty, has grown into the world's fastest growing major economy. It has resolutely held its own in a largely adversarial external environment. The digital landscape has changed, and India Inc. has morphed into a modern avatar. Now, we at Business Standard have been keeping an eye on the developments, bringing you news, views, and analysis. Today is a celebration of those 50 years. And on that note, I would like to begin with our first panel discussion, which is very critical given the concerns around climate change. This is going to be on renewable energy. Can India champion itself as a renewable energy hub? Let me begin by please inviting our guests. We have with us Mr. Amit Singh, CEO, Adani Green Energy. A huge round of applause, please. Mr. Dipesh Nanda, MD and CEO, Tata Power Renewable Energy. And Mr. Girish Tanti, co-founder and vice chairman of Suzlon Group. In a conversation with them will be Business Standards Energy and Infrastructure Editor, Ms. Shreya Jay.
Thank you so much, Veenu. A very good morning to all of you, and what an energetic way to start the morning with a panel on renewable energy. I thank all the guests who have come here. The last 2 decades saw India warming up to the idea of mega-scale renewable energy. A country where the power systems were designed around coal, this meant reimagining, redesigning the whole system. In thermal power, the public sector was in the driving seat, building cities wherever they built plants. But it was the private sector which took the lead in renewable energy ecosystem, building plants in some of the remotest corners of the country. So if you pass through the pristine Western Ghats, you will find bright white windmills. The deserts are now seen blue thanks to the solar panels, and even rooftops, one being the Business Standard office in Delhi. And in the recent years, this focus has shifted from pay to China to make in India. New energy sources are getting added to the list. The manufacturing ecosystem is being bolstered. And now green electricity costs less than coal. But what lies beyond? What lacunas remain? And what should India's energy transition look like for the next 2 decades as a new world order takes shape? We'll find out from the builders here. I would like to start with you, Mr. Singh. How would you describe the renewable energy ecosystem in the country, the whole landscape, as the largest player who is operating in almost every state where each offers a different set of challenge?
Sure, I call it opportunities. And no, thank you again for having me this morning. It's exciting to be part of this. Look, I think renewable energy, or I think in a very important way, is now going to be rising and growing with accelerated pace. This is the era of renewable electricity. The electricity will have, or electrical energy will have a supreme contribution towards underpinning the demands of energy supply, and I think everything will get electrified eventually. So if you look at what's happening in the renewable sector today, the demand is growing quite rapidly. I mean, the GDP growth is there, and you know, we are still far behind from where we would like to be. So there is a need for working on ultra-scale, mega-scale projects, and which is why we undertook the challenge of putting together the 30 gigawatt plant in Khavda, which is absolutely you know, well on its way. In fact, only just today we concluded a small milestone in the journey of our company. We have just crossed 12 gigawatt scale as total portfolio level, and continue to grow to 50 gigawatt by end of the decade in 2030. If you look at the solar resources and the wind resources in our country, it's quite amazing to see how much we have in Gujarat and Rajasthan, and also in different parts of the country. And there is a lot of wind as well. There's a lot of wind manufacturing, which I know is happening in the country, which is allowing us to also deploy these projects on a rapid scale. So two things we feel has to become more, and they are going to be the critical success factors for this. One is localization of supply chain. If we want to move fast, we need to have the supply chain localized. So we are investing quite a lot, and I know a lot of the sector is making an effort to localize, whether it is solar modules, wind turbines, and all the auxiliary equipment. The second thing is talent. You know, while we are growing, I think we also need a big pool of talented people to come into the sector, to participate in the sector and contribute to this growth. So those two things, I think, together will be the success factors for the sector, and I think we are very optimistic it will happen.
Thank you. That's a lot of thoughts, and we'll come back to on that, especially skilling. I'll come to you, Mr. Nanda. Tata Power was dabbling in renewable energy long before any central state policies. The company was distributing solar lamps in villages, but now you set up one of the country's largest solar manufacturing. So in these many years, how has the company kept in tandem, you know, with the growth and with the demands of the energy ecosystem in the country?
Thank you very much, Shreya. I think one thing that I always look at is that what is the government's policy towards the sector? And if your company's policy is aligned with the government's policy, then that's the right sector to be in. The Indian government has embarked on this plan of 500 gigawatts. If you look back, you know, from the lens of 2014, that seemed to be a very ambitious task. Initially we said 300, and then we bumped it up to 500. But today in this room, if you ask people, that are you confident we'll hit 500? The answer is yes, we will hit that 500. Our estimates is that we'll hit 500 by 2030. We will probably hit around 650 by 2032. What we've done in Tata Power, like many of the large industry players, is that we have embarked on this massive journey to add capacity on the ground. We have 6,000 megawatts operational. We are building another 6,000. And as Amit mentioned rightly, is that this has been done at the back of manufacturing, again supported by the Indian government. So again, full marks in terms of the PLI scheme, for example. We were a beneficiary of that, and we commissioned this plant. It's a world-class plant at a massive scale. And the good news for all of us here as Indians is that the efficiency that we're getting from these plants, you know, us and others as well, is at the efficiency at which you probably get it in China. And there isn't a day that's far off that we will probably take the next leap in terms of defining what should be the industry standards in terms of safety, quality, benchmarks. Now, the other segments which are growing is the active CNI segment. So the industries have also embarked on this journey of embracing green. And as you rightly said in your opening comments, today going green is as much about the green attributes as it is about cost. In this industry, I think the cost of electricity is the critical aspect, and today with the advent of complex tenders which have come up and the combination of wind power with solar and battery storage, and in the near future with pumped hydro, I think we can replace the thermal electron 1:1 at a cost which is significantly lower. Having said that, there are challenges in the sector which we'll discuss at the appropriate time.
Absolutely. Mr. Tanti, you co-founded Suzlon some 3 decades now with your brother, the windman, late Mr. Tulsi Tanti. And at that time, renewable energy was hardly talked about. wind sector and Suzlon both have been through series of resets. So what is the status now? Is the sector looking at another reset, or is it a status quo or something exciting?
Yeah, thank you. I think, we've seen various stages of growth for the wind sector in our country in the last 3 decades. We had that early advantage of starting the journey, and which has led to a situation that, unlike in solar, where we are still, I think as an average industry, still at about 20% local content on an average for last year, what we achieved. Of course, it will speed up as we go along. But in wind, the average local content for the entire industry is already about 64%. And Suzlon has been running in excess of 75% for past decade plus. So I think what has happened because of this early start is that today we have close to about 2,500 sub-suppliers and ecosystems which have developed in the country. A lot of global players have installed their plants also over here. And due to this, today the total manufacturing capacity of our country today is about 18 gigawatts already, which is 3 to 4x of what the country needs in terms of the yearly requirement today. So there is a huge potential, and the current forecast is this is an industry where, being in clean tech, it is meeting several of our aspirations of our Prime Minister. First, you are in clean tech sector. Second, you are self-reliant. We do not need any technology support from anybody in the world. We've been doing it for 2 decades now. And not only that, the third one is that we are able to supply globally. So of the 21 gigawatts that Suzlon has installed today worldwide, almost 5 gigawatts plus is installed in about 17 countries across the globe, right from US to Australia to Africa to European countries, even in China. So from that point of view, this is one clean tech where we are self-reliant. Make in India has been a strong footprint for us. And being a supply hub for the world, I mean, the latest forecast is that by 2030, 10% of global wind energy equipment supply will come from India. So this is where we are at a little advanced stage amongst the various clean tech that we have.
Right. Thank you for that. I want, Amit, you to address the dragon in the room. There is a constant struggle between the demands of the domestic solar equipment manufacturers and the power generators. One would want imports to be completely stopped. There should be higher duties. Another wants much more relaxation. As a leading power generator, do you think that measures like import restrictions and higher duties are counter-effective to the whole problem, or because that would lead to reducing of prices and scaling up faster? What are your thoughts on that?
Look, I think we need to think long-term and not short-term ways of moving forward. I think if we keep an eye on the long-term success of our country, of our nation, I think we need to remember that localization is going to be needed. So we cannot be selfish. Nobody can be selfish. I think we need to make sure that at the inception stage, embryonic stage of the manufacturing sector, they need to be supported. There need to be some barriers put in place so that they can grow and become to a scale so that they can be economically as competitive as the rest of the world, or I think one particular northern country we are talking about. So I think, frankly, I think these things will fall off, I'm sure, at the right time. But I think in the early stages, some of these things help the flourish local supply chain, and I don't see particularly anything wrong with that. Having said that, I think you still see that. I don't think that is the reason why renewable is not moving forward. That I don't think is the top of the pyramid reason. If you look at the acceleration, if you look at the growth, and also the LCOE of electricity in India, renewable electricity is still the lowest in spite of all those factors. So I think we should be proud of that. We have managed to bring the cost down to such an extent that it is going to fuel other sectors, because this is going to have a multiplier effect on other industries which require a lot of power, and they will be fueled by green power. The likes of cement sector, likes of, all the data centers which will be needed for AI, which will benefit from low cost of green power. So I think overall, I think it's a healthy mix, and I think the government is doing a great job managing it.
But has the focus tilted towards domestic content more, or is it still a 60-40 or a situation? Not to put a number to it, but what is your observation?
Yeah, I think still I would say that if you look at solar sector, the biggest capex is obviously the solar module. Within the solar module, I think India still has, from a value addition point of view, we have a lot of supply of module manufacturing, 60 plus gigawatt plus. When you look at cell and you go down in supply chain and you look at ingot, wafer and polysilicon refining, we obviously have very limited or no supply chain there. So the value addition in the country has to grow. So I think, it's hard to put a percent, but I think we are far behind from where we should be. As a company, as a group, we have invested in the supply chain backwardly, and we have put cell manufacturing, we have put ingot wafer extraction systems as well, and we're expanding on it. We believe that a local supply chain is going to be needed, not just for India, but for the rest of the world, and we are investing in that direction as well.
Right.
And just, Shreya, just to add to this point, I think it's a very interesting debate, but what's important for building a nation, Make in India is more important than anything else. Because, today we are blessed that our country is among the fastest growing economy in the world. Yeah. And with the young people that we have a beautiful next 3 decades of growth that we are going to see, and it's a very robust kind of growth that we are going to see. It will be a pity if we don't use this opportunity to really build talent, employ these young people, get them jobs, and start making in India and be the supplier to the world. And I think it's very important. So while we are doing the megawatts, it's very important. The local content of that megawatt is very important. Even if it is going to be slightly expensive in the short term, on the long term basis, it has to be Make in India, because that is the only way you are going to create jobs in the country. That's the only way the economy, real trickling down of the benefits is going to go to the grassroots. So I think and above all today, wind, solar, storage, whatever together we can make around the clock power today, it is still cheaper than any other source we can make. Another thing we must not forget, that for most of the conventional energy sources, we are dependent on imports of fuel. Now the world is becoming pretty complex place with bipolar and multipolar situation that we have now. So there are security risks which the country can face. It's important that we leverage and stay on course to achieving Prime Minister's vision. There is a very thoughtful reason of going to that 50% of green energy by 2030 and achieving net zero by 2070. We are on course. I think industry is on course. And we are for the first time having that kind of visibility in our country. And that is allowing large scale project development and also allowing for investments in technology development. And I think we will see in clean tech, India will become the global supplier to the world, and world is looking for a global supplier. What next beyond China? And we have that golden opportunity, and so many SMEs and MSMEs. That is our strength of our country. It's very important that we build that in a bigger way. So, that's the other thing.
Yeah. While I have you, wind sector compared to solar has been indigenous from the very beginning, but it was dependent on SOPs or tax benefits for quite some time, and when they expired, the market took a tumble. But now the sector is coming onto its own without any support system. So do you think that the wind sector specifically is now driven purely by market forces?
Yeah, so I think if we see for the past almost, you can say 2 decades, there has been zero incentive for wind. So 20 साल हो गया है, कोई incentive नहीं है. So I think the industry has been running without any incentive, and also the early day incentives, let's remember it was a different country then, 20 years back. As a OEM, I have not received a single incentive. So the benefits were to the end users, not to the manufacturer. So the wind industry which is built in India is purely built around innovation. But the good thing was that we had the time. See, right now in solar we are at a stage where we don't have that time, and therefore that support is required. Same way I think what is required now, if we have to move ahead, because there is this other important element which is critical in the RTC design, because that's the only way we can have firm energy and replacement of our energy needs. It is very important that wind and solar ko saath mein leke chale hum. That's very critical. And in doing that, there is also a need that some sort of support is required in wind to make sure that the MSMEs and SMEs and we develop, we become the global supplier. So I think any kind of new incentives that are being given, and see when today solar is already 2x of wind. So any new incentive of any kind being given should be shared between wind, solar, storage technology, EVs, all of them. So we need to take the entire clean tech basket and make sure that we incentivize rightfully in each one of them. Each one has a different journey of localization as well as being a global supplier. So wherever, whatever is required, we need to make sure we are working on all those legs.
Right. Mr. Nanda, you're riding both waves. So give us your perspective. What are the measures that would help both the manufacturers and the power generators or project developers?
I think on the manufacturing decision in the right direction, for all the points that were mentioned here, it augurs very well for security. And the next path is to complete the entire value chain. So in the case of solar, we have now come up with domestic modules with domestic cells, literally zero import of any Chinese modules. I think whatever imports are happening are for the residual projects which were done before 2021. And the next step is to have domestic cells. And the encouraging news is that manufacturing capacity is being added in a very systematic, calibrated fashion. MNRE does a fantastic job. We expect that same time next year we should have 25 gigawatt of capacity on cell. India adds anywhere between 18 to 20 gigawatts annually of solar. So I think in terms of availability of domestic capacity for modules assembled locally and cells assembled locally, we should be in a position to take care of the country's needs. There is a trade-off in terms of the tariff that you'll have to pay, but that's the price that you pay to develop your industry and to come to a point where you stand at par with international companies and then overtake them. Now, two other aspects are that you go down this value chain and you do the polysilicon and you do the ingot and the wafer. We strongly expect that that's the next wave of policy intervention that the Indian government will make, and that will then make sure that we have the entire value chain with us. There are other aspects that we should start looking at very seriously is the manufacturing sector that provides technology for the processes that we have today. Because today, all said and done, while we do manufacture and assemble modules in the case of solar, but a lot of the machinery is still coming from the overseas. And India can become a manufacturing hub, to what Girish mentioned, if we aspire, and we should, to become an export hub for all things, clean tech and RE, the manufacturing element needs to happen here. And I'm sure that the industry is working very closely with the government on that. That's one. The other is on R&D, because the technology obsolescence here is so high that we need to really make investments in R&D, and that's something that the industry has always fallen short of. So conversations like these should encourage industry to go back and say that, look, I'm going to make tangible investments in R&D and come up with the next breakthrough where we break the glass ceiling of 25, 26% efficiency, and how are we taking a lead on R&D? I guess once you do this, if you have R&D in control, it's a matter of focus and attention. It's not a matter of capital. Capital is available with most enterprises here if they decide to do so. Manufacturing of local equipments here, full value chain, then I think we'll have a very, very composite and a very cogent story to go after.
Right. How much role do you think PLI has played in it? That is one part of my question. Second is I'll just take the thread from you or what you were mentioning. And sorry, what Mr. Tanti said, that there has to be an ecosystem. Like wind has close to 2,000 sub-suppliers. Do you think PLI itself needs to reimagine, the PLI scheme needs to be reimagined so that this whole manufacturing ecosystem for solar sector is created?
So, to your first point, PLI has played a significant role, I would say. PLI has come in different forms. We were the beneficiaries of PLI 2, and we have kind of taken the benefit of the entire PLI. So for a plant that we have invested, so we invested close to 4,600 crores to build a 4.3 gigawatt plant for both cells and modules. The PLI that we get from the state and the center put together and all other benefits is in the range of 2,000 crores, and NPV of that is almost 31%. Now, which country gives you this kind of a PLI benefit? There are again two parts to the PLI. One is you have a scheme available. The other is the adherence of the scheme by the industry. Now, that one will need a lot of focus and attention and a rigor to make sure that you have taken the full benefit of the PLI scheme. Now, the next question in terms of ancillary development of manufacturing, most players are looking at it. And the Indian government, again, systematically, like what happened with glass, for example, there is now an incentive for you to manufacture because there are trade barriers and non-trade barriers. So I think this particular ecosystem will develop and evolve. And the pressing need always that will drive behavior in the industry is the cost of electricity. The Indian tendering process on how tenders are awarded, large-scale tenders are awarded. Now, India tenders anywhere between 50 to 60 gigawatt every year. We finalize 35 to 40 gigawatts every year. Is one on competitive bidding, where earlier you had a system where you had two envelopes, you open the envelope, whoever is the lowest gets the bid. But today you open the envelope, good for you, we'll put it up on the internet. And then we'll have a clock ticking, and then you'll have to fight a race till the finish, right? There's no secrets left. Yeah. That system will always ensure that there is enough incentive for you to keep localizing and look at every element of your value chain. I think elements of lean manufacturing will come into this sector. We'll become more focused. It's a thin margin sector, for example, for that matter. But I think in terms of localization, the role that the government is playing, the PLI schemes that will happen, I think are well positioned. Having said that, the non-PLI business ventures are also taking off. So it's not that everybody is only waiting for the PLI to come in, for them to come up with a business case. There is a significant non-PLI sector from the manufacturer's point of view that has already taken off in the country.
Thank you. And so many exciting things happening at the manufacturing front. Mr. Singh, what's your estimate? By when will you have 100% Desi solar power plant? And will it be price competitive?
I'm not going to put a date to it, but I think it will be price competitive for sure. I think, on pricing, I think, I just want to build on what was said earlier. I think we should look at pricing not just as the cost, but also how we operate the plant. And when we talk about how we operate the plant, I think I just want to talk a little bit about wind. And wind plants typically have, they have this, the wind patterns in our country change quite seasonally, and they can have a lot of extremes. So while it is one thing to manufacture a plant, but how do you make sure that you put a right size wind plant so you can actually bring the electricity and also deliver whatever marginal profit we just talked about is a different challenge. And one thing which I want to bring to the attention is that to deliver that, the understanding of weather patterns, the understanding of wind speeds at a micro level is extremely important, and I think that is something which we need to address as well. It is something which we all need to work together because that needs to be understood for the entire geography of the country, and use that to forecast and do a resource assessment. And I think when you combine low cost of manufacturing and fit for purpose design of a plant, it will definitely give a low cost of energy supply, which is what we need. And same thing applies to solar as well, where I think the combination of now solar plus battery can help reduce the cost of transmission lines in the future, because for all the existing places where the transmission lines have been built but not used in the evening, we need to look at how we can augment battery there. and that will help move electrons quicker. So when you look at the total system, I think we need to look at holistically how to reduce the total system cost, and those two things is definitely something which I would talk about.
Mr. Tati, would you
Just
want
to add to what Amit is just referred to, I think 2-3 things there. First is just to give you a feel of the amount of effort that has gone over the last 3 decades on the pure R&D side of things, because that is crucial for successful long-term success of building industries. When we started in the first decade, the wind potential of India, what it was, versus today, the wind potential has increased by 3x. So we were talking about 300 gigawatts then as the total country's wind potential. Now we are talking 1 terawatt. Hawa nahi badh gayi hai. Okay, it's technology. So there's huge amount of R&D that is being done. We run almost 6 global centers. A large part of it is done in India. And there is immense work, as Amit is saying, that wind is a complex science, and you need to develop that expertise, and fortunately now we have that expertise. And today, having that ability to build technologies which you can go and put up. Today, Suzlon has kind of installed projects in the extreme cold weathers also. So we have installed at minus 36 degrees, okay, जहाँ blade पे पूरा बर्फ जम जाता है. And then we have installed at 50 degrees in Rajasthan also, where things could just burn out with that kind of heat. So it's a complex national geography that you can work with. So a lot of effort has to go in R&D, and I think that's where solar will have to also kind of focus ultimately. That's where the long-term sustainable. Once we have the capacities, the focus has to move there. The second important element is around really understanding the complexities of wind as a science. And I think today I can tell you that some of our first turbines, which were installed completing 30 years, at that time the turbine life used to be 20 years. With the service care that has been taken and the upgradations which are done, those turbines are still running today after 30 years. And the average, if we were to take that when they made the investment, what was their expectation of returns over the life of the project versus what return they have made there, whatever prediction we had given is equal or better. So I don't think anybody would have lost money in wind, so that we do not confuse the argument. But that's where it is. But it's complex. And the other more important piece that is there now, which is very crucial for our growth from here on, is that when we are looking to make firm energy, RTC power जब बनाना है, उसमें it's a very important piece that, see, all said and done, today the solar power which we produce is produced during the day, and it does not meet your peak requirements. Our peaks are in the early mornings and late evenings. So when the huge demand of electricity is required by consumers, solar cannot support that. We are already generating more than what we need at that time. That is the reason now we are talking of storage. कि भाई storage लगा के उसको either morning में ले जाओ या evening में ले जाओ. So whereas in wind you get it throughout the day, it addresses the peak. So while you would see that in solar, cost per kilowatt hour from a capex point of view is a bit lower than wind, but when you look from a consumer point of view, then wind is cheaper than solar, because it is available at times when they need it at a price point which is cheaper than what they would get solar. Because the moment you use battery, then the cost goes significantly higher than wind. So I think a right combination of wind, solar, and then for balance portion only, battery should be used to make a firm energy. Typically a good project with the wind conditions we have in our country, a combination of 60-40 of wind and solar. Sometimes even wind can be more, 60, and solar can be 40. Sometimes it will be. That kind of combination if we go, and then have 10 to 15% of battery. This combination will, in the today's economic environment, whatever the performance of products we have, whatever the cost structures we have, and the policy regulations which we have, This is broadly the good fit for India. But all put together, I think we can still produce power at cheaper than any conventional energy source today.
But another complexity that the wind market faces is lack of players. You know, in recent years, there has been a significant reduction. Most of the foreign players are not there. Can you speak on the behalf of the company and also of the sector? Can you meet the demand that is coming up?
So I think it's an important factor which you touch based on this. So I think what's there is that we have seen largely because what has happened is that depending on your policy regulations, you will see players coming into your country and establishing and all that. What has happened is because of at different point in time, different policy structures would attract different global investors to come to our country. However, if I tell from a point of, so today also, we have enough players in our country, and the total manufacturing capacity is already 3 times what India needs. So it's not true that there are no players. There are enough players available in the market, and products are all available. A large portion of them are using India as the base for manufacturing and exporting. But because India price point has gone to such a low level, not everybody can compete in India. So it's important that we maintain the cost of energy to the right level, and there is enough competition, and I don't think we have an issue on that. So choice is available to people, but it's kind of you have to kind of pick up from what you need in terms of your local content requirement. And now we have global players also here who are having equal good share. I mean, all said and done, it's only 30% of the market which Suzlon serves today. So 66% somebody is serving, yeah? So we should not assume that we are the only one. I don't think that's the situation. But yeah, I mean, we are lucky to be the preferred source for most of the players.
Thanks. The ultimate goal is 500 gigawatt, and we are like 5 years away from it. And that would mean scaling up across the supply chain. Mr. Nanda, while you were setting up your manufacturing unit in Tamil Nadu, what are the challenges and lessons that you picked up on the way?
It's actually been a pretty smooth journey, I would say. So if you measure time we signed the MOU to time we cut the ribbon and started manufacturing, it was probably 2 years, right? And this is a function of the industrial hubs that have come up in different parts of India. And the fact that today, every other month you have an investor summit. Recently we saw what happened in Assam, Madhya Pradesh and so on. The Indian state has become extremely careful and interested in attracting investments. And hence those hurdles are not there anymore actually, Shreya. It is now becoming easier and easier for us. And the decision-making points are 5-6 different states, right? What is the vantage point advantage that you have in terms of location? But more importantly, what is it that the state is willing to offer? And there is this healthy competitiveness between the states to attract investment. And then I would again go back to the earlier point. Then it is up to the industrialists and the industries to make the most of it. And if an MOU is signed, which is what I tell my team, that we will sign MOUs which we will convert into real projects on the ground. The other point that you mentioned is that on the 500 gigawatt, and I want to mention this here so that we have some conversation around it. All of this is not just grid scale power. We'll be missing an opportunity if we don't discuss on the distributed power, distributed RE. There is a revolution happening in rooftop solar. And the revolution is again driven by a fantastic, I would use the word game-changing policy of the Indian government, where the Indian government has come up with a plan where many of us, if not all, are aware that there is a massive incentive given directly to the consumer on day one if you install a rooftop panel in your homes. Now, I'm tempted to ask the audience, how many of you have installed rooftop? But if you have not installed, here is the math as to why you should install, and you should also spread the word. For a family of 4, the typical load that you would consume is 5 kilowatt. Now, 5 kilowatt attracts an investment of around 2.5 lakhs. So 2.5 lakh rupees to install a rooftop solar panel in your house. The Indian government gives you a 78,000 rupee discount directly through a direct transfer scheme based on your Aadhaar card. You get it directly in your bank account. So now you're in the range of 160, 170. That 1.7 lakhs, there are many states who have said that we will contribute even further. Uttar Pradesh has said 45,000, we will provide extra benefit. Orissa has now said 60,000 rupees. So your entire system cost comes down to a lakh of rupees for 5 kilowatt. You have a PPA that is preset with the state. It's all net metered. Within 7 days, you have it installed in your house. The entire process of getting a smart meter, getting the documents signed with the state discom, such that when you don't consume the power, you sell the power back to the grid. Your bill comes crashing down, and you might end up just paying 100, 200, 300 rupees of what could have been a 3,000 rupee bill. Now this benefit is for 25 years. The Indian government's policies are also to make sure that the inverter is guaranteed by the OEM for 8 years. The panel is guaranteed for 25 years. Now just imagine, that strata of consumers that consume 5 kilowatts or less, and that's the majority actually in terms of numbers, now have a solution where they have the control on the pricing power of electricity, and we have seen some very interesting stats. The growth of air conditioners because of rooftop. There is a very clear correlation. We are now doing a study to see what is the growth of EV cars. Because today if I have electricity at home, I know my parents used to chide me when I say that, you have not switched off the light, right? We don't have so much money at home. Why are you being so careless? On the other hand, the same psyche works that, hey, by the way, I have my own solar power, right? And I'm not paying for it because I'm now generating power. And there is a one-time benefit. These are, today the market there is 5 gigawatts every year. And this is going to really boom with this aspiration of powering at least 10 million homes. I think that's one story that really we need to broadcast through your platforms and make sure that the distributed renewable energy sector, which touches human lives, takes off in a significant way.
That's a fantastic point, and as you said, it's a very interesting scheme because solar by its nature should be where the demand is. But this would involve a significant level of awareness campaign among the consumers, etc. Do companies such as yours want to take that mantle? And also if you can address what kind of business opportunities it presents, because obviously there's a gap in terms of interest, demand and actual installation.
So what I did, a few seconds back was again the same thing, to create awareness. I think the onus is on our shoulders to create the awareness that there is this fantastic scheme. The government is doing its best, but all of us need to come together. It'll take a village for us to spread the word. The opportunity in terms of jobs. So this is typically done through a distributor model. You have, channel partners across the country. They then hire retailers. There is a big skilling effort which is going on here. Again, through Tata Power, we have 20 centers where we offer training which can last for, say, 2 weeks, for example. Basic training in terms of how do you go about installing, right? All electrical training. And there are 4 parameters that we are extremely passionate about, and the sequence is very important for us. First is safety. You're handling roofs and hence working from heights. We go to a large extent to make sure that safety, training is imparted. Now, the Indian youth, to the point that Girish was making earlier, the Indian youth is getting skilled employment and is getting trained through these centers. And again, a lot of this is also funded by the Indian government. Second, in terms of quality. So, in our case, for example, I'm sure that I also speak on behalf of the industry. All the equipment goes in a box. Everything is by the OEM. Everything is tested. And hence, there is a high degree of quality that goes down to the consumer, because that experience in terms of I've installed it, the moment you install it at your home, the next thing you want is I want to go and see the meter whether I am producing my own power. That entire experience in terms of having the lightning arrestor, all the pipes, the wires, the panels, that aspect of quality is big for us. Third one is delivery. The moment you've made an application online at the Indian government's portal, right, the enthusiasm starts that I'm going to get a solar panel. Now, it's a large country. And we have 1.4 billion people. There are aspirations here. And as the word takes off and people start looking at it, the industry needs to come together to make sure that our commitments on delivery from the time an application is made, and again I would compliment the government that they are also extremely aware as to how are the systems working, right? Is the direct benefit transfer scheme working effectively or not? They are also going and doing inspections to check whether those many units which have been guaranteed are being generated or not. And the last one is cost. So this one has to be at a cost where maybe the industry should also decide that, look, for this particular scheme, make sure that this is at the lowest cost of electricity for the people of India. So that entire approach in terms of having safety and then having quality and then having delivery, 70% of our time, honestly, is to make sure that the logistics is in place, the last mile is in place, and then there's a lot of training that's happening in the background. When I use the word lot, we are still just scratching the surface. The real big boom in terms of this awareness campaign, once it takes off, you will see that it will start impacting. I'm sure everybody is thinking here that, do I have a rooftop? And then you may have questions that, hey, by the way, I live in an apartment building, I don't have a roof. Don't worry, there are solutions even for those, which we can discuss offline.
Thank you for that. I'll take the issue of consumer awareness to grid scale with you, Amit. You have been in the oil sector for roughly 2 decades, and commencing a project there has its own set of challenges. How is it different in renewable energy in terms of land and local support? And I have to mention your recent heartwarming ad campaign. Is it easy to convince people, pehle pankha aega, fir bijli aayegi?
Look, I think, in oil and gas sector, I think one thing and I personally was involved in a lot was in America's unconventional fracking. I think, I don't know if there's anybody from oil and gas here in the room, but, there are a lot of parallels between what a fracking operation looks like and what a solar installation setup looks like. And I think what we are doing in Khavda is a hallmark of that. We have put together a factory model where we have invested in a large-scale infrastructure development, and we have set up a working hospital with several beds, in collaboration with Apollo. We have some of the best doctors available in Khavda, which is, just for people who have not visited, is 2 hours away from Bhuj. When we went there, there was not a single person there. There were quite a few snakes and scorpions, but nobody was living there. And now we have a thriving community of 14,000 plus people who are working and living and absolutely making a change, driving a change. And this is going to become a world record in a few years' time, where you will see more than 30 gigawatt of renewable electricity coming from our group. But also remember, there is other companies, so total of 45 plus gigawatt will come from that area. And this is something which we are immensely proud of. And I think these large-scale projects have to take off in different parts of the country, because we are a big country, we are a big nation, we need big moves like that. And I think we need to have those kind of efforts being put in place in other places. Talking about how we can duplicate this, I think, just want to build on what we just talked about is, building more awareness, building more, community around it. I think the talent pool has to be developed. One thing as we grow, we still suffer from a lot of not having adequate resources or skilled resources available to us to grow. So I think I would strongly encourage, young students, young professionals to maybe enter this business, enter this market, understand the nuances of wind business, understand the nuances of a good electrical engineer or a good systems engineer who can perform the duties. And I think there's a huge opportunity waiting out there to be part of this sector.
You've touched upon a very important issue of skill development. What is the situation right now? Because we keep hearing from the industry that, there is a significant gap between a skilled workforce for the factory floor and also skilled managerial executives that you need for important roles. What is the situation, and how as a company you are dealing with this? And I want each of you also to come in on that, please.
Sure. Look, I think at the moment, I think what we have done is we have done two things. One is we invite people to work with us, even if they don't have much of an experience in renewable. And we have set up basic training facilities for safety first. I think we make sure that we impart proper safety training, especially electrical safety, working at height, and just personal safety, working in an operational project site like where we operate. And second, we look at giving them some training around what electrical systems they're going to operate on, what civil equipment they're going to operate on. And we do this both on site, but in parallel, we're also developing a skill center in Mundra, which will be essentially open to all. I think the vision of our chairman, Gautam Bhai, is to kind of develop a group of professionals who would not only just work with our group, but they are free to go work in the industry. And that is coming up, which will essentially be a flagship training center and where we will be making sure that we take thousands of people and take them through the system and give them some of the best exposure to technology, to manufacturing sciences, to running equipments. And that is the breed of people we need who can make a difference, because the quality of workmanship is equally important. Otherwise, we will not have the plant running for 25 years like we just talked about. So that is something we are focusing on a lot.
I'll be quick. So we did something which is very beautiful. Our manufacturing plant that I've talked about in Tamil Nadu is in Tirunelveli. There is this town called Gangai Kundan. So what we did is that we said, look, it's a 329-acre plot where we have two plants. We have a cell plant and a module plant. And we said that we have an opportunity here to do something extremely different, right? And we said that we will hire 80% of our workforce to be women within a radius of 50 to 100 kilometers. Now today at that site, and I would love many of you to come and visit the site, we have 2,500 employees, 80% of them women. They went through a training program through the Tata Power Training Institute. And today that plant is operated, by people from the vicinity. And this is something that all of us are extremely, extremely proud of. It tells you 2-3 things. One, it tells you that you have an opportunity to go beyond immediate business needs, right? Take a pause and plan through as to what can you contribute to society at that point in time. Also through our CSR budgets that we have, we are looking at water in a big way in that particular locality. That part of the country has temple ponds, for example. These are depleted and they don't look like a temple pond anymore. So we said that let's go back and revive like how the traditional temple ponds used to be. That's a great opportunity for us. I'm sure that many of these aspects have happened in different parts, but I thought that I'll share this, to your question on what are we doing in terms of training and coming up with skill. On the challenges part, to my earlier point in terms of manufacturing of equipment, so one, we talked about manufacturing of module, but the equipment that manufactures the module is still imported. And there is a constraint in getting the OEM staff in India, and this again industry-wide. There's always this constant kind of to and fro in terms of getting that talent in the country to make sure that your plants are running at the efficiencies at which they have planned. And this is something that we as an industry need to address.
Yeah, I think, we had even tougher journey when we started 30 years back, because getting anybody to even understand renewable at that time was. So what has happened over the years is that at multiple levels, different kind of skill development and talent development we've done. I think now we have facilities, total manufacturing facilities, I think we have 14, 2 new opening up, so about 16 facilities spread over 7 states. All our facilities have, talent development centers there. And our focus has been recruiting locally. So we work very closely with even tier 2, tier 3 universities and schools and at the field to make sure that we take local talents from those areas so that there is local development at a grassroots. So that's one section which we work. Then for the wind farm sites, we now have with the 16 gigawatts of operating wind turbines, close to about 125 large wind park sites that are there across 8 states. And so all these 100 plus locations again have talent development centers, again with the same concept of working with local colleges and schools to kind of do that grassroots development of talent. And then we have our global talent development center in Pune, which not only just caters for India, but worldwide on the training and talent development. And, lastly, what we have started in the recent past is collaborating now on a big scale with the state governments. So we've just signed a few months back an agreement with AP government to set up a large co-creation of talent centers, and now we are replicating that in other states on that. So I think developing that, we have huge amount of talent and young population available. It's just giving them the right mentoring to be able to get to the finish line for getting employed into, and there is tremendous interest of young people on getting into the clean tech sector. I think it's just providing the conduit to make it happen. And a large portion, we also see that almost for first 1 year of the time that they join us, it's still development, So I think they really get into delivery post 1 year. So that's also a journey from that. But huge potential, and I think it's a continuous process, and that's very important for skill development that we have to work.
Sure.
One more thing I want to add, we also want more female participation in clean tech sector. That is something which, we're actively working on, and I would strongly encourage through your platform to send a message. I think renewable sector is something where, for example, we have made a small effort. In Khavda, for example, we've hired 30 plus females to operate the world's biggest plant. So it will be operated by all females. We want to send a message. We want to invite and make them part of this sector as well, more and more. We need more talented people, and we shouldn't be shying away from in attracting talents from all sides. So,
I think this is very valid. I think diversity, whether it's women participation and also specially abled talent, I think for the past, I think 1 decade, we have a very strong focus program running. Even just as last year, I think this current financial year will be closing to almost doubling our diversity metrics that we have in our organization. And it's not just at a grassroots. So even at middle management and senior management, there is a conscious effort that in this growth phase, and also creating those model factories and sites where you have women-led entire development. Close to 70% is coming from women, be it a factory, be it a project site and things like that. So the transformation work, we need to replicate more and more. So I think it's a great industry, and we would really love more women participation in the industry.
So ladies, this is your cue to send your CVs here. On this note, I want to touch upon the issue of states, very important stakeholders, but offer novel challenges. Ms. Nana, states continue to be reluctant to sign power purchase agreement. The lack of demand is real. But then they are open to green businesses, as you were talking about the state investor summit happening now and then. Can you explain this 180-degree behavior?
So I think things are improving ever since this was highlighted that, look, there is a delta between the letter of intent and the letter of awards which have been placed by different aggregators versus the PPA signed. The cost is not the issue, I would say. I think the grid could be an issue. Imposing the renewable obligations and making sure that states live up to that particular commitment that has been made, that is one way to solve this. But in my recent discussions and our own projects that we have bid for, I think this will be an issue of the past, maybe in the next 3 to 6 months, where the delta will collapse. Government is extremely aware of this, and they are now prioritizing that what LOIs have been signed. The other is that what are the natural infrastructure bottlenecks that we have? And the big elephant in the room when it comes to this is the availability of land. Now, the developer is left to fend for himself or herself to spot land parcels to build projects. It is very difficult for a developer to get direct land allocation from the state. And I speak more for the medium scale developer. Large companies, do get awards at times, but even that is very, very difficult. I think one way to solve this is that government as an aggregator of land for solar and wind projects, like how government as an aggregator of supply, which is then distributed, but government as an aggregator of land for solar and wind projects. Once that is done, the timeliness of completion of projects is much more in your control. I would add to that that once you have land available aggregated by the government, transmission also aggregated by the government, there's maybe an 18-month cycle before even a RFP can be issued. But it's okay to take a pause for some time and to make sure that you put these two things in place and then start the journey. I think the cost of electricity will come down even further.
I was coming to you, if buyers are missing, what are the avenues then left for you?
No, look, I think the one thing which we need to recognize is that the firm power and RTC power has to come in. The reasons the buyers are possibly not buying is because the cost of buying that incremental electron is very heavy. Because we are only looking at economics from generators' point of view, but if you look at from buyers' point of view, they need to pay for transmission charges, they need to, and these are very expensive HVDC lines in some cases. So I think we need to be cognizant of that, and I think more and more RTC solutions have to come into picture going forward. And I think I agree. I think if there is a way to distribute power and do projects in other states, that will be great. But do we have those land parcels available? For example, in the fertile lands in North India, are we going to change a farm land into a solar land? Jury's out there. I think it's better to use, in my opinion, land where we don't have any farm and fertile use cases like Rajasthan and Gujarat and other parts of India. And take advantage of these, RTC solutions which are available to us. So I think once we have those, we feel more confident that the buyers will definitely take up. But I think for the current PPAs which have not been signed up, I know that I think the government is very actively, and ministry is very actively pursuing it, and we are very hopeful that it will be resolved and we will have some of those things taken care of. But in spite of that, we are working to install and develop those projects, and that is not slowing us down.
Great.
And I think this is
sure.
generally, I think it's an area of concern at this point in time that we have huge amount of PPAs yet to be kind of signed off. But I think it's just a system glitch which will kind of solve itself. And ultimately, as Amit said, it's going to be the end consumer pricing which is going to decide everything. And market will have to adjust to that new reality. And the moment we are going for a firm energy, you try to sell just solar electricity or wind electricity, it's going to be a challenge. But the moment it is RTC projects, there is a firm power and there is clarity on the end cost to the states, then I think that will smoothen out. So I think it's something that, and there is a good cooperation, and this is a very important project which I think state governments and central governments are already focused in this space. I'm sure solutions will come out, and in the next 6 months we should be on our way again to kind of having that clarity of new way of doing business. But I think purely on a consumer price, since it is competitive, rest is all regulated related cost. So as long as you can today produce commercially viable electrons at source to deliver to the consumer, then government has to sort out their other costs and manage who is going to keep what money. Yeah, and I think that's what's just happening right now. And I think once that gets sorted out, because the true benefit of clean tech is actually going to come when, because today we say that, okay, we can produce at a cheaper rate on an RTC price also, it is still cheaper than coal or other sources, but that price benefit is not going to end consumer. Yeah, only in certain cases it's going. So when we really democratize that, and that benefit, true benefits of getting power at your home or at your factory at below 5 rupees and do it yourself, when we have that freedom, because today technology can make it happen. Yeah, that solution is already there and people are using it. So the more that adoption will come, I think that will be the real influx point, and that will make India globally competitive. Because if today you are running a factory at 7-8 rupees power, you're not going to be globally competitive.
Thank you for this, and I'll ask my last question. It is addressed to all three of you. Three focus areas, it can be four, which you think can spur this country towards becoming the renewable energy hub. Mr. Tanti, you can start, please.
Okay, I think first and foremost, we need a much more stronger, and I think I'm happy to see in the budget that we have the National Manufacturing Mission being announced and National Export Mission also being announced. I think these are two very fundamental points, and getting those activities correct to be able to produce in India and supply to the world. I think if we can make that happen, it will bring long-term sustainable jobs, opportunity, technology development, and being self-reliant in the entire value chain, including IP. We have to learn to make our own technology. Today, India has enough capability to make its own technology. We don't need outside technology. We have enough expert minds, it's there. So I think believing in us is very important as Indians, that we can do it, and focusing on Make in India as a strong area. As far as the hitting the 500 gigawatts target, I think two major bottlenecks, or three I would say. One we just talked about, getting the tariff matters resolved between center and state and getting a smooth working system there. The more important another area is on really having the grid capacity in time. Because today with wind and solar, we can put up projects in 12 to 18 months. But grid is taking 24 to 36 months. So they are running behind. And unless they don't catch up with that, the infrastructure is not there, then we cannot build the projects. And I think the third element which is there would be on skills development, really. I think developing our talent and really growing that talent will be very important. So three pillars.
I'll be quick and I'll add incrementally. So I'd say first is policy. Continue to be at the cutting edge of policy, be extremely contemporary. In today's world, I think India has a unique opportunity to be the leader in clean tech, right? Don't look at what's happening in the West. Second, I would say infrastructure. Solve infrastructure bottlenecks. Those are massive in the country. We have done great so far. We have touched 200 gigawatts. But the climb from 200 to 500 to 600 and so on, I think infrastructure bottlenecks will have to be addressed. And third, I would say financing. Right? Continue to offer financing both for the distributed RE sector as well as for large-scale project development, be it through schemes like PLI, be it through demand creation. I think the entire bucket of the finance made available to encourage manufacturing and growth, these are the three things that I would focus on.
Thank you. Mr. Singh.
Yeah, I think, I might have to repeat some of the things said, but I just want to maybe bring a different flavor to it. I think the first and foremost is that, the sector is going through a period where we will be bottlenecked by availability of transmission systems. And the reason is because there is a demand for HVDC lines and maybe more players to come in. And I think that is something which needs to be addressed very, very quickly. And I think that is something has to be dealt with a sense of urgency. And I think that is going to unlock new investments and growth in the renewable sector. Otherwise, I think I worry that a lot of these projects which we are talking about may get delayed because if the transmission systems are not ready, the investments will not come through. And the second one is financing. I think the cost of finance has to come down in some cases, both for large projects, but also some of the small players, if I can speak on their behalf, they need to be supported, and both from manufacturing and development point of view. I think, a lot of people I know are looking to set up these projects and they don't get supported from the financial institutions as well. So financing has to be looked at again, and I think the depth has to go. Some of the domestic bond market has to be also grow, because a lot of these projects, once they are completed, they are very stable and secure. And they need to be somehow, the bond market in India has to also be, the depth has to go up. And thirdly is skills. We need a vast pool of people. I mean, this sector requires a lot of people. And, we don't have those number of people, and especially skilled people. So electrical engineers out there, it's your time to shine. And I think the material science and chemical industry should also get ready. I think a lot of these technology improvements we're talking about will require understanding of material science and chemical as well. So a lot of opportunities for young professionals to participate and make a mark. So yeah, those are my 3 things I would add. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this great conversation. The last 2 decades were of construction. The next 2 are of transformation. Thank you again, everyone. Can you just stay back for the mementos and photographs?
Thank you so much. Such a vast spectrum that we've covered over here, opportunities, expectations from the government, also the confidence that the sector has that the day is not far when India's renewable energy sector will be defining industry standards in quality and safety, plus the opportunities in terms of jobs and the diversity, the sector hopes to bring in from grassroots right up to the corner office. Another very significant point that was raised was that, Make in India is more important than anything else at this time when India has a demographic advantage that it should tap into. And the need for incentives, not just in solar, but also in wind energy. Both of them have to be taken together. Huge round of applause, please. We'll just take a moment and get into the next conversation. It's a fireside chat which looks at, manufacturing in India. Is it, is it really there? Is it become a reality? I would request everybody to please stay seated. We are just going to get into a discussion, I think, in less than a minute now. Do please be seated. We are beginning our next discussion, which turns the spotlight on the country's manufacturing sector. Our guest today is Mr. Sunil Vachani, Chairman and Managing Director of Dixon Technologies, which is among the largest homegrown white label electronics manufacturers. A graduate of American College of London, he started Dixon in 1993 with some money borrowed from his father. The company's journey from a rented manufacturing facility in Noida to nearly 24 manufacturing facilities across the country is a story of prowess of domestic manufacturing abilities in India. Dixon, which initially started by assembling cathode ray tube televisions for Gold Star, now manufactures televisions, smartphones and feature phones, telecom equipment, refrigerators, smartwatches, washing machines, security and surveillance systems such as closed-circuit television cameras and information technology hardware for hundreds of clients, which include the likes of global players such as Samsung, Nokia, Motorola and OnePlus. The company listed on stock exchanges in 2017 and clocked a turnover of over rupees 12,000 crore in 2022-23, a growth of over 90% on year. A champion of the government's Make in India program, Dixon was one of the first companies to receive approval under the flagship production-linked incentive scheme for mobile phones. From a modest 80,000 mobile handset units, the company has grown to a capacity of producing over 70 million handsets yearly, a testament to its resilience. May I please welcome Mr. Sunil Vachani on stage. In a conversation with him will be Business Standard Executive Editor, Ms. Nivedita Mukherjee.
Hello everyone, a very warm welcome to you, Mr. Vachani, to Business Standard Manthan.
Thank you so much for inviting me and having me here today. It's a real pleasure.
So we began this morning with a panel discussion on renewable energy, where the theme was again India being the hub of manufacturing. So we carry on the theme of manufacturing in India. So we have a question mark there, a reality. What would you have to say on that? Do we need that question mark?
Well, honestly, when I opened the papers today and I saw the front page of Business Standard and I saw the question mark that you'd put, I was honestly very surprised because I thought by now the numbers speak for themselves. And we surely believe that the call given by our Honorable Prime Minister almost 10 years back that make in India, let's make India the hub, I think that question has been answered. And I'll tell you why, because if you look at the numbers, it's probably for the first time that out of the total consumption that we have of ICT products, the consumption is almost about $140 billion. Almost $110 billion worth of goods were made in the country. If you look at the export basket, ICT products or electronics exports is now the third largest category out of all the categories. The total exports of ICT products ending this year would be almost $40 billion. And we'll export as a country mobile phones worth almost $20 billion. So I think there is no doubt that we have come very, very far. And I think that question has been answered. And now the question that needs to be asked is that when do we deepen the manufacturing? What will happen to the value addition in all these products? When do we start designing these products? So I think these are the questions to ask. But as far as the Make in India program is concerned, Make in India 1.0, I would say, has been extremely successful. And I think some of the Indian champions have done exceedingly well as far as Make in India is concerned.
So you kind of answered that, when do we deepen manufacturing? So it's all about scale and capacity. When do we go global? And when do we actually becoming a hub like so many others in the world, manufacturing hub?
So, I'm often asked this question that, we are producing a large number of mobile phones. Almost 250 million mobile phones are produced in the country. Almost 170 million out of that are smartphones. So people ask me that, when are the components going to get manufactured? Is this mere assembly that is happening, right? And I tell them that I said, I wasn't around that time, but I'm sure the same question would have been asked when Maruti started manufacturing cars for the first time in India. And I'm sure a lot of people must have said that, ye to assembly ho raha hai, where is the, component ecosystem? But today, fast forward to maybe about, let's say, 40 years or so, now the auto component sector is a champion sector, right? They're exporting. Some of our companies, like Sanjay's companies, exporting their products all over the world. So I think my answer to that would be that we have to be patient. I'm very confident that we will eventually have a very strong and robust component ecosystem in the country. And to define that in terms of pure numbers, right? And we were just having a chat outside before the session. So if you look at India and mobile phones, right now we are sitting on a value addition of about 20%. Vietnam, after producing mobile phones as very large numbers, are also at around 25 to 30%. China itself is only about 50%, because let's appreciate that the main semiconductors for mobile phones, there are two companies, global companies, Qualcomm and MediaTek, right? And these chips are produced in China. So I know we have a long way to go, but now we have many plants coming up for displays. We at Dixon are also have announced our project for manufacturing display modules, eventually even setting up a display fab. We are getting into manufacturing of camera modules. We are getting into manufacturing ourselves of mechanicals. So we are very confident that in the next couple of years, we'll take the value addition from the current level of 20% to about 30 to 35%. And that's a big leap for the country and for the industry.
Mr. Vachani, Dixon is often referred to as the Foxconn of India. Do you like that description?
Well, we look forward, to the time where Taiwanese companies, tell their companies that you should be the Dixon of Taiwan, So I think that's what we're aspiring for. But of course, it's definitely a compliment, because look, what they've achieved is phenomenal scale. They've achieved a phenomenal level of backward integration, a certain level of designing of the products, and they're really focused on digital transformation. So I think they've done a great job. And I think we have also proven ourselves, but of course, we still have a long way to go. And, like that famous SRK movie, where he said, "Picture abhi baki hai." So I think for us, lots to come. And we have just started. This journey has just begun, and lots has to happen.
You mentioned value add going up to 35%. What is the roadmap like? Can you just, briefly tell us about your plans?
So as I mentioned that by October, we should be starting our first production of the display modules. And the display is almost about 8 to 10% of the bill of material of a telephone. Following that, we will have a plant coming up for camera modules, as I mentioned to you. And again, depending on the product, that also is about 7 to 8%. So with just these two components, we will be able to go to value addition, as I mentioned, to about 30% straight away. And once we do the mechanicals in-house, and once we're looking at the display fab, of course, then the value addition goes much higher. And I think once that happens, we as a country will be truly Atmanirbhar, because a large part of the supply chain will be controlled within the country. And I think that will be a great achievement.
On the global map, where do you see yourself right now? You have a lot of contract pacts with big global companies, but to really go global, what will that take?
So I think before I answer that, let me tell you about the huge opportunity that exists in front of the Indian companies. We've all seen what is happening in US in the last few days. And the kind of tariffs that have been imposed or likely to be imposed on our neighboring countries and some other countries. So I think that way, if I look at that, India, and I think we in the industry, are probably sitting on one of the largest opportunities of our lifetime. Because if you define that in numbers, you'd be surprised to know that US imports LED televisions worth about $10 billion. They import mobile phones worth almost $60 billion. IT hardware like laptops, desktops and servers of almost $80 billion. So if Indian companies were even to get a small part of this share, you would not be able to set up enough capacity in the next 5 years to service this kind of demand. So like I said, this is probably one of the largest opportunities of our lifetime for this industry. And it could be extremely disruptive. But of course, a lot of things have to happen. We need to ensure that we get over this issue of the reciprocal tariffs and quickly try and get into a free trade agreement, a limited FTA, wherein our products are covered. And I feel that I'm extremely confident that for products like IT hardware, like laptops and desktops, where even the Taiwanese companies are now slowly moving out and moving up the value chain into servers, there exists a very large opportunity for Indian companies, not only for manufacturing, but I would say for design and for components. Because let's appreciate that for products like laptops and desktops, the supply chain is not so complex like mobile phones. So these are some of the products that we can localize very easily, and these are low-hanging fruits.
Mr. Vachani, are you in touch with the government and giving them some kind of an advice on how they should go about it on the issue of reciprocal tax that you just mentioned? And do you think the government is on the right track, or should they deal with it a little differently?
Yeah, fortunately, we're very lucky that our honorable minister in the Ministry of Electronics and IT and the ministry itself is very, very proactive, right? They completely seized of the matter. Discussions have already started between the industry and the government. Our industry bodies, our associations are sharing a lot of feedback as to how to navigate this and how we can really, convert this into a big opportunity. So we have given our suggestions that we need to really try and hold off on the reciprocal tariffs for some time, till the time we have the free trade agreement, right? And also try and ensure that products like mobile phones are included in the FTA. As far as the laptops and IT products are concerned, it's already an IT one item. So India also has zero duty, right, both on imports and exports. So there we have a straight away an advantage as compared to other countries.
In your message to shareholders recently, I think that was last year, you said Dixon is at the right place at the right time. What did you mean?
I've shared this in earlier forums also. I feel that, in the industry, this is a Y2K moment for us. What happened to the software industry and the opportunity that the software industry had, we are sitting on that kind of an opportunity. And, our Honorable Prime Minister has also said, yahi samay hai, sahi samay hai aur apna samay hai. And I also say that no power on earth can stop an idea whose time has come. And I'm very confident that this is our time. And the reasons are obvious, right? The whole world is looking at an alternative to our neighbor. And India is a natural alternative, right? We have the largest market for some of the products we manufacture. We have a large pool of labor. We can excel in design-led manufacturing. And we've shown that our manpower can be the most productive in the world as compared to any country, given the right inputs and given the right environment.
Is Dixon looking at, getting into other areas as well? Like maybe semicon, maybe automobiles? Is that something that you've thought about?
So we've already announced our venture for display, right, as I mentioned to you. And this display module facility will first start with manufacturing displays for mobile phones, get into laptops, then televisions, and eventually, in fact, in a short period of time, we are seriously looking at getting into displays, automotive displays, because that we feel is going to be a very large market. And then finally, scale up to even, displays for defense and other requirements for high-end displays. So that's definitely on the roadmap, and that journey has already begun. And as I mentioned, that we are also looking at setting up a display fab ourselves, subject to the ISM2 guidelines being announced by the government.
So the fab, is there a timeline to it?
Well, you see, I cannot put a timeline to it unless there is some clarity, from the government as to when the ISM2. I mean, I know it's going to come out very soon, but as soon as it comes out, we will be firming up our plans and then probably announcing it.
And the location?
Well, we are still scouting for places, but I think the government is trying to promote a few places for potential fabs, for display fabs. And we will be looking at all those sites and other alternatives.
So what are the choices before you in terms of geography?
Well, I wouldn't like to pin it down on one state or the other, but I would say that few states are emerging as very attractive destinations for manufacturing electronics and IT products. UP has done a tremendous job, and I think if you look at the last 3 years or 4 years, there's been a tremendous change in UP. And you'll be surprised to know that almost about 60% of mobile phones sold in the country are produced in UP. So obviously UP has done very well. Tamil Nadu has also come up very well as a destination. Our next plant for IT products comes up in Chennai. We are hopeful of inaugurating it in the month of May. So that's one of the sites we'll be looking at. And of course, Gujarat, which again is a very, very attractive destination, especially for large projects like display fabs.
Right now, you have 23 plants in India? Is
24, that's right.
24. Yeah. Okay, so where do you have the maximum number of plants? In any state, do you have more than one plant, or are they?
So UP is the state where we have the maximum number of units, and that's because all our mobile phones are manufactured here. And I think the reason that we have chosen UP is because this business is still very, very labor intensive, and I think it's very easier, actually much easier to get trained manpower in UP. And also we have a component ecosystem which has evolved in the state of UP because of very large brands like Samsung having already established their facilities some time back. And of course, like I said, Tamil Nadu is also coming up as a great alternative, for ICT manufacturing.
When we talk of job creation, what has your experience been in manufacturing? Is the job creation sufficient as per the projections that we hear of, or do you think there are challenges on the way and there could be more?
So on the side of job creation, I think the industry has done phenomenally well. So you would have read that almost 1 million new jobs, right, have been created in the mobile manufacturing space alone. And I think what is extremely satisfying that the ICT manufacturing is also bringing about a big social change, right? And I'll tell you why. If you look at our plants down south, in one of our plants in Tirupati, we have 70% female workforce, right? And you would have seen the numbers recently that now almost 30% female workforce are already into the system as compared to, let's say, 15% maybe 5 years back. So that's a big change that is happening, a positive change. And I think we want to build on this, and we are working very closely with state governments in UP, to ensure that we create conditions that women can also be employed in the night shift, so that we have a higher participation of female workforce across the country rather than just a few states. And I'm happy to say that the states have responded very positively on this. We are also working with state governments to ensure that our workers, our operators, our family members are staying on the campus itself, right? What you see similar to China. So I think once that happens, you'll see the productivity of our workforce improve by leaps and bounds. But I think the question that you were trying to ask is that are we satisfied with, let's say, the skill set of the people that come into the system? I think that's one area where a lot of work has to be done. The industry and the government really need to work together. And I see a similar situation, what happened to the banking industry when the private banks were coming in, that suddenly there was a large requirement of trained people. And, I remember some of the institutions like NIT and a few banks came together and really trained a large pool of people. So I think a similar effort is required. And I think the government and the industry are working very closely on this. We at Dixon ourselves are setting up centers of excellence across our factories to ensure that we end up training a large pool of people in-house before they enter the shop floor.
PLI, you said that, you've gained, in fact, the industry has gained from the PLI scheme. But what after the PLI ends? What is the road ahead after that?
See, first, before we answer the question directly, you have to look at that. Why was the PLI scheme actually launched, right? What was the intention? And actually see that has it really fulfilled all those objectives? And to my mind, one of the biggest things as far as the PLI scheme was concerned, the intention of the government was to have the industry thinking of a larger scale. Because industry was used to thinking of creating capacities just catering to 5% of the domestic market. They wanted the industry to think of, setting up large factories, creating very large scale, because with scale, and I think, Mr. Uday Kotak also talked about it. I was reading about it today morning. He talked about it, competitiveness. And I think scale is one of the most important issues as far as competitiveness is concerned. So I think PLI has checked the box, right? We have created or we've started producing 80,000 crores worth of incremental production as far as mobiles are concerned. Second objective was to create Indian champions, right? That has also happened with large companies, of course, like ours and many companies who got listed recently. The third was, of course, to create a component ecosystem, right? Now, I feel that a lot of these objectives have been met, but some of them are still work in progress, right? We still need to get large ecosystems into the country. We still need to work on, increasing our scale. And of course, we need to deepen the manufacturing. So I would say that we need one more round of PLI as far as the finished product is concerned. And it's great that the government is already talking about a PLI for components. And I think once we have these two things in place and we have the design ecosystem, Indian industry, I'm extremely confident, will be globally competitive and can compete with any nation or any company in the world.
On manufacturing on the whole, there is always this, discussion going on, manufacturing versus services. How do you look at it? Where should we really focus, manufacturing or services for a country like India?
Well, I remember having our team also having this discussion with Mr. Rajan recently. He happened to visit one of our plants because he's been very vocal about this particular subject. And of course, rightly, some of the other economists have also talked about it. So, I'm on the side of people who believe that we should focus on both, right? Why not? And because if you look at it in terms of numbers, the total allocation for PLI from the government of India was just 1,90,000 crores. Now, if you see, rewind 5 years back, we used to have a scheme of MEIS, where anybody exporting any product from the country used to get an incentive of 4 to 5%. There was nothing on incremental sales. Anybody, even if your turnover is coming down, half by half, you will still get that 5% incentive, right? The government rightly abolished that scheme. And you know how much the government saved out of that? We saved 45,000 crores. And the total allocation of 1,90,000 crores for the 14 PLI schemes is minuscule, right? And we might not even end up spending that much. And the other side, you look at the increase in the GST collection because of the incremental production of 1 lakh crore. I would say that the PLI was a net earner for the government rather than a net outflow for the government. So what I'm trying to say that schemes like PLI do not actually cost the government those amounts of money that we're actually thinking of, right? So because of this, you could focus both on manufacturing and on services, right? And I'll quickly talk about this. That people ask me that what really changed in the last, let's say, 10, 15 years. Because there was a time when we were importing almost everything, and now we are exporting all these products. I say the biggest change that happened is the change in the mindset, right? And the change in the mindset happened when the leader talked about this thing that why can't we make in India? Why can't we make India the hub for manufacturing of the world, right? And this is what happens in organizations and countries, that the call comes from the leader, and then you galvanize the energy of the entire system towards meeting that objective, right? So I think that kind of change is required. Now we need to start talking about designing in India and deepening the manufacturing. That's all it requires.
Mr. Vachani, can we take some questions from the audience?
Sure. Absolutely.
Yeah. Any question for Mr. Vachani? Anybody? Yes? Take a microphone.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, sir. I'm CA Jatin Kochar. Sir, every businessman thinks about the best and the worst that can happen in the market. So looking at current scenario that US has imposed, some reciprocal taxes we are talking about, so I hope and I pray that things go well settled. But what if things doesn't get settled in next 3-6 months or 1 year? How do you look forward to it?
Well, you see, first of all, there have been various studies which have been published that the reciprocal tariffs will not really hurt India very much, right? Because India still is an economy which is dependent on domestic consumption. But at the same time, let's look at the bigger picture, right? Today, US doesn't look at India as a threat or as a competitor, right? It looks at India as an ally. And there are two large trading blocks emerging, right? There's, of course, the US and the China. And the US is definitely more likely to ally with India in terms of, starting a free trade agreement. And I think the two leaders have also talked about it in the joint declaration that was recently made during our Honorable Prime Minister's visit. So I'm very confident that this is going to happen. And as I mentioned, this is going to create the mother of all opportunities. But to your question, if it doesn't happen, if you see the numbers, China with the recent yesterday's tax, the tariffs which have been put now is at 20% base tax. And it goes up to 45%. India, in the worst case scenario, the mobile duty is only about 15%. So we're already lower than our neighbor. And I would say that a lot of the brands have already started looking at, making India as one of the base, as an alternate for catering to the world markets. Thank you.
Hi.
Thank you. Yes, your question?
Yes, sir. Your slogan, brand behind the brand, okay? So, can you please give 2-3 minutes brief how you are going to engage that in the world semiconductor race right now, which we are facing?
Sorry, can you repeat the last line?
Yeah. Right now, the semiconductor race world is going through. How you are going to tackle that, and how you are reflecting your brand behind the brand for, as we are going through Make in India and a lot of things. So please, thank you.
So I'll tell you the where this slogan is coming from, the brand behind the brands. Our philosophy is very, very clear that we are always going to be the brand behind the brand. We are not going to be competing with a customer, right? So I know a lot of companies, EMS companies globally, have also dabbled in or have started or invested in their own brand. But for us, it's kind of cast in stone that we will never compete with our partners. Also, if you look at the logic of it, right, because EMS, or let's say electronic manufacturing as a service, is such a large opportunity, right? Globally, the market for outsourced electronics is almost $900 billion. And we are sitting at hardly an export of $40 billion. So still there's such a long way to go. There's still a long way to go as far as domestic manufacturing is concerned. I'll give you an example, IT hardware. India imports IT hardware, things like laptops and desktops and servers, worth almost $15 billion. And all these products could be easily manufactured in the country. So when you're sitting on such a large opportunity for manufacturing, for brands, why would you think of your own brand? Why would you think of getting into something that is not part of a DNA? So that's the answer to the first question. On the semiconductor race, yes, you're right that India went out for attracting investments into the semiconductor space at a time when the entire world was trying to do the same thing. But I think in that respect, if you look at it, I think we've done a great job because we have got some of the leading brands like Micron to come and invest in the country. We have now PSMC, which is a Taiwanese company, already investing with Tata. So I think it's a great start. As far as we are concerned, we are only looking at a display fab right now, which is again a very large investment. So it's not really, we're not really competing with anybody because, as I mentioned, there is no display fab in the country so far. So if we come in, hopefully we'll be one of the first ones.
Hi, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. You just talked about gender inclusivity as well as women workforce at the corporate sector. So how does the manufacturing firm can ensure gender inclusivity at the workplace?
So, as I already mentioned, there is a conscious focus now to ensure that they get the right mix as far as gender diversity is concerned. And, to tell you something very interesting, there was a time at our factories also, and most of our factories, we had, almost maybe 95% male workforce, right? And then we started working towards this. And as I mentioned now in Tirupati factory, we reached a ratio of almost 65 to 70% women. And what we found that women on the line, on assembly lines, were much more productive. They were much more diligent. And even when we monitored the attrition rates, it was much lower with the female workforce. So that's got us to believe now that we need to replicate this model, across all factories, across all locations, right? And that's what we are doing now, as I mentioned, working with the state governments. And I think to answer your question, even as far as middle management is concerned, you would have seen from our LinkedIn site that we're getting a lot of the female workforce participation in the middle management and slowly in the senior management also.
I'll ask the last question. I know you have to go somewhere, you have an appointment. Apple, we can't not talk about Apple when you're here. What are your thoughts on, getting into any kind of an agreement with Apple to manufacture their products in India?
Well, I won't honestly like to talk about a specific brand because, obviously, these things are quite confidential and, I won't be able to discuss these issues. But I think, let me try and touch the subject in a different way, that I think Apple, we all know, is an iconic brand. And what they're trying to do in India, I think, is something very special, right? They've already, achieved, I think, a global production of almost about 15% now in India, which is very large. And I'm sure this number will go up. And it was extremely encouraging to see that now some of the vendors have now started exporting components, as we read today, from India, to all over the world. So I think we hope that Apple is going to do something what Maruti did, as I mentioned, right, in the early days, that try and create a very large, vendor base for the components that they source, not only for India, but for global markets. And we hope that being one of the large, part of this ecosystem, we hope to participate in this value chain sometime. It will be a privilege for us.
So Dixon will be part of the Apple ecosystem sometime soon.
No, I'm sure. I hope this, that's not to be the headline or anything of the event, but but of course, like I said, we don't want to name any particular company, but we aspire to be part of all large brands and their ecosystems.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure having you here.
Thank you so very much. It was quite a heartening discussion, you know, that question mark needs to go. Okay, that's topic's gone, but like question mark needs to go, definitely. Thank you so much. Also that, you know, this is a Y2K moment for us. The way Y2K changed India's IT sector, propelled it to, you know, altogether new heights. And the ask from the government, need one more round of PLI. Thank you so very much. We will begin our next fireside chat shortly, and it takes off from one of the questions that was asked from the audience on India's semiconductor play. So do please stay on. We'll begin the conversation shortly. ladies and gentlemen, we will just begin our next fireside chat. Request everybody to please settle down, take your seats. Our guest is here. Everybody please settle down. The conversation will be on reimagining India's semiconductor play. We have with us Dr. Ajay Chaudhary, co-founder HCL, Padma Bhushan recipient, chairman of the Mission Governing Board of the National Quantum Mission of India, and distinguished fellow Niti Aayog. Dr. Chaudhary, a visionary pioneer, spearheaded HCL's expansion into Singapore in 1980 and created a successful business spanning ASEAN, China, and Hong Kong. Today, HCL is valued at an impressive over $50 billion. He has played a leading role in the establishment of the electronics industry in India, serving on government committees since 1999. In 2009, he chaired a task force created by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, which made groundbreaking recommendations regarding the country's electronics import bill. He is the fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineers. He has been nominated by METI as a member to the Advisory Board of India's Semiconductor Mission. In 2011, he was conferred the prestigious Padma Bhushan, the third highest civilian honor in India. Regarded as the father of Indian hardware, Dr. Chaudhary has been a relentless advocate of self-sufficiency in electronics. In keeping with this vision, he co-founded EPIC Foundation in 2021, a not-for-profit with the aim to make India a product nation in electronics, unleashing an economic potential of $20 billion. In a conversation with him will be Business Standard Consulting Editor, Mr. Pranjal Sharma.
Good afternoon and welcome to this special discussion with Ajay Chaudhary. It's such a privilege to be in conversation with you, Ajay. I know you've been a champion for India and the tech sector in India, not just IT sector. From hardware to now quantum, it's been quite a journey in terms of your own personal and professional interest. I'd like to come to that a little later, but to begin with, can we get a brief introduction from you about what is the quantum mission about and how do you see that framework which is being established?
Actually, I think what I'd like to do is to talk about what is happening all over the world. With Trump coming in, the world has completely changed. And it's no longer a multipolar world. You're looking at a unipolar world. And everybody is on his own, every country. So what as a country India should do in this condition, in this state? We should very strongly start looking at tech sovereignty. And I think all countries, major countries, and areas are now looking at strategic autonomy as a very, very important issue. So when we look at strategic autonomy and tech sovereignty, which are the technologies we should deeply focus on? And therefore, what's very clear that post-COVID, semiconductors became extremely important, because we suddenly realized that we had really missed out on creating this ecosystem. I had actually written about it close to 30 years ago, and I had recommended to the government that we must put up at least 2 fabs. Unfortunately, all the governments didn't think that it was necessary. But coming back to where we are today, I think what is quite critical is that we need to be having a deep plan for semiconductors. Similarly, we have to have a plan, a deep plan for quantum technology.
But there is also this discussion. While you rightly said that perhaps we should have invested in semiconductors much earlier, there is a talk that is quantum relevant for India? Is it too early? Where do you see the role for quantum in India?
Quantum is essential for any large country. And even small countries are investing anywhere around 400 million to $1 billion. So Singapore, you name it, every small country all over the world is investing. All smaller countries, Finland, etc., everybody's investing very large amounts. Why are they doing that? The reason why they are doing that is that once a quantum computer at the right speed comes around, which is not going to happen tomorrow, it's maybe 5 years, 10 years later. With China, of course, I can't predict. It could happen in 3 years and 5 years. So if a quantum computer appears on the scene, then it'll threaten the security of every country. Cyber security.
So when you say cyber security, but there's also quantum computing, there's quantum for communication, there are 3 or 4 pillars to it. But what are the practical applications for quantum in India that you think India must embrace?
First of all, is that we need to make ourselves quantum secure. So good news is that today in India, we have products developed by startups that are already available for people to implement. Which are the major industries or areas where we should become quantum secure? Financial systems first. Electric grids, number 2. And of course, defense and security.
Can you elaborate? What do you mean by quantum secure?
What I mean by quantum secure is that we should implement technologies that have already been developed in India for making sure that if you implement those technologies, for example, quantum key distribution. Quantum key distribution, if we implement in the country early, then we will be quantum secure. Because if a quantum threat comes around, we will not have a situation of financial systems going down, electric grids going down. You know, during the time Galwan happened, China brought down our electrical grid at the border. And they did it without quantum. So, all these things are likely to happen. And therefore, United States in 2022, the President of the United States said, let us all become quantum secure. And he actually put out a memorandum which all government agencies are following today.
So first step is to prevent attacks on India's critical infrastructure from quantum.
Yes.
And therefore, you need to put up our own walls.
Yes.
The second is the proactive one, which you were alluding to, Ajay. And maybe if you could expand a little bit. How will quantum help industries in, let's say, manufacturing, or you mentioned banking and finance? One of the things we understand, and I think most of us here are still very, we don't have enough understanding of quantum because it works at such a level. The speed of computing is very high. The ability to do calculations is at, nanosecond speed. Why will that be relevant for India? How can banks and financial institutions use it for a better good for consumers?
See, if you sort of look at all the vaporware that companies like Google, etc., put out, they say what can happen, what would take classical computers 10,000 years, it can be done in 5 seconds. I don't believe any of that, because that is not real. What is more important is how we can utilize quantum for the country. And as you rightly said, why should we be in quantum? So, if you look at drug discovery, for example, India is a major producer of pharmaceuticals. Now, as we need to go forward, we need to go away from just generics to having our own molecules. Okay? And therefore, what is critical is we should use technology to speed up the development.
And also the cost advantage, right?
Yeah.
Because the cycle of new drug discovery, will that be hastened by
dramatically hastened. What takes 15 years to develop a molecule probably will get done in 2 to 3 years. It's not there as yet. the quantum computer development is still taking place. But early users have already started adopting it. For example, JP Morgan Chase has already adopted quantum computing. So a lot of the early users have started to think ahead of time and started working on quantum computers so that they can actually learn how to do it. So when the real, fast quantum computers arrive, then they will be ready. Now let me just explain to everybody here what is quantum and what is classical computer. Yeah. See, the classical computer fundamentally works on the concept of 0 and 1, right? 0 or 1, two states. In the case of quantum, you can have 0 and 1. Now that's what makes it parallel in terms of performance. And it's completely, aligned to the whole, theory of quantum mechanics. And as a lot of people might not know, Bose in Calcutta was one of the early persons who talked about this technology. And it's, a lot of people would know that boson is something very, very famous. But the issue that I'm trying to bring to the front is the fact that when quantum computers will be much, much faster, but they don't replace classical computers. Classical computers will continue to be used for normal applications. Quantum is not meant for that. Quantum is meant for specialized applications like financial modeling, dramatically faster, right? In addition to that, there are many, many large applications that are going to come up in manufacturing, in design, whole bunch of areas. So quantum is going to be such a force that it will actually change the way we work in the world. The challenge at this moment is that quantum comes with many issues. When you actually make a quantum computer, the problem that comes is that there are a lot of errors that happen because of the way the quantum works. Quantum is associated with errors. So what everyone is now working on is how to reduce errors so that the quantum computer that you produce will be equal to the power that you're talking about. Okay, so that's really where we are. As far as India is concerned, I can give you some views on what's happening.
You talked about the billions which are required to be invested in. I think our finance ministry has committed a few thousand crores for the quantum mission. But what does that money mean? I mean, will it be given to R&D institutions? Will it be given to IT companies? Who is going to drive quantum? There is a lot of blurriness around the application and where it's going to work. So there'll have to be government, private sector collaboration, but how will this work? What are you advising at the quantum mission?
Basically, the quantum mission was approved in 2023, and we started working on it in January 24, when we had our first board meeting. And the way it's all structured is there's 4,000 crores available with DST for the National Quantum Mission. Then, in addition, there's 2,000 crores that 3 other agencies are themselves putting in. Department of Space, Department of Atomic Energy, and Department of Defense. All of them have joined together to work together with us. So they're all on my board, right? In addition to that, when the cabinet note was being prepared, MeitY was supposed to be part of it, but somehow they didn't join. But how can MeitY be out of it? So the current Secretary MeitY, Mr. Krishnan, has very clearly stated to us in our board meeting that he's going to put 1,000 crores on quantum. So you can see the numbers are adding up. 2,000 crores plus 1,000 crores, 3,000 crores plus 4,000 crores. It's actually going to be 7,000 crores that's going to be spent. So now you are asking me, how are we going to spend
Exactly.
that?
Money is not a problem clearly, but how will you use it?
I'll tell you. See, the basic point is that we have actually pretty much in the first month of the board, we actually put out an RFP. And we invited all researchers and institutions to apply to get funds. And they were asked to apply for each of the 4 areas that we are focusing on. Number 1, quantum computing. Number 2, quantum communication. Number 3, quantum sensing. And number 4, quantum materials. And a lot of them applied. I think we had close to 365 applications. It's crazy. I mean, we never expected that.
To do what?
Each of them have put out proposals to say, this is the portion of what we will do. One big difference between any other mission and this mission, we are no longer talking about writing papers. We are talking about making products. So there are targets for making products in every part of the mission. Okay, so when they have come up with their proposals, we shortlisted 4 places where we will put up hubs and another 80 researchers who will work on different parts of the technology. Each of them is signing an MOU with the quantum mission to say this is what they will deliver. And this is something that I am very particular about because I come from a entrepreneurial background, private sector background. I can't work without targets. So the first thing that we did was put this across to everyone, that this is the way we will work. The second thing that we have done is that every one of us has to sign off where they will take the technology. So, we are in research, we talk about TRL 1 to TRL 9. Technology readiness level 1 to technology readiness line. 9 is when it goes to the market. So we are insisting with every researcher that they need to take the development that they're doing to TRL 7 at least. At TRL 7, they have the choice to start their own venture or they can hand it over to a startup to take on from there. So that's the way we are working. And each target is defined for the next 8 years. Now, when I look at those 8-year targets, they were decided 5 years ago when the cabinet note was prepared. Today, it has no relevance. We will need to bring up these targets. For example, we are talking about taking 8 years to make a quantum computer of 1,000 qubits. Irrelevant anymore. So this is something that we are seriously discussing within the mission to say how can we improve on these targets that were originally set. And therefore, we are looking at it in a much different way than originally planned because obviously the world is changing. There is so much innovation happening in quantum today that you will go crazy trying to follow up.
And this is very interesting because, while you innovate, the world is innovating faster with the new chip that Microsoft has introduced, Majorana, which is the world's first topoconductor. So while you set various kinds of deadlines, by the time you start getting to the ground to make some changes, you see the entire, the context has changed. I mean, isn't that a challenge as well for a country like India?
It is a challenge in 2 ways. One, to see that this is happening. The second is to see the reality behind the vaporware. So, a lot of stuff happens in the industry, and I've been in this industry 50 years to understand this. Vaporware is part of our industry. We'll talk about this is what we have done. It'll feel as if it's already there. It's not there. These chips are not going to make a great difference today, but they will make a difference to bring forward the computing power and computing at the right qubit level much faster than originally thought. Originally, when we went into the quantum mission, we said it'll take 15 to 20 years for a good quantum computer to arrive. No more true.
So it's very interesting from, HCL desktop computers to quantum computers. It's been a terrific journey for you, Ajay. But today, when you talk about tech sovereignty, focusing on hardware for India was perhaps one of the earlier dimensions. Today, semiconductor plays that role of being the core for tech sovereignty. Where do you see India in that today? Are we taking the right steps? Do you think that we can actually make a difference and build our own chips in the near future?
Well, I have been advisor to the the semiconductor mission for last 3 years. When we started out, the government was very clear that they wanted all kinds of fabs to happen in India, which had not happened for the last 40 years. We'd missed the bus. So we must have all kinds of fabs. That was the first objective. So for that, we created the most generous scheme among everybody in the world. We give away close to 75% of capex to anybody who wants to come and set up in India. 50% by the central government, 25% by state governments. A country like China, a country like the US gives away 30%. So the reason we had to do it, because we were competing with everybody. Because everybody in the world had realized the problem that happened during COVID. And if you don't have your own semiconductors, you're really asking for trouble. So that's how we went into it. $10 billion has now been committed. And 5 fabs are coming up. Out of them, 1 is a silicon fab, 4 are OSATs, which is fundamentally packaging. This is not good enough for India. So the government thinking is that it's a 20-year plan that we have to have. Inside that 20-year plan, the next piece will get decided in the next few months, where another $10 to $15 billion will be put into this scheme, where we will come up with compound semiconductors, we will come up with display units, and in addition to that, we will upgrade the semiconductor complex. Now, this is still not good enough, because this is just an enabler in some manner. Because the requirement in India for semiconductors is growing every year. And we decided in the beginning that we will go from 28 nanometers upwards, because we didn't need the latest technology. And we still don't. And that's the right decision to take. Because the 28 nanometer area, 40 nanometer area is where Tata's plant will start to produce. And we expect Tata's to come out with a chip in the next 2 years. But Micron will have its first chip, memory chip, out this year. So this is where we are. But what is missing is the most important part that I would like to bring out. I'm very concerned at this moment that we have somewhere not looked at our strength area. Our strength area is design, not manufacturing, right? We are still learning the whole game of semiconductor manufacturing. We don't have any people. We have to train them from ground up. So a lot of work has been done on creating a paper to create 50,000 people for manufacturing. That is going on parallelly. All universities all over the country have been given targets to actually achieve that. But that doesn't take care of my big concern. My big concern is that who will be the customer of the fabs? So if the fab comes up, let's say 2 years later, the Tata fab will come up. All these fabs will be totally dependent on export business. They have no business in India. The reason for it, we don't design any chips in India, for India. We have world's 30% of the world's design people in India.
So how can this concern be addressed? What steps need to be taken to address this?
So I actually picked it up with the Honorable Minister last year. And I went to him and said, we should not put cart before the horse. We should work on creating Indian chips and Indian system products. See, we destroyed the electronics industry by signing up WTO in 1999, when 2015 all duty was made zero. So now we need to bring back that. We need to make products in India, and we need to make chips in India. So we set up this task force based on my discussions with the Honorable Minister. This task force has submitted its report 4 months ago. We're still waiting for action to be taken on it. What we have suggested there is to put aside 40,000 crores behind making products and chips in India. And we have identified which chips and which products. And we should now give out funds to startups and corporates and software companies and hardware companies to make these products. And the other thing that we have recommended is to create the market for these. If we don't create the market for these, chips will be made and nobody will use them. So what we have suggested is that all government purchases must be for Indian chips in products that they buy. Let's take CCTV today. CCTV till 4 months ago, 6 months ago, you could import from anywhere in the world. Chinese CCTVs have got an idea of all our roads and streets and everything. That data has all gone back to China. The challenge with chips that come from China is that there are backdoors. And this is something that we need to be aware of. So what we have suggested is that we should look at the low-hanging fruit, pick up the first 10 chips, which have large demand in India, make sure that the government does not allow Chinese chips in products that are being imported into the country.
Is your advice is it finding resonance in the government? Are they accepting the thought and the philosophy behind it?
I hope so. I'm not too sure as yet, because I need to still see this happen. And I'm not part of operations of the semiconductor mission, so I'm not aware what's happening. But major thing that we have asked them to do is that till yesterday, they were giving 30 crores per chip for design through the design linked incentive scheme. 30 crores, you can't make any chip, which is proper. You need at least 30 crores, 100 crores, 200 crores for
So
a chip.
we need some agility on part of the government and the policy makers as well to be with it. We have about 5-6 minutes left. Let me quickly take questions, because I'm sure there are many thoughts amongst all of you. If you can raise your hands, can we have the mics in the audience, please? Quickly introduce yourself. If you can keep the question brief, I'll be able to take more. The gentleman over there, please. And then, yeah, okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, my question is that ASMLs and the Qualcomms of the world, they are ahead 50 years from us. So they have already had the research centers, big facilities in their respective countries. Now, if we are starting now, and 10 years down the line, the technology changes very rapidly, how are we going to catch up with that?
Okay, good point. Sir, we'll come to you. We'll collect the questions and come to you, Ajay.
Hello.
Forget the question, so please make a note.
Okay, then why don't you answer this?
So, you know, a basic thing is that don't worry about the latest technology. Our requirement is very well known to us. There are at least 20, 30 chips that are required in the 40 nanometer and 28 nanometer area. And those will be required for the next 5 years also. So don't worry about having the most advanced chip available in India. It's not required, because to set up a TSMC type of facility in India is too expensive. The returns are not there. You got to understand that in making semiconductors, the ROI takes 10 years. So if you put up a chip plant like TSMC, it will take 5 years to come up. Investment will be huge and the returns will not be there, because TSMC would have gone further. So we took a very clear view that we must look at mature chip technology, which we can immediately implement and utilize for the country.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Sébastien Foucault. I'm an expert in AI. I'm living here in Noida. My question is related to AI, obviously. This is a huge growth, and the need is growing exponentially in the past few years. Most of the development in AI rely on NVIDIA or similar type of advanced chips. So what would be needed in India to be able to develop this type of new technology? Indeed, you just mentioned that's maybe not be where the need is, but with the huge amount of talents around AI that we have here in this country, I would think that the growth is also there. So the ability to develop large GPU and GPU cards for the purpose of the development of AI.
Well, actually, I have a slightly different view from a lot of people. You see, there's too much buzz around AI, too much. It should be 50, it's 200. Okay? Now, what I believe is that AI we should use to design chips.
Yeah.
Because then we can design them faster. Right? That's the way we should go. The second point I want to make is that only GPU is not the end of the world. GPUs will come, GPUs will go. 10 years ago, Intel was king. 1 year ago, NVIDIA was king. Who knows who will be king 2 years later? AMD and Intel are not just sitting idle. So major changes are taking place in terms of the semiconductor technology. That's why our focus should be on design. So one of the thoughts that the government definitely has is to create its own GPU and also create our own LLM. These two declarations have been made by the Honorable Minister already. And let me tell you, feverish work is going on, not in the government, but among startups. I can guarantee you, in the 3-month, 6-month period, 9-month period, you will see some major announcements from startups in India. Because startups are moving much faster than any other organization in the country. Even in quantum, you'll be surprised we have 109 startups already.
Ajay, one final question. We have to end soon. it also seems to me that we could be looking at a problem area where semiconductor plan is moving with one bunch of people, the quantum mission is working with another bunch of people, but the twain are not meeting. Do you see that there needs to be a more comprehensive view of India's tech sovereignty and tech future rather than having independent missions and teams which perhaps don't talk to each other? You gave the example of MeitY not being part of this. Is that something which is worrying you as well?
Absolutely. That's why first thing that I said is tech sovereignty. We should have actually in this country a single ministry for technology. And this ministry should be given a very clear task that in the next 15 years, we must have 5 Indian companies among the top 5 in the world in specific technologies that we select. Technologies like nuclear, technologies like quantum, AI, two-wheeler EVs, drones. Let me tell you, all these technologies need deep research. And the challenge in this country is we don't do research in the private sector.
And is it also siloed? This is again the problem.
Silos and very poor investment in R&D by private sector. One of the good things that's happened, last year the government announced in the budget 1 lakh crore for R&D which will be put into private sector and startups. And the good news is that this year's budget, 20,000 crores has been put into DST for making this happen. But the silos still exist. And that's a concern I also have.
Ajay, thank you so much for joining us. I think we'll end on the good news that funds and resources are not a challenge for India. Strategic vision is also not a challenge because there is a belief that technology is going to be driving India's economic future and tech sovereignty. But perhaps the application and the roadmap and the framework needs far more thought and far more change.
Can I have one word?
Absolutely.
My one word which I want to mention is that we have done enough with services. We need to go away from services to products. India should be a product nation. Why? Because there's serious issues, serious headwinds to services today. Can you imagine what is going to happen to the software and services industry with AI and automation?
Thank you. And we hope your leadership on Product Nation will be bearing fruit. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. Could I please request the memento, please? Thank you very much, Dr. Chaudhary. Fabulous discussion right from tech sovereignty to strategic autonomy to becoming a product nation and also creating a market for those products. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for lunch now. We'll be back at, actually our next panel discussion will start at 2:15 sharp and it's on markets, so a lot of interest. Do please be back in time because we will start on the dot. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a good lunch. We have a very interesting session now so that, nobody feels sleepy after lunch. It's on markets. We have with us Mr. Samir Arora, founder and CIO, Helios Capital. Mr. Arora has an investing experience of nearly 3 decades. From 1998 to 2003, he was the head of Asian emerging markets at Alliance Capital Management in Singapore. A huge round of applause, please. From 1993 to 2003, he was the Chief Investment Officer of Alliance Capital's Indian mutual fund business, and along with managing Alliance Capital's Asian emerging markets mandate, he managed all of its India-dedicated equity funds. In 2002, he was voted as the most astute equity investor in Singapore, ranked first in a poll conducted by the Asset magazine. The Helios Strategic Fund, for which he has been the fund manager since its inception in July 2005, has won the Best India Fund Award by Eureka Hedge 4 times. He completed his engineering from IIT Delhi and is an MBA gold medalist from IIM Calcutta. He also received a master's degree in finance from the Wharton School, University of Pennsylvania, where he was a recipient of the Dean's Scholarship for Distinguished Merit. He is one of the founders of Ashoka University in Haryana and has also funded a lifetime student bursary at Singapore University of Technology and Design. In a conversation with him will be Mr. Puneet Wadhwa, Business Standard Markets Editor.
Do you really believe I look like this?
Welcome, Samir. I'm sure this is him. If not, we'll get to know in the next half an hour. Let me begin this session by asking you the most obvious question, Samir. What's on everyone's mind? हो क्या रहा है मार्केट में? क्या लगता है बॉस? क्या चल रहा है?
जैसे ही समझ आएगा ट्वीट कर दूंगा. So thing is, we are right now in a tough phase for sure. The only thing we can say is that if we can look at India's market performance now, forget about 3-6 months ago, and we see past 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, 10 years type performance for Nifty, for 500 index, for small cap index, mid cap index, and the next 50 index, which is the junior index, then other than the last 5 years, all numbers look broadly in line with history. Last 5 years numbers still look very high. But that is because now last 5 years basically start around end of Feb. So from there only the new bull run started. But if you see last 7 years, to say that last 5 year returns are not because of last 5 years, they are also because previous 2 years were very bad, which is 18 and 19. Then small cap index for 7 years is up something like 10%. Which is broadly what it has been, or maybe higher than this for any period. But har bari 5 years looks a bit odd. That part is one. But the second is that we are in high uncertainty period because of Trump and his negotiations with India and all that. Third, if I say that how much time do these falls last, the bad part of the fall, and then they might be, roaming around here or there. So if you see 2000, 2008, Mota Mati, they last 8-10 months, in which they fall a lot or whatever they have to fall. And then they hang around for 3-4 months and then new round happens. So if you look at it like that, there is another 1 or 2 months. But these days the pace of fall is so high that these things can happen very fast. You are in the end game somewhere. But I would think that 2 things will coincide. By April, May, time also would have been 8 months. Say September, say October, say. And second is, by that time, this situation of Trump and negotiations would also end. So if you are very market-oriented, you will say these falls take 8 months. If you are very macro-oriented, you will say we are waiting for Trump uncertainty to end or be clear what it is. वो घूम फिर के both end up. And the third way you can say it from an India point of view is कि when 1 year numbers of earnings and all start looking better. So last year the first quarter of, current year ka first quarter, that is April, May, June and July, August, September में government spending was not there, company things were not there, so वो base आ जाएगा. So इसलिए हम कहते हैं अभी 2-3 महीने आप enjoy करें life.
So for somebody who's actually seen a lot of market cycles, what are the similarities and differences that you see now as compared to, let's say, the earlier cycles? What does history tell us?
So this is what I was telling about history in terms of time. And also, but in fall, normally the very big falls have been of the order of 30-type%. Of course, the global financial crisis was like 58-60%. Otherwise, 30-type. But this, I was not so far connecting it to a global correction because the world is doing quite well in terms of the markets. So US market has been good, even European market has been very good. So isliye I was not till say 30 days ago saying that why India should not fall so much, that it is our own creation and the government has responded a little bit. And if you want a V-type recovery, we have to ask the government to do a few things which I will tell. But generally, time-wise, history to basically. But another part of history is that you do what you want. In the end, equity markets do better than anything else. So I have this book, but please don't buy it because it's only data. It's called Triumph of the Optimist. And वो क्या है कि London Business School professors collected data for 100 years for I think 14 or 16 countries. And then US everybody has, and India you can take 30-year type of data, 40-year type of data. Basically equity markets, be it government bond कह लो या fixed deposit market, by an average in every market, they have it by market, by 5-6% per annum. They have also broken it down that 100 years, which is from 1902 or something to 2002 when this book was written, for 10 years at a time, to show that it all didn't happen in one day or in one phase. And in every decade, average for that market of beating the debt of that market was mota mati 5-6% per annum. That's why India में हम कहते हैं government type is 7%, so you will make 12-13%. Earnings growth भी ऐसी होती है, GDP growth in nominal terms ही होती है. ये है history. अब when you are in the middle of the fall बड़ा बुरा लगता है. But when you see from a slight distance, लगता है हाँ हमेशा ठीक हो जाती है. So just to complete, if you had invested in 1939 in Japan, and then the World War started, and then Japan got hit with a atom bomb, and then if you had invested in 1939 in Japanese equity, it was better than investing in 1939 in Japanese debt. पहले तो वो वर्ल्ड वॉर हारा, फिर उसका बॉम्ब हुआ, उसके बाद भी. But then when you measure this over 1 year, obviously not. Then you'll have to measure it over some 12-13 years, 10 years. उसके बाद वो पूरा recover करके it will outperform. So long term में there is no other choice, but short term में when you're in the middle of it, हम कह रहे हैं जी 2 महीने भी और लगेंगे, हो सकता है क्या पता. That is the thing.
You rightly said in the middle of it, बुरा तो बहुत लग रहा है, and especially to those people who are, SIP investors. And as data suggests that, SIPs are slowing down. The accounts, there have been account closures. So investors till now, I would say, have been bruised, but not battered. Is there a loss of confidence? 1. 2, is that if they are bruised and battered, will it be difficult, to bring those investors back? Because a large part of those investors are first-time investors, especially after COVID.
So if they are first-time investors, they should celebrate this fall. Because if they have invested in the last 1 or 2 years, starting 2 years ago, let's say, and you have to invest for 30 years and you are doing SIP, that means you are putting a fixed amount and every month getting a fixed. Why do you want the market to be up in the first 2-3 years? You want the market to be cheap in the first 2-3 years, or not cheap but low in the first 2-3 years, or even for many years, and then there be a rally, because during that period of accumulation you want more units. This market is bad for people who are about to exit, who were about to retire, and they thought they'll get 1 crore from the market and they will get 85 lakhs or something, or 90 lakhs. So ulta hai. But the old guy can be happy that over time he still has made a lot of money. And the new guy can feel very happy that he is not buying at a high price. इसलिए हम कहते हैं खुश रहो, mutual fund सही है.
Is there any silver lining amid all this? I mean, we see that corporate profits are down, the economy is slowing a bit, there's a tariff threat as well, trade wars. Amid all this gloom and doom, is there any silver lining? Have the markets overreacted to whatever's happening globally and the fact that corporate profits are down and will take time to recover, but eventually they will come back?
No, I'm not saying they've overreacted, because I'm still saying it might take 2-3 more months, because this is how this works. But there are silver linings of 2-3. One is that whatever you may say, India relatively will be less disadvantaged versus the rest of the world in connection with US, this thing, because what do they want? What they want, we also want, which is that please give us BYD, please give us Tesla at lower rates, please give us liquor at a lower tariff. We also want all those things. We have randomly created these high tariffs to protect a handful of fellows. On average, what we want is, please don't touch our software industry. That is people and all. And secondly, we are good guys. We are flexible. You can see the government is already being flexible and proactive on this account, that they want to do a deal. And that deal can be done and will be done, because abhi he's fighting with everybody. But if you agree to some of his things, which are not that Indians feel so upset about, how dare you let cars come in at 25% duty or something. In fact, my thing is that the government also, which may have been slow in reforms recently, needs a little bit of a push. And I hope that they'd also do a deal with China for some non-sensitive technologies. Let solar come in, let cars come in. Don't let them come in as imported. But you can say, okay, bring, invest, localize, export, and list also. Make it all compulsory, partner, whatever you want. But unko aane do, because Maruti, do we call it Indian company or Japanese company? What do we call it? Indian company. Who cares if dividend le ja raha hai, thodi royalty bhi le ja raha ho. But for that to hold back the technology from everybody, and in solar, who's the buyer? Indian solar, matlab this thing, plant jo set up kar raha hai, uski cost बढ़ा रहे हो to protect this guy. Let that guy come in, not import. Import for some time, say 1 year, 3 months, 6 months. Everybody has to bring in technology and jobs or whatever else. So I think it's nothing will be it's gone forever. And corporate results were not so bad. Corporate results, aggregate earnings growth, if you exclude commodity, was some 13%. And maybe somebody thought it's 15%. Not bad. It was not this bad as the market has fallen. And
which is what my question was. Have the markets overreacted to, let's say, the fall in corporate earnings or the interpretation of what's happened?
No, I think so many things we don't know of किस reason से हुआ है. But if you look at FII also, who has a choice to be anywhere. So FII last year aggregate only sold $1.5 billion. Which the newspapers say $10-12 billion, because there are two FI numbers that come. One is how much you sold in the secondary market, and the other is the aggregate number, how much you sold on the market and how much you bought in IPO or QIP, directly from the companies. So aggregate mein, it was only a $1.5 billion redemption, in which October month alone was something like $12 billion. So why was October so bad when September was plus 5 billion? It's because of Trump. Because that time it looked that November mein he's winning, and therefore he wants reforms and he wants liberalization and whatever. So whatever be the reason, wo hua. And uske baad ab Jan Feb mein hua hai. So actually you have, this Jan Feb is more surprising than that October. This you can say is little bit results, little bit new uncertainty or more uncertainty. So if the US market was to not go up every day or correct a little, one more pressure point may go away, that you are selling India to buy US. Who knows?
So for an Indian investor, will 2025 be more about protection of capital rather than generating returns from the stock market?
First 6 months to ऐसे लग रहा है. Yes, because right now we are already.
So when you say first 6 months from here, or let's say the 2 months have already passed?
Overall. But I'm saying then what happens is, market doesn't have a V-shaped recovery. It won't have a V-shaped recovery. V-shaped recovery, you need the government of India to respect the market and the FIs a little bit, which I can explain. But otherwise, Yeah, I mean, this year is not going to be of making returns. If we can retrieve some of these lost returns, that would be great.
You recently said that the budget was a dream budget.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
At least from the sense that the government did whatever it could to for the taxpayers. For somebody who's making returns from the stock market, could more have been done to make it a dream come true budget? Let's say tweak in the long-term or short-term capital gains tax, roll back the STT.
Got it. So the dream budget, why I said was, because my first logic was that people, when they're dreaming about the budget, the night before, they never dream, oh, tomorrow one infra road will be made somewhere, and I'm dreaming about it. You dream that we will get more money or less taxes, and that's what they gave. So it's purely a dream budget. Secondly, Mr. Chidambaram's budget was called a dream budget because he cut taxes. Thirdly, the government did not randomly say, I'm going to invest more, when they said we don't have the capacity or the country doesn't have so many projects which are ready to spend money on. And they did not take money from one group and give to another. They did not cut it as a flat 2-3% so that somebody would say, ki somebody making 5 crores will save 15 lakhs, but I saved only 1 lakh. They said, mota mati, everybody gets around 1 lakh, and still cut the deficit. So that was pretty good. But the biggest mistake they have made, and the biggest turning around of sentiment, not just sentiment, reality, is that they have to accept that the capital gains tax in India, particularly for foreign investors, is 100% wrong. So the largest investors in the world, worldwide and in India, from foreigners are sovereign funds. That means government of Singapore, RDA, Canadian, whatever. Second is pension funds. Say Canadian pension fund, Norges. Third is universities. Harvard, Princeton, all put big money into India. Fourth, all these guys who live in Singapore, Hong Kong, Dubai, Monaco, all high net worth guys. And they don't pay taxes anywhere. And no country, if any of these guys, some of them are based in US also, but when they invest in US market, there is no tax. I live in Singapore, I invest in US, my fund invests in US, no tax. When you invest in India, these foreigners, India takes 20% or 15% tax. And it cannot be recovered. It's just easy to say, oh, you are paying it here, but you can recover it in your home country because you can set it off. There is no tax there. What to do? These guys have no tax in their home country. And they are, whether you like it or not, 60-70% of the money in the world. India maybe 100% out of these 800, some 300-400 will be all these guys only. So when in India you pay tax and in US you don't, UK, by the way, there are some 200 countries in the world, 199 of them there is no tax for a foreign investor. So India ka wo tax hai kya hota hai ki we tell the world Indian market is doing very well. Indian Nifty is up so much, your is up so much, but ours is pre-tax. There is no tax. Secondly, then all foreigners lose money on currency broadly every year. So when we pay tax on the Indian income. And then the dollar rupee comes in. Ye bhi nahi ki you can set off the fact that you lost on rupee dollar. So just to give you some numbers, for the last 7 years, Indian market in rupee terms is up some 12%. That means in dollar terms it is up say 7-8% per annum. But that is pre-tax. You make it post-tax, on that 12% you will have to pay say 2%, 10, so it will become 5%. US market is 12% per annum. Now the question can be, but the Indian public will feel bad ki bhai, you are waiving tax for the foreign investor. So 199 countries don't care, but let us say we care. What is the total tax collection of capital gains in India? Batao ji, without looking at Google. I looked at Google only 3 minutes ago, so it will be the same number. So in 22-23, India got 99,000 crores as capital gains tax, which is $10 billion, let's say $11 billion. But not every year. Peak of the peak year. Is saal Mota Mati zero, or maybe 10, 20,000 crores. Next year, 10, 20,000 because these losses will be taken to next year. In a 5-year cycle or 7-year cycle, you'll have 1 year which is 10 billion, 12 billion. Other years will be 2, 3 billion. So over a 5-year period, you will collect maybe $20 billion, which is 3, 4 billion a year. Zero kar do kya ho gaya? What is 3, 4 billion dollars? Now look at the positive. If you don't respect the market and you don't respect the FII, because I am saying, okay, आप लोगों को नहीं कर रहा, हमारे FII को तो छोड़ दो, but चलो दोनों को छोड़ दो. But the fact is, they say that FII comes in only to trade, to make money. They don't create jobs. They do create a fund manager jobs, but not other jobs. But the thing is, private equity guy cannot come in if he does not know where the exit is. And the private equity guy, when he sells, mostly because it is foreign private equity, will want dollars. So the FII is effectively assuring the private equity guy that first 7 years you invest, you make whatever you have to. When you are redeeming, when you are selling to realize your profit, I will bring in dollars and you will get those dollars and you can go away. This is all a cycle. ये अलग से आप करो अभी like private equity because he creates jobs, they create technology, but if they don't have an exit or if their exit needs dollars, they can't sell it all to domestic mutual fund even if there is money. From every angle, they should do it and it's not a big deal. The last thing is, the only thing governments have is, oh, we'll be embarrassed. हमने अभी तो tax लगाया, it looks bad. अगर ऐसे लगता है, look at Mr. Trump. Day before he tweeted that President Zelensky is a dictator. Tomorrow that guy is coming to meet him. And today I saw myself in the press conference, they asked him, you said that Zelensky is a dictator. He said, me? Really? Next question. तो हमें भी बेशरम होना चाहिए, इसमें शर्माने की बात नहीं है. If it is wrong, or even if it's not wrong, it is worth $4 or $5 billion. Look at jobs, look at economy, look at new this thing, capital. Then you can sell your PSU divestment. You can do hundreds of things. Otherwise, रोते रहो कि हम 5 साल में recover करेंगे because we can't be, reversing course on a obvious mistake that has been made.
So what have you bought and sold in the Indian market since the correction started in September, October of 24? So what has been your investment strategy?
My investment strategy has been that broadly we were bullish till December, Jan. And now we have reduced a little bit based on mostly to do with Trump. Because Trump has created uncertainty in a few sectors. It has also helped us find shorts in a few sectors. And basically I tweet everything indirectly, so you know what. But basically there are now 2 levels of uncertainty, you can say.
So what has found its way into your shopping basket?
Shopping basket or shopping basket?
Both, tell me.
Abhi shopping basket has been deferred till further advice.
So which is what my next question is. As a fund manager, are you finding buying opportunities hard, investing decisions tough? Because see, markets were on a one-way street up till about last year. So whatever, there was a feeling of FOMO, right? So now it's the completely reverse thing. If you bought something in January, you could probably buy it cheaper in February.
Correct. So what happens is that what you do depends on what you have done. So if we had come into January by saying we are sitting on 40% cash, sure we would have bought something. Now we came in at 95% in our long only cash. Invested. So then you will say, अभी चलने दो, हम 95 का हमारा काम हो के 92 हो गया तो क्या फर्क पड़ता है? That is what I mean. The reality is that just because you bought it in Jan and in Feb it is cheaper, doesn't mean that I will use that logic to buy. I will say now I have enough. I know I want to buy a little bit more, but I have money and I have time. What to do? That is the reality. I don't come here and give this fund manager nonsense. The point is that you will say, I have 5-7% cash. Let me feel कि okay, I'll see now. And even if it goes up, I am happy that my 92 is invested. वो होता रहता है इसमें. There is no sacred this thing. You've bought it at this price today. Why are you not buying? I will buy one day, but there is too much uncertainty. So that's what I'm saying. It'll take 1 or 2 months to get that thing back. कि चलो भाई. Because you are already invested sufficiently. That's the whole point.
So, a rapid fire thing. Boldest bet in the last 1 year. That's worked for you.
Boldest bet, we don't take bold bets. But if you say 2.5 years, Zomato.
2.5 years?
Zomato.
Zomato, okay. Missed opportunity of the last 1 year.
Shorting many of these stocks which are very high value.
Biggest contra strategy that did well for you?
Well, actually, now it may be looking as doing well, but for one which was a consensus stock for 25, 30 years was a contra bet for last 3 years, which is HDFC Bank. At least now it doesn't fall.
Or at least doesn't fall that much.
Doesn't fall at least recently. But that is not a contra bet, but it was against everybody saying sell it off.
Markets versus IPL.
Markets versus?
IPL. Where will we see more ups and downs and hard burns in the next 3 months?
At every level, number one most interesting thing in the world is these days to see Trump press conference. And number two is market, and IPL is very boring. I recently went to see India-Pakistan, but agar us din market khuli hoti, which would have been more interesting, the market.
Thank you, Samir. Let me just open up the discussion to the floor and take in some questions. We have just 5 minutes, if the questions can be brief. Please identify yourself and then followed by the question, please.
Hi, sir. My name is Kumar Gaurav. I cover primary markets for BS.
Kumar Gaurav?
Yes.
Very good. I need your autograph.
Thank you, sir. My question is, as you said, like for the first 6 months, rather than expecting returns, we need to safeguard our capitals. Now, I need your opinion for the investors who are sitting on cash already. Is this the right time for them to get into the markets, or should they wait longer?
No, so that's what I was saying. It all depends on how much cash somebody has. What I meant is, if somebody is 90% invested and 5% cash, you can be cute about it, because I feel little bit of cash gives you a sense of control. It gives you a feeling that, "Arey, market gir gayi to kya hua? I'm not fully invested." You need all these psychological things to handle the markets. Like, for 30 years I've done. Now, in the end, that 5% may not get you the correct bottom. But every day, like this, you are more excited, should I buy? It's all psychological, little bit here or there. So a little bit of cash is more for your own feeling of that, I am in control, and if there's a fall, I don't have to panic. In fact, I have money to buy. Yes, but of course, in the individual stock, we are also not zero buying. But I'm saying conceptually, it's not that we are finishing whatever little cash we have.
Okay, and how about like those who have already made their profit in September or probably in August, and now they're sitting on close to 50 or 60% cash?
50, 60% cash means you are overly depending more on timing of the market, and that generally is very difficult. And how do you know that Mr. Modi and team will not listen to my great idea and cut capital gains tax someday soon?
All right, thank you, sir.
Hi, sir. I am Abhishek from Business Standard. So my question is, do you think that for the next 4 years, market will perform like this more or less because of Trump? You don't know what and when he will say what. So do you think that how an Indian investor should keep his portfolio? Should he invest in Bitcoin a bit more and equity in less and in gold or other defensives?
So first of all, I don't think that President Trump can continue this uncertainty for so long, because it's like crying wolf, crying wolf. Either he does it now in the next 4 or 5 months, or he can't do it. He can't keep saying every 3 months that I'm introducing tariff. This thing will have to be resolved in 4 or 5 months. How many times will he come and try to scare the world? Let's say yesterday, the US market was up in the beginning, and then suddenly I think a tweet came or whatever came saying that I am going to increase China tariff by 10%, and market fell 1%. Now suppose he doesn't do it. Suppose he doesn't do on March 2nd any tariffs against Mexico and Canada and little bit against China, and on April 2nd he doesn't do anything and says no, 3 more months, then after some time nobody cares. But beyond that, we also can't care as a market forever about these things. हमें clarity चाहिए little bit. And more than us, the FII may need, if we are talking about him. And thirdly, maybe the US companies need a little bit, so that they know how much they are, what is their outlook, so that they can spend on IT and things like that. And therefore, we are connected with them to that extent. So this uncertainty is not a 4-year thing. This is 3-6 month type of thing. In terms of buying, I don't buy Bitcoin. I don't know what is the purpose of Bitcoin, but gold is very good.
Yeah, you had a question.
Yeah. Hi, Deepak Malpani this side. Sir, in September 24, we were like sitting at Nifty at 26,000 approx. Now, do you foresee any possibility in September 25 that Nifty has the possibility of reaching to the levels of 19K? And as a hedge against it, if we go in silver, so what are your views on silver? Because gold is already near its high maybe.
I'm an equities guy. Gold, I was saying personally, I own. In a fund we don't have, but I don't relate to silver. Gold is more of a safety haven and all that. Silver has so many industrial uses, but for whatever, I've never in my life even looked at silver ka kya ho raha, because I'm actually not a commodities guy or a multi-asset manager. So I have no idea about silver, but gold in general is good. It has outlasted 5,000 years every period. Gold is generally a good hedge, and also gold we can relate that all countries are trying to buy, because after US basically blocked Russia's reserves, then obviously the Chinese guy and even the Indian guy will say, what if there's a crisis, if there's a fight, the US can take away my US dollar reserves. So it became natural. Same, so I think China might be the biggest buyer in this time, because whatever extra surplus it was generating, and it used to spend most of it on buying US government bonds, some X part of that, they are all buying gold. But silver they can't store, silver they can't hoard. Gold is easier to buy. And I think one day I also feel there's a big risk, which I have to also worry about myself. One day some bank will be hacked. And that's a super scary scenario. Whose bank, which bank, what they will do. And who knows, you think you're a rich guy, but your money is in one bank account. Or maybe two bank accounts. Physical gold, everybody will want one day. Because this hacking business also, Mr. Chaudhary came and he was talking about quantum computing. So one biggest risk in 2-3 years will be that quantum computing can break your password in like millionth of a second, because it can try every combination in like half a second. So these are going to be big scary things in future about passwords and all that, which is all basically saving the banking system. Okay, everybody has a password. Chalo, India mein there is dual, this thing which is better. But that is the angle.
Thank you, Samir. We've run out of time, but not questions.
Oh, 19K. I hope not, I don't know.
We've run out of time and not questions. Thank you, Samir, for your thoughts, for coming down to this session from Singapore. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you very much. Can we please have the mementos? That was such a fun session. Could almost picture Trump sitting there and saying, every morning, what should I shake today? Thank you so much. We'll plunge straight into our next discussion. This is a panel discussion on India Inc. We have some top minds from India Inc. The topic is New India, the building blocks. Could I please? Okay, we'll just set up the stage first. Ladies and gentlemen, do please settle down. We are starting our discussion now. May I please welcome on stage Mr. Puneet Jaggi, co-founder Blue Smart and Gensol. Mr. Anshu Sharma, co-founder and CEO Magic Pin. And Mr. Achin Setia, CEO of Snapdeal. In a conversation with them will be Ms. Nivedita Mukherjee, Executive Editor, Business Standard.
We have the right tags? Yes. Okay. Thank you, Veenu. So this is a very non-traditional India Inc. panel, as you can see, from the way they are dressed to the way they are. So this is, we can call it a startup panel. So we'll start with Puneet. Puneet Puneet Jaggi of Blue Smart. How has the idea of startups really changed over the years? What are your thoughts on that?
First of all, thank you. Thank you for the great honor that we are all here today. When we had started, and actually forget when we had started, when we had imagined ever being a businessman, our idea of a business used to be, यार कारखाना होना चाहिए, धुआं निकलना चाहिए, labor होने चाहिए. That's what building a real business looks like. 2010, when we got started, still capital was scarce. There were few people like Anshu here who was taking bets, but that said, the ecosystem around funding of startups was still very basic, very nascent at the time. And at the time, any business which was bootstrapped and profitable on day one, any business that could have started with friends and family savings, that used to be the idea of startup of the country. We were amongst them, right? My father served in the army, बहुत respect, little capital. But so that's why we got into consulting business, because वो suitcase लगती है, flight ticket लगती है और आप शुरू कर सकते हो. Fast forward that to today, I think every cafe in Bangalore is spawning startups. Forget Bangalore, Mumbai, Delhi, Pune, Jaipur, everything is spawning startups. It's a much more tech-enabled ecosystem, whether that be UPI to FASTag to 5G, everywhere India has got a global leadership position. And as a result, there are so many value and so many problems that India is solving for Indians and then for global as well. So I have at least been privy to these 3-4 different, very interesting views of what Karkhana to startup might have meant for different generations, all in a span of last 15 years.
If I had to ask you, what do you think is the charm of starting up? Is it the idea of not having a boss?
For anybody who is married, I don't think that idea stands for too long. But that said, I'll tell you what was it for me, right? I was very fortunate, 2010 I graduated from college. I was very fortunate to get placed in Shell. I'm a chemical engineer by qualification. So Shell was Fortune #1 company of 2010 and I was delighted. Day zero placement, बढ़िया package, Amsterdam भेजने वाले थे training के लिए. So it was amazing. But the good company that Shell is, it said that we are going to give you 100 days, build a hobby, play a sport, pick up something that you're going to enjoy. Because after 100 days, you're going to get stuck in the corporate grind. So tab tak जी लो अपनी जिंदगी. right? By that time, Anmol, my elder brother, had already started Gensol. तो उसको तो मतलब वो आईआईटी का ठप्पा लगा हुआ, फ्री का लेबर मिल गया 100 दिन के लिए, तो उसने बोला आप जाओ सोलर प्लांट लगाएंगे, आप आंध्र प्रदेश जाओ विजिट के लिए, राजस्थान जाओ विजिट के लिए. Now by the end of the 100 days, the potential for wealth creation, the potential for knowledge, the potential for exposure was proven hands down so much more, so much better than any job that could ever offer me, that I just couldn't say no to the startup opportunity that was there. Right? So, and Vaiguru Karke, we have been very fortunate that we have been blessed with all three over the period of last 15 years, ups and downs kept apart. But all of this startup story really came to us, and na to girlfriend thi, na us time बीवी थी, ना बच्चे थे, तो zero risk profile पे चल रहे थे, तो it just panned out very beautifully for us.
Thanks. That's a nice way to put it. I'll come to Anshu Sharma next. You are a co-founder. You are co-founder Magic Pin. Magic Pin is into so many things. You started with something, and then you are into food delivery. Zomato and Swiggy, they are your competition. Zomato is also a shareholder in your company, right? So, why did you start up?
Okay, you said a lot of things. I'll react to that in a bit. Unlike Anmol, I took a long time, 14 years after graduating to start. And my journey was that after graduating, I worked in technology sector. I was working at Motorola, Hughes. These were the names in the technology space which were interesting. Then I felt that there is a limitation to what is being done. So I did an MBA. I went to Ahmedabad. Spent 2 years there, joined Bain & Company, a consulting firm. Went to their Boston office. Bain was getting set up in India. Was fortunate to be part of that early team being set up there. Did that for 4 years. Felt that, okay, this is fine, but this is still advisory. I would want to be closer to action, but still don't know what exactly I should do. So you were fortunate that you got to know what you want to do very early. I did not. So I did the next best thing, that I joined Lightspeed Venture Partners. Lightspeed is a venture capital firm. In fact, that's when I had met Anmol. This was in 2010. The idea was that, okay, I don't know what I want to do, but there are people who are so motivated and driven to know what they want to do. Let me come one step closer and be inspired by that. Actually, I was telling one of your colleagues that the first company we invested in from Lightspeed was a company called Indian Energy Exchange. We were the first investor. It's now a large public sector company. But this idea of so much disruption can happen in a large market where technology can play a role. That was always very interesting. I started my journey by being an engineer, working and doing something there, then seeing a lot in Bain & Company, seeing it much more closely at Lightspeed, till the time I felt that some of my colleagues from Bain, right, Dipinder at Zomato and Sahil at Delivery, they went on to start companies and they became big. And I felt that if I don't do it now, then it'll always just stay with me. And we had been looking at a space, which is the Magic Pins business, for a while at Lightspeed, and I went on to start a company in that space. And that's how, at least I got started. Now the thing about getting started is that your time is right and you know when it is right. So there is no objective way to answer. What we did, our thesis at Magic Pin is to say retail in India is a massive market. It's a $1 trillion market growing with India's consumption, and 90% of this market is offline. People go out to consume products, goods, services, right? 10% of it is online, which is e-commerce, now quick commerce, where billions of dollars have gone in. But consumers want to go out, and merchants, and there are millions of these merchants who form the lifeblood of our country, they will not come online to, let's say, do an ad on YouTube or Instagram. And that's where the opportunity is, that we become the gateway, or we bring the local markets alive on the user's smartphone, such that users can see where are the great places that they could go out for a dinner or buying, let's say, apparel or footwear or entertainment. What are the best offers that are running there? That's how we started. And then as we kept graduating, discovery and discounts at those merchants, and performance for merchants, that merchants pay us only when we drive business to them. COVID forced us to build delivery, because all our going out business just stopped overnight. And that's when our journey around delivery started. Subsequently, we became part of ONDC, which also grew. Zomato has been an investor before delivery became big for us. But food was the first category in delivery, and our business model is all categories for offline. So to that extent, we overlap with Zomato in one area, but our business is more offline than it is online.
So sometimes is it a problem that, Zomato is there and they have their own strategy and you have your own? So for instance, in quick commerce, how do you, handle the
I think it's very complementary. By the way, Zomato as a company, they are, and free markets are good for everyone. They are very clear believers in that. So I think quick commerce is great for offline retail. A lot of our partners, large apparel stores, food stores, everyone for the longest of times wanted to do delivery, but they were not. Now, everyone is saying that if quick commerce is going to become big, what is my strategy? And when it comes to offline retailers, Magic Pin is the largest player who's enabling offline retailers to come online. So I believe quick commerce will have a very clear role to play in some categories, but in all discovery-oriented categories, it'll always be a hybrid. It'll always be omni-channel. You'll get products delivered, but you'll always go to the store. Not the entire range of discovery in soft categories can be kept inside a dark store. So I think both of these will move forward. The great thing, or the most, the entity that benefits most is the customer. They are being spoiled for choices, right? Faster, better, cheaper, and that's a great thing about startups, right? It improves everyone's quality of life.
Right, thanks. I'll go to Achint now. Achint, CEO of Snapdeal. Looking at our topic of discussion today, New India, the building blocks. How is Snapdeal really contributing to this New India? In what way? And Snapdeal has changed over the years, isn't it?
Yeah, hi everyone, and good to be here. And thanks for inviting me on the panel. I have joined Snapdeal recently, actually, but I've been in e-commerce with 3 different players over the last 7 years. And unlike both the panelists here who have started with something and grown that over years, I think Snapdeal, which used to be really big at some point, has seen the highs and lows. And currently where we are, I'm part of the comeback story, if I may put it that way. And it's a very exciting comeback story, also linked to the question that you asked. If I look at it from 2 perspectives, the customers and the partners, right, of the New India. The customer of New India today, as we see, and I've just come from a long field trip across 7 cities, just meeting a lot of people just to understand what's happening. And these are people who are in the middle and lower income strata, the Bharat consumer, as we call them. And I'm just amazed at the digital democracy that we have achieved in this country. The aspirations were always high. We always knew that. The aspiration of a small town consumer is high. I think that is not a secret to anyone. But I think along with the aspiration, what has happened is the appreciation of digital technology, the appreciation of global trends, and contextualization of those trends to their local context, right? So this customer who's yearning for getting access to some of these, I would say so-called trends, which are normally a metro city generated or a global trend phenomenon, they want that access. And I think for us, the story is very simple. We want to give that access at a very affordable price to this consumer. There is a separate story that is unveiling in India around the upper middle class and the affluent customers migrating upwards, and luxury as a sector really picking up very strongly. I think at the same time, just to also build on what Anshu said, right, the retail market is still largely offline today. It is still largely an unbranded market. And customers care a lot more about quality and look and appeal than they care about brands at scale in this country. I think there is a set of customers who really care about brands, but there is a large share who, for them, the look is the brand. Right? And that is the customer we are going after and providing access and solving the, I would say, the fashion and the style and the lifestyle problems of that customer. On the other side, if I think about the ecosystem, we have a very large number of MSME sellers today who are registered with us. Now, again, there has been a lot of conversation on the MSME sector. The government has done very good work over the last many years in promoting the sector. But when you actually go on the ground and you see how these people have overcome all the bottlenecks that you may think, sitting here in the corporate rooms of lack of education or lack of appreciation for how to use digital technologies, there are close to 57, just to give you an example, right? I went to Surat. There are 57 textile market hubs in Surat. Big buildings, each of them have 100 to 150 shops. In most shops, you will see a QR code, right? Which is, if you are a seller, selling on an e-commerce platform, you can just scan that QR code and you can become part of the WhatsApp group of that shop owner. That shop owner is a completely illiterate person, right? He has never shopped online, doesn't even know how to manage accounting, has kept somebody to do that. But he or she is selling a significant amount of their inventory on online channels through this middleman network, right? So how people have overcome the digital divide with access to data, with access to knowledge, and the mobile phone in their hands, I think that has been truly phenomenal. And we see ourselves at the middle of this revolution, if you may put it. Today we have the Indian customer. As a country, we were ranked 122 10 years ago on our daily data consumption. Today we are number 1, and we are more than US and China combined on a daily basis on data. That to me is an evolution which is once in a lifetime that we are seeing in our lifetime.
Yeah, so Achint, you said that you are part of the comeback story at Snapdeal in its pivoted form right now. So what is the lesson that you've learned from the bigger competition in your space?
I think my founders are the best people to answer that question. I was part of that ecosystem that you call as competition today. But I think truly, when I look at my team and the organization, I see tremendous amount of humility. And to me, that is the biggest lesson that I see as an outsider. I'm still an outsider, trying to be an insider in the company. Just learning from the experiences of what has really worked and where they have really gone wrong. And then being very open-minded and still not being averse to take some bold bets and completely repivot your business when no one believes in you. I think that is something I'm learning as I see a lot of what's happening around.
Puneet, what have you learned from the bigger competitors? What to do and what not to do? The Ubers and Olas of the world.
Sure. So, but before I get into that, just a thought on Achint's journey. Sir, test match में ना second innings में ज़्यादा मज़ा आता है. So I'm pretty damn sure that second innings of Snapdeal is going to be absolutely bombastic. Now, coming to our industry, coming to Blue Smart or mobility, Uber has been the global OG, right? Original gangster of mobility. And kudos to them, they created the market. Ola is the Indian OG, right? The first to ever pioneer this model in the country and make Indians comfortable in traveling in stranger cabs online, digitally. We have a challenger in Rapido now, which is gaining market share so fast. I think we learn a ton from each other, but we also depend on each other to create markets, to create industries that have not existed in the past. अगर Uber और Ola नहीं होते तो Blue Smart नहीं पैदा होती, right? So there's a ton that we have tried to do for each other. There's a ton that we compete with each other for. अगर अगर Flipkart ने COD pioneer नहीं किया होता तो Snapdeal COD शायद नहीं करता, and I'm not sure, maybe Snapdeal did pioneer it. But so that's something that keeps on happening in our industry. When we came in, what we appreciated is that यार गाड़ियाँ अब सबके पास आ चुकी हैं. The market is already there. Probably 6 lakh or so cabs ply the Indian roads online. However, the dissatisfaction that is there is extremely high and it's a very anxious experience to book a cab. So जब भी अगर आपको सुबह एयरपोर्ट के लिए निकलना है तो आपको 3 बार बुक करना पड़ेगा, पौना घंटा पहले बुक करना पड़ेगा from the time that you want to leave. You'll be happy paying a waiting fee. You will check with the driver 3 times. हाँ भैया मैं कैश भी दे दूंगा, आप बस कैंसिल मत करना. right? All of that you have to do. AC nahi chalta, koi dikkat nahi hai. We just wanted to remove that friction from a driving experience. If you are sitting in a Blue Smart cab, you should be assured that गाड़ी आएगी, driver polite होगा, गाड़ी साफ मिलेगी, आप सही समय पे निकलोगे, सही समय पे पहुंचोगे. That's all that we tried to do. I mean, although we are electric and we are extremely proud of it that we pioneered electric mobility in India, but that said, to an average consumer, I think it is the comfort and reliability of Blue Smart that attracts them to Blue Smart. Electric is a feel-good environment factor that they enjoy as well. So that's what, I mean, thanks to them that we existed in the market in the first place, but that's what we tried to actually pivot ourselves on. And today, when the whole aspiration drive is coming in, the whole premiumization drive is coming in, I think we are making a space for ourselves at the top of the pyramid, right? So we understand that there are use cases in the lives of people that they want zero compromise on. If you're taking your elderly mother to a hospital, you do not want to have a hassle with a cab. If you are wanting to take a flight, a train, wanting to make an important business meeting, you cannot be late for that, or you cannot have any compromise to that. If you just want to show off on a date, you don't want to compromise on that. And that aspirational India likes premium products, and that's the positioning that we are playing in.
Puneet, just to ask you on that, yes, comfort and reliability is there, but what about speed? Most of the time we have to book in advance. We know that it's going to come, most likely, maybe competition may ditch you. But, in the age of quick commerce, shouldn't we have quick cabs, quick rides?
You are 110% right. Our dream is that any metro in the country in 5 minutes at any time of the day, you should be able to get a Blue Smart. But when we started, we clearly did not have network effects at our end. When we started, we were 100 cabs, and this became our anchor. Experience became our anchor. So people could either pay by money or people could pay by time. With Blue Smart, they decided to pay by time by virtue of getting a better experience. Today, in most parts of Delhi, if not in all parts of Delhi NCR, you are able to get a Blue Smart within 20 minutes under Express in almost every time of the day, weekday or weekend. We are very close to achieving that in Bangalore also, and recently we launched Mumbai. So I'm confident that as our fleet size keeps on increasing, we will be able to increasingly meet this promise of instant rides as well. Till then, if anybody has a preference for फटाफट रीच करना है एक जगह से दूसरी जगह पे, where you can have 5 minutes waiting, but with somewhat different experience. There are our competitors who are able to meet that requirement better. But if you want to have a peace of mind, then you should try and use Blue Smart.
But once you introduce instant rides, will the quality fall then? Will the reliability factor go away?
Ma'am, there's a favorite book of mine called Amp It Up. It's written by Frank Slootman, Snowflake till recently CEO हुआ करता था वो. There's a passage in that line which reads that quality is not a matter of scale. Quality is not a matter of how much time are you going to put in. Quality is a state of mind, right? If you insist on excellence all the time, every place, quality will automatically follow. It's not the scale that kills quality. It's the incumbent feeling that kills quality. As long as, and I was saying this to somebody earlier also, as long as each of my driver partner have my personal phone number, as long as each of my customer can reach out to me on LinkedIn or on social media or otherwise to talk to me and find out that why the cab experience that they booked wasn't optimum, and I'm able to react to it in a fast enough time, I will continue to keep on winning the market. So I don't think that there is going to be absolutely any decline of quality, and if it is, this then we are the world's only 4.9 rated mobility app at a mass scale, right? And this is across 130,000 ratings. So जिस दिन हमारी वो राइड रेटिंग 4.9 की 4.8 होती है, ब्लू स्मार्ट के 500 लोग ड्राइवर बन के ग्राउंड पे उतर जाते हैं देखने के लिए कि क्वालिटी क्या फट रही है, right? So that's a matter of a culture. We are never going to give up on that.
Thanks. I want to ask all of you about funding, fundraise, funding winter. Is funding winter finally over, or are we still in it? Anshu.
I think capital find its way towards value is being created. That has always been true. There might be some blips of things going up, things going down. But in India, this is, I'd say, from a startup perspective, we are in a golden age. The kind of adoption, hunger for technology, and the kind of capability that exists within operators and teams in being able to build those solutions. We heard some of those examples. I have many more of my own. That is unprecedented. And capital is looking for returns. That's the reason why the multiple on India is what it is. So there might be blips of what you might refer to as a funding winter, but India is in a golden age of building value through technology, and funds are looking to invest in such opportunities.
Achint, why don't we have so many unicorns as we did earlier? They are coming a bit slow.
I think, again, it may not be the right reference, if you ask me. We should look at any ecosystem to evolve over the course of a few decades and not just, a couple of years. There was a time globally when funding was easy, the interest rates were low in the US, and everyone was getting as much as possible, right? I think that's a cycle that has changed. The good thing that has happened, and I see that not just from an Indian perspective, I was in Southeast Asia for a few years before this. I think everywhere the conversation on making money in a sustainable manner has gone up multiple notches, which has not just shifted the mindset of the founders, it has shifted the mindset of the operating teams. People who used to get access to easy cash, their way of building business has changed fundamentally. And I've seen it, with a lot of people around me, where the conversation is no longer, can we get some quick bucks out of this or get some quick customer acquisitions, but it's about, what is the long-term value of this customer at the cost we acquired this customer. And that, to me, is a fantastic conversation at the stage of development this country is, where people are now thinking 5-year, 10-year, because they have constraint on cash. And that, I think, is a great motherhood of innovation, if you ask me.
Puneet, how important is it to be a unicorn or decacorn?
Ma'am, so we also have a publicly traded company. So I'll tell you the same answer that I tell our investors who talk about a share price. हमारे कंट्रोल में तो वो है ही नहीं. Share price भूल जाते, धंधे पे concentrate करते हैं. If we are able to build a right business, the narrative will follow. In an up cycle, the shares will go up. In a down cycle, the shares will go down. It's a nature of the industry. And just to zoom out, what is happening really? पिछले 5 साल में interest rates बहुत high थे US में, तो people were finding opportunities outside of the US to invest. I was sitting with Chauhan sir, जो NSE के CEO हैं. His very, very crisp answer of why is it that Indian markets are falling or that FIIs are taking out? यार global interest rates change हुए, emerging market का index funds ने allocation कम कर दिया. And because that has happened, people have taken their money out from India. The public market multiples directly impact the private market multiples. एक तो अगर मैं एक सेठ हूँ, मेरे पास पैसा है 25 करोड़ लगाने के लिए, I will put it in the public market में Titan के stock में लगाऊंगा ना. Why should I try to put it in a startup which is more risky? And second, जो मेरा multiple है Blue Smart में, that will get affected by a multiple of a public listed company as well. तो जब वो गिर रही है तो मैं भी गिरता हूँ. Right? So these are all standard things that happen in any market. So every time that we will see a boom, there will be a parallel bust a couple of years down the line. That's just the nature of the industry that is there. So I'm not surprised by that at all. And what is it? Again, I think it comes down to brass tacks. What is brass tacks? Your consumers need to be happy. Your suppliers need to be happy. Your team needs to be happy. As long as that is happening, you will end up building perseverant businesses that will last generations.
So I think we are reaching the end of the session. Any question from the audience? Maybe one question we can take.
Hello.
Yes, yeah.
Hi. Very interesting conversation. I'm Sébastien Foucault. Actually, I was part of the raise of startups 15 years ago back in Berlin, Germany, with the Rocket Internet teams, etc. And I have a bit of thought-provoking question here, is that most of the business model that you guys are working on and we see rising are basically this leveraging technology and data to intermediate between retail shops and consumers, or delivery people and consumers. And that's the same we've seen elsewhere in the world. What do you think prevents the rise of a generation of truly innovative, in a sense, new types of business model, new types of technology everywhere in the world, in particular in India? Is it lack of ideas, or is it lack of fundings, or the difficulty for investors to trust those very different
Right. Anshu, would you like to take that question?
Sure. Actually, contrary to the premise you've said, I think that's happening in India. The pace at which adoption and absorption of technology is happening is just amazing. Whether you look at the retailer in this example of QR code WhatsApp, and I can talk about our retailers, right? A small fashion retailer, he'll click picture of an apparel, we'll clean it up, use Gen AI to create a model looking in that way that he's now marketable in a way that he never was. Similarly, on the rider side, their ability in a very efficient way, not just cars, right? Just point-to-point deliveries in a hyper-local way. How that is being managed, the quick commerce revolution that's happening, how the reduction in cost has happened, both in storage as well as in transportation on the last mile by just crunching the density. All of these are very strong examples. Perhaps where India lacks today is building fundamental blocks of science, right? These, like for example, these large language models, etc. But that's fine, as long as we are quick enough to pick those up and figure out how they apply to our context and start to build off that. I think that's a great start, and then further upstream innovation will continue to happen. In the last 10 years, right, if you've been looking at India, just the way this market is thriving, you can think of number of unicorns, but just look at the kind of product capability, technology capability that has come up. This is revolutionary, and I think it'll just accelerate from here onwards. Maybe it'll take some more time for the fundamental blocks of science to start to happen. You need an economy which is more mature and is more settled. We'll get there. What might happen before that is companies getting built out of India with this application start to go out of India and deploy this in more places. I think that might happen sooner. So I think the next decade or the decade after that should see India rise and be able to provide this to not just India, but to the rest of the world as well.
But
Thank you. That's a very comprehensive answer. We've completely run out of time. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I please request for the mementos to be presented to our panelists? I'd like to tell our audience that the mementos that are being handed over are the Bodhi trees, and they signify for us the 50 years of business standard. Bodhi tree, the tree of enlightenment. I'm sure we all enjoyed that session. I will use a line from Mr. Sharma that this is the golden age for Indian startups. So, and that's a very positive note to end this panel discussion on. We are going to start our next fireside chat in just a minute. While the stage is being set up. Mr. Julian Tornare has been active for 26 years in the watchmaking industry. Mr. Tornare initially worked at Raymond Weil for 2 years before spending 17 years at Vacheron Constantin, branch of Richmond, first as director for the Swiss market, subsequently as the brand's US president, the headquarter international sales director, and finally as managing director for Asia Pacific. He then developed further his management and leadership skills at the Zenith CEO. He graduated from the IMD and the London Metropolitan University. Please give it up for Mr. Julian Tornare. I would like to invite him on stage along with my colleague and senior editor, Ms. Veenu Sandhu, to discuss, can India create its own Louis Vuitton?
Thank you very much, Julian, for taking time out, and congratulations on the new boutique in Bangalore. This is the second one in India. The first was in Mumbai 5 years ago. We'll just quickly plunge straight into a very primary question. Julian, for the audience, he's been in the luxury watchmaking business for 26 years, and he heads the Swiss watch brand called Hublot, which is known for watches that cost upwards of what a premium car would. So, do we need luxury? Why do we need luxury? And why does any country need luxury?
First of all, good afternoon, everyone. Very happy to be here. My first time in India, so great to spend these few minutes with you. And no, you don't need luxury. By definition, luxury is something to make you feel accomplished, to make you feel happy. I always tell my clients, you don't need a watch. You can look at your cell phone, Technologies are here to give us very accurate time. However, luxury will provide a great feeling of emotion, pleasure, and as I said, a sense of accomplishment. That's why we need luxury in life.
And the countries too. Like a country needs its luxury brand, something that is recognizable the world over. For instance, yesterday there was, at least two of our esteemed guests talked about it. We had the banker, Mr. Uday Kotak, saying that India needs to create something like a Louis Vuitton. And we had the G20 Sherpa, Mr. Amitabh Kant, also talking about it. Now your brand, LVM, your parent company, LVMH, everybody knows about it. What does it take to build a brand, that is recognizable from across the world?
Well, it's clear LVMH is a large group. We now own 75 brands in a very, very diversified portfolio. And the idea is really to go after brands that have a strong identity, a strong authenticity. Often, if you think about the successful brand, it's been about what I would call the country of origin effect. We all think, if you think about shoes, you think about Italy. If you think about fashion, you think about France, Italy as well. If you think about luxury watches, for example, you think about small country called Switzerland. And it's all these ingredients that at some point made a brand successful. And of course, after, it's how you work to develop it internationally. That's really the key.
Okay, and India as a luxury market, what is your sense of India as a luxury market, and where is it headed?
Well, I think India is definitely an important market for us and for all our brands. The question is, when do you enter India? When are you mature to enter India? We talked about Louis Vuitton. I think they entered 22 years ago. Yes. Hublot as a watch brand was one of the first to enter the market 20 years ago already. We have 2 boutiques. And we need to be patient. Of course. Why? Because maybe 20 years ago, we didn't have the right environment for luxury brands as we can present them in other countries. Today, it's getting fast. Even if it's my first trip to India, I realize that the landscape is changing. We have more and more shopping malls that are offering the right environment for luxury brand to be here. But more important than that, you have to be present early in the market. We saw that 30 years ago with China. And today I can tell you that having entered the market 20 years ago, we have a competitive advantage to other players that are not here yet or coming later. So it's really important to be present and talk about your brand.
But what does it take, what does it take to build a brand like yours? You are a young brand comparatively, you're 45 years old. So we talk a lot about, when we talk about India, we talk a lot about heritage, which we have, we take immense pride in, and we have legacy, we have heritage and all of that. But you're a very young brand, and you have made like a global mark. How does one achieve something like that? Lessons for India from your brand.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, of course, Hublot is very young. It's the first time in my career that I'm actually older than the brand I'm working for. Hublot is only 45 years old, when most watch brands, they are hundreds of years of history. But, you have to take advantage of who you are. And by being very contemporary, our brand is much more building the future of Swiss watchmaking. And that's very meaningful when many other players of the Swiss watch industry are perceived as very conservative, looking a lot and leaning a lot on the past instead of building the future. Today, one of the big challenges in any country is how do we still appeal to young generation? And as I often say, you have to live in your own world. You have to live in today's world. So even if you are doing great watchmaking and we still use the same techniques like 50 years ago, 100 years ago, the brand itself has to communicate and has to be innovative, creative to appeal to younger generation. And it's no exception with India. I mean, I'm sure you discussed a lot about innovation, creativity, dynamism. And Hublot is often perceived as, I would say, the terrible kid of the watch industry because we push the limits, because we bring new materials, we bring things that are extremely surprising, but we also build the future of watchmaking. And I think it's very important to, when you jump into a market like India, not only talk about your history, your heritage, but to show that the brand will evolve with the clients, will not get older and older next to the clients, becoming more and more young.
So is heritage a weight, or is it something that we can take and, fly with?
No, it's still a great advantage. And I mean, we also use our 45 years of experience, definitely. But there are so many brands that, in a way, Swiss brands, that are too much leaning on their heritage, sometimes too much turned to the past. I think today, if you want to be appealing again, you need to talk about what's new, what's coming new, Let's take the example of new materials. Hublot was the very first brand, years ago already, to introduce ceramic, colored ceramic, sapphire, magic gold, which is an unscratchable gold. When I come to India this week, many people told me, in India, in terms of material, we are still quite conservative. We still like gold, regular gold. It's okay, fine. But I know that the more we move ahead, the more these new materials will also be appealing in India. It's a question of timing. Maybe here for a precious watch, you still want to have gold. And in many countries, it's starting to evolve already, So for me, it's a lot about being who you are and sticking to that and moving with innovation. And right now, when I'm talking to you, we just launched 2 days ago the first ever made multicolor ceramic, which had never been done. It's a world premiere. So we continue to push the limits, we continue to move on. And I think it's key for our competitive advantage.
Okay. So, Swiss watches are synonymous with quality. There's a lot of robust research that goes into it. They are synonymous with fantastic craftsmanship. And India as a country is known for its craftsmanship, whether it's in textiles or it's in jewelry. But, buildings, turning that, taking that advantage and turning it into a brand that the world would recognize requires certain layers of working through. Is it possible to just take us through maybe, what kind of an institutional mechanism is needed, what kind of marketing is needed, what kind of layers are needed that can really build a brand that, the world knows?
No, of course. And I'm sure there are plenty of luxury brands in India with great craftsmanship that are not yet known by foreigners, that are only known locally in India. And I think we all went through the same processes. When you think about India from a European perspective, you think about high technology, you think about Tata, you think about all these huge companies that you have in India. you don't really think about luxury. And I think one way to do it, definitely, I see two ways to do it. First of all is the more tourism you will have in India. Today people are coming a lot in India for the culture, to visit your beautiful country, the sights, to taste your food, to enjoy really the country for inside. Not systematically for shopping. When other cities in the world, they go for shopping. Why? Because you are still opening up and developing new shopping malls. When other cities, I'm thinking Dubai, Singapore, London, you have huge facilities for luxury shopping. So this is developing, and it's going to be a way for Indian brands to show their know-how, to show their crafts. And that's one very important way. Plus, I see the Indian diaspora in the whole world. You have Indian communities all over. I have myself quite a few Indian friends in Switzerland, and these can also play a role, to develop that, to get people abroad to know about Indian domestic luxury brand. So the future is bright, but it takes a bit of time.
So tourism will need to be developed further. I mean, that is one leg that you said. And also the placement possibly of the brands where the tourists are able to see it, or what?
Yes, I would, if today I'm getting a new job and I'm working for a luxury brand in India, these are the two channels I would definitely push. To catch the people visiting India, to show them what India luxury, I'm thinking jewelry. I've seen some beautiful jewelry over there, but the names are not known in Europe. So I would definitely catch people coming to India, and that will only rise in the future, as well as find partners in different countries to start talking about this. That's how it happens with Italian luxury goods or French luxury goods back in the days.
So when you talk about partners, do you also mean collaborations with international collaborations and collaborations within India among, like maybe say a textile tying up with a jewelry brand or something like that?
Yes, absolutely. And I'm also thinking of within Asia Pacific, there is one country over the last few years that started to export its culture so well that it's becoming very cool in Europe, in America, and people want to buy goods. It's South Korea. South Korea has done interesting things, whether on TV shows or on pop singers with the K-pop, and some brands are really taking more and more South Korean ambassadors, and this South Korean culture, which is not the biggest country in Asia Pacific, but they are very dynamic in exporting their image. And that's something that definitely contributes. And I see some South Korean brands also starting to develop in Europe, in the US, and in Dubai. I saw that.
Within India, if there were any brands that you would say that, okay, this is a particular brand that I recognize or that I have seen outside of India as well, are there any such brands that come to your mind from India?
Yes, as I said, we think about Infosys in high tech, or of course Tata Group with Range Rover. These are the names that came to mind. All the high tech, mostly from India. That's in Europe what we hear.
But these are services, brands that are synonymous with the services. Products wise, what are the areas that we can focus on, or products wise, what are the areas or what are the challenges that India as a country you think faces in terms of developing products that become, like Infosys is known, but a product that the world would see?
I think you're also very well known for textiles and all that, so that could be an entrance door, in my opinion. You cannot do everything at the same time, but from what I saw in textiles or in jewelry, these could be good channels to start and to raise the brand's awareness here as abroad. But you need to catch these clients. You need to really be present at the right spot at the right time. And today, it's not happened yet.
So your parent company is LVMH, and in India we have brands such as there's Sabyasachi, and there are other designers like there's a Tarun Tahiliani. These are names that are there, but a lot of them are known as by the designer's own name. So it's very by the designer's own name, these brands. So how important is it to have an institutionalized luxury where there is, say, funding which is coming in, there is, where funding is coming in, where there is greater support in terms of like, for instance, Reliance. Some of them have been like, I have tied up with Reliance. Somebody has tied up with your Aditya Birla Fashion Retail. How important is institutional support for luxury in a country which is both developing and developed, and is looking to, put its name out there in terms of recognizable brands? How important is support from, say, bigger companies to brands that have the potential to flourish?
You mean within our group, huh? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, it's clearly important because out of all those brands, we have big ones that have been well established for a long time, coming to India a long time ago. You have new one coming, and it gives us the opportunity to leverage all the brands we have together. So yes, definitely after that, in India, we have, in luxury goods, we have one big barrier, which is also the tax that we have on luxury goods, which is a subject we discussed earlier, which is also a break to development. There have been discussions recently between India and Switzerland about working down these taxes, but we have also discussion on an increase of VAT, so it would be a compensation, and that's not helping for sure the local development. Today, brands are trying to go to the markets where they know they can develop in the long term, but we need also to have perspectives that are good for us to be present in a specific market. Yeah.
So when you're talking about taxation, that means also, the government needs to go a little easy in terms of taxing, which also means that, in some ways, a government support is also needed. But luxury and government, do governments support luxury? Does your government, for instance, support the luxury industry in your country?
Yes, of course. Tax is a hot subject at the moment with the recent election in the US, and we know that there are discussions on new tariffs on Europe. Yes, of course, it's key. It's key, and we need to see how things will evolve. But the more luxury brands will have the proper conditions, the more they will come to market, develop, and it will also contribute to the development of local luxury brands. So it's a win-win situation. Now, of course, in India is beyond that, because for me, you should see as Indians, you should consider Indians and not only India. And we have to be strong in India in order for Indian people to buy locally, but also to buy when they travel. You cannot think, okay, I'm not going to the market because there are heavy tax. No, I'm going to be there. I'm going to build the brand in the long term. I'm going to reinforce the brand equity. And then Indian people will feel like buying the brand and buying it somewhere in the world. And that's really how we work around these tariffs and this difficult situation. China was a very good example. There was also very high tax on luxury goods. And we managed to work over the last decades to make it strong in China as well. So personally, as a luxury brand, as a luxury watch brand, we will continue to invest in India a lot in the coming years.
Okay, and what is the vision like? What is the future like for you, for your brand, particularly in India? Where are you looking? What is the future like for your particular, your brand in India? What are you looking at?
I'm very optimistic because I think not only Hublot is very well balanced between the different markets. We're lucky to have that. When one market is slowing down a bit, we can compensate with another one. Today, we all know China is going through a more challenging times. But as I said, we have plenty of other markets that are doing well. India is clearly a huge market of potential. If I have to mention 3 or 4 markets that have high potential ahead of us, India is definitely among the 2 first ones. So that's why we started early, and that's why I'm here. I just started this position 8 months ago, and one of my first trips is here to come to India because I know that there is a lot to be done, and we are ready to move much faster than we've done. So I'm personally very optimistic, very positive, and I think, again, we need to think about India, but also about Indian people. And that's for the long term that we want. We've had plenty of Indian clients buying in London, in Dubai, in Singapore, but now I really want to be stronger inside your country.
Okay, so, we have become like bigger consumers of luxury. But as a country that also manufactures luxury products, we are not quite there. Would you say that?
No, okay, but it goes together. I mean, on one side you have a fantastic, I would say, mass production capacities, and on the other side you have a huge appetite for luxury goods, and this is something we are feeling more and more from our Indian clients. So it doesn't go against each other. I think we will continue to grow and develop as a luxury brand in India, and we will, of course, need to reinforce our position and work with you on different other things. It goes together. It's no issue for me.
Are you looking for any kinds of collaboration in India, like, with other, maybe perhaps other brands? Is that on your radar? Also, for instance, some years ago, I think 2016, Hublot teamed up with custom cobbler Berluti. And you had like the leather from the brand, the shoemaker, and it became your dial and also the strap, and it did phenomenally well. Is there any kind of collaboration that you would want to look at perhaps with textile makers in India?
Yes, of course. I mean, we did that. Locally, we had also some activations in the past, and I think it's very important. It's very important to have a global strategy, but also to connect with local values, local taste for luxury goods. And in India, I would love to have a collaboration with a local brand. I would love that. We are a lot into sport, for example, a lot into football. I know football is important to India, but your sport is cricket. At some point, many brands are doing it, but we should find a different angle to go into cricket, to go maybe in other fields. I mean, we talk about Bollywood, we talk about different things. So a collaboration with an Indian brand, I would love. A collaboration with an Indian chef, because we are very much with chef, top chef. And also, why not an artist? Because we've been collaborating with one of the best contemporary artists. So that could be a great way also to address, the culture and to gain awareness and desirability here.
One question before I open to the audience. We'll take a few questions from the audience. Luxury brands also suffer from like a problem of counterfeits, and you have a very nice mechanism of countering counterfeits, because that impacts the brand value of the luxury good. How do you do that? What is the mechanism that is there in place, which we can learn from?
Yes, it's a great question, and here I would say, in a way, in the watch industry, we are slightly better positioned than fashion, for example, because fashion today, the counterfeits are so close to the genuine one. That's honestly, even if you're part of the brand, sometimes you can get lost because it's so well done. In watches, on the design, on the shape, yes, the copies can be really, really good. But if you look and you pay attention to the movement, normally, even if you're not a specialist, you can see the difference. So be careful and look at the movement. If you see a watch that's not at the right price, it could be this. But of course, we are fighting against it as much as we can. There are countries that are more, of course, concerned than others. But in general, the advice we give is if you have a doubt, don't buy it, because it's not the right thing. After, you have a lot of people in our industry that say, okay, if you start to be copied, it means you are successful. And you are preparing these clients that cannot afford and would buy a counterfeit to one day reach their dream by acquire a new one. I don't really agree with this, but it's true that if your brand is becoming successful, you're starting to suffer from counterfeiting.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the audience, please? Can we have the mic over here? Do please identify yourself first.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for this wonderful session. And I'm Arumita Mitra. I am from Sudhamta Foundation, India. So my question would be to you is that you are selling not just luxury, you are selling legacy as well. So I am a fan of analogs myself. However, I see all my contemporary using digital watches. So when my grandfather passed down his Rolex to my father, he said that this is legacy. This is not just a watch. This is not just a brand. This is a legacy I'm passing on to. The same works for a Birkin. But now when you're looking into the market, especially in the Indian market, where the spending power lies more from the age group of 20 to 40, the millennial group, how would you combat this challenge where people might want to also invest on a luxury brand in the digital watch like Apple? There are many digital watches, but Apple topping the concept of, again, the luxury brand from that side. So how would you combat that challenge, and what would be your take on that?
Thank you. It's a great question. If I go back to 1970s, the Swiss watch industry got extremely scared by our Japanese friends coming with digital watches. Some of you might remember. You certainly not, because you weren't there in the 70s. But it was a big shock for the Swiss watchmaking, traditional mechanical watches. We went over that. More recently, when connected watches started to be launched, it was the same. We said, but who is going to buy a mechanical watch that costs more money, is less precise, less accurate, and the digital one gives you so many more information about, like your cell phone, who you are, what you do, etc., etc. Again, for me, it's such a different object. One is more a tool. Like cell phones. A few years ago, at the beginning of cell phones, we had different type of cell phones. And cell phone was almost becoming a reflect of who you are. Today, I'm sure in this room, most of us, we have the same cell phone, or maybe another one also, which is doing well. But we all have the same, so it doesn't mean anything about your personality. Today, connected watches, most of them, they look the same. So it's quite different. What we have seen in younger generation, and again, I'm thinking about China, but not only, is that we are lucky. God made us with two wrists. So you can wear one that means who you are, your personality, your legacy, the heritage can be given by your father, grandfather, grandmother, etc. And the other one can be your tool. That's something that we see more and more among young people. But as far as I'm concerned, maybe because I'm much older than you, I think we are already quite, we've become a bit slaves of these cell phones. So I don't want to put another one on my wrist, That's why I enjoy it. I think I'm not the only one, because we have seen brands, watchmaking brands developing over the last years. And just to finish on that, yes, it has had an impact more on the entry price segment.
Any other question? Last question, please. We'll just take.
Hello, sir. I am Sumit. I am into exports and merchant exporter and consultant. I have been to many countries. So I just want to know that the same brand which you are launching in India and the same brand if I'm getting in Dubai or in London, so the price point is the price point is the same, or the price point is different? And if I'm going to buy, if I'm going to buy it from London or from Dubai, so which you think, and about the Indian diaspora, about the Indian thing. So what do you think the people should look into that?
Pricing strategies are quite simple. Usually we try to be setting what we call the worldwide price, which has to be the same for the whole world. And then on top of that, we have the constraint of exchange rates that are moving up and down. We cannot change the price all the time. We have, of course, the tax constraints. So depending from one country to the other, you might get a better price because of that. That's really the way it works. And today we are trying to minimize the gaps, but there are and there will always be gaps. And it's true that the more expensive you go, the more there will be a significant difference of pricing. So that's something we don't always fully control. In my opinion, what I try to follow on a weekly basis is the move of the fluctuation of exchange rate and how we can make sure that we preserve local buying and local clienteling, because I think that's really the key point. What I often advise is, yes, you might travel to buy an expensive watch somewhere else, but you have to count about the travel cost, of course, the hotel, the things, etc. Then you have to bring back. Are you going to declare your watch at customs? That's your responsibility. But some that don't do, they take a risk. So altogether, if you consider also after-sales service, when you have a good relationship with your retailer, with your boutique here, you get all the service that goes beyond. And don't forget that a good quality watch should last much more than our lives, because we say a good mechanical watch can last 300, 400 years. So you have the watch for a long time. So I would consider to buy locally for me, and I'm usually pushing people to buy locally as much as they can.
No, we're really out of time. You can take it offline, please.
I missed part of your question.
Dubai or London type country?
Yeah. Alors, we try not to do that so often because too many limited editions is not good. It kills limited editions. So here we're just launching, and you are well informed because we are launching right now a special edition made for India. And when I say for India, it's only, and I was asked the question by my team, yes, but we have plenty of Indian people living here, there. I say, okay, but you know what? They will buy it when they come back to India to see their families because it's only for India. And it's another way to support the market locally, domestically, because some watches are only available in India. And I think it's part of the strategy when I mention investing in India. It's not only advertising, celebrities, ambassadors, retail, because we're opening boutiques, but it's also to dedicate special pieces, special development to your market.
Thank you so very much. We're really out of time. Your question we can please take offline. Sorry, offline please, really, sorry.
I'll come to you after.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Can we please have the memento for Mr. Tornare? Very engaging session. Clearly, we are all very interested in Hublot, as is Hublot interested in India, with plans to collaborate from cricket to Bollywood to chefs to artists, and of course its plans to invest more in India. With this, we are going to take a small break, a high tea break for around 20 minutes. We're cutting it short slightly. Please be back here at 4:20. We will start our next power-packed agriculture panel. Thank you so much.
Our next panel discussion is also on an important subject, which is agriculture India's strength or weakness? There's a lot of conversation that happens on what we should focus on. Should we focus on manufacture, move away from agriculture? Well, all of those questions will be addressed here. We have with us Mr. Ramesh Chand, member Niti Aayog. A huge round of applause, please. Mr. C.S.C. Shekhar, Professor, Institute of Economic Growth and Honorary Director, Agriculture Economics Research Center, University of Delhi. And Mr. Ajay Veer Jakar, Chairman, Bharat Krishak Samaj, Indian Farmers Forum and Vice Chair, Sustainable Consumption and UN Food Champions at the UN Food Systems Summit. In a conversation with them will be our Agriculture Editor, Mr. Sanjeev Mukherjee. Over to you, Sanjeev.
Thank you, Vinu, and a warm welcome to everyone. Good afternoon. So the topic that we are going to discuss today, so let me first introduce my guests. Just on my right, on my left is Dr. Ramesh Chand, member Niti Aayog, then followed by Professor Dr. C.S.C. Shekhar. He is a professor at Institute of Economic Growth. And then the very well-known Ajay Veer Jakar, who is a eminent chairman, Bharat Krishak Samaj, and also practicing agriculturist, as we can call him. And he tries to introduce himself as the voice of farmers, as we say. So as we start, welcome to every one of you. Dr. Chand, the topic that we are discussing here is that is India's agriculture, is agriculture India's strength or weakness? And I don't know whether we can, I don't know, it's always been a relevant topic, and this is the most right time to speak about the subject as it is. So let me start with Dr. Chand first with you, and then I'll come back to all three of you with the same question. Whether is India's agriculture its strength or weakness? Dr. Chand, your views for it.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Well, I have written on it. Those who have read my writing, I think they know what kind of answer I'm going to give to this question. I am thoroughly convinced that agriculture was India's strength, it is India's strength, and it will remain as India's strength. Why I am saying so? That is based on very large number of reasons. When we talk about future, there is a big article published in Sanjeev's newspaper under the title Reimagining Role of Agriculture, where I talked about how agriculture will become more strong in future. Now coming specifically to your question that on what basis I am saying that agriculture has remained and is India's strength. First of all, I would say that in case of agriculture, whatever mechanization you do, still labor remain the major input. Right. So I feel that the abundance of labor in India, very large percent of population still engaged in agriculture. So India has a labor advantage, and that advantage is huge. The second is that world has now started talking about food system, agri-food system. Before that they talked about farming system, cropping system. But in India, since time immemorial, we have followed mixed crop livestock system.
Right.
In some parts of the country it is getting separated, but largely you find that anybody doing crops also has livestock. Largely, there are some people who don't have. But largely we followed mixed livestock crop system, and they are complementary to each other. There is no time, otherwise I can elaborate it that how they are complementary to each other. Third is that you just find that though we have some specialization pockets, but still you find that overall agriculture in India is quite diversified.
Right.
So when we talk of natural farming, those kind of things, ecological farming, the elements about which they talk, they are integral part of farming which has been followed in case of India. The fourth, and this is last reason I would like to give, India's farmer respond to signals very promptly.
Right.
Even if they are marginal farmer, small farmer, we may be feeling, no, small farmer cannot make use of modern technology, modern inputs. All surveys show the adoption of modern technology, use of modern input on per acre basis is higher at small farmer than at large farmers.
Okay.
So that is another strength in case of India, that smallholder farmers in particular are more responsive to market signals. But overall, you find that agriculture in India is strongly responsive. There are some weaknesses, maybe in the second part I will come to it, but overall, I feel the strength of agriculture are much more than what are its weakness in case of Indian agriculture.
Right. So if I can just sum up, we were a Krishi Pradhan Desh and we take pride in the fact that we still consider ourselves to be as a Krishi Pradhan state. Dr. Shekhar, how do you respond to this? Means is it a strength or weakness from the point of view of growth, from the point of view of its contribution to GDP, from the point of view of declining share in contribution to GDP? How do you see the sector overall? Is it in the current context, as I'm saying?
In fact, I largely agree with Professor Ramesh that it has been our very great strength in overcoming the food shortages of the mid-60s and continuing to, in fact, a large country, populous country like India is food surplus today. In fact, we are exporting a lot of food to the world market. So we have come from a stage of food scarcities in the 1960s, and that's the biggest strength. And that continues to be so. Because in many countries, actually, the focus is shifting away from agriculture and the world needs food. So India, if it actually leverages its advantages, it's going to be a major player in the world market. Having said this, I would just add one qualification. Although for the country as a whole, the agriculture sector has been a strength and it continues to be so, but for people who are engaged in that, who are small and marginal farmers, for 90% of them actually belong to the small and marginal category. For them, this has not been such a very good activity in terms of income that they earn from that sector. So in that sense, there is a lot that needs to be done, both from policy as well as implementation angles. And I think that's where I'll stop.
Right. Here I would like to bring Ajay, means where Professor Shekhar leaves it is that it's a strength maybe for the country and from the point of view of that we have become much more self-sufficient in lots of foods. But from the people who actually matter in agriculture, that is the farmers, it's not a strength. How do you respond to the overall question, whether it's a strength or a weakness for the India's agriculture?
One of the things that Shekharji said was that I agree with what both of them have said. But that's half the story. So I'm just going to discuss the other half. Two things I disagreed with was, one thing was that you said that India is a food surplus country. I personally think that India seems to be food surplus because the people can't afford more nutritious food. They can't afford fruits, they can't afford vegetables to that extent that we should be eating. Right. And that's why we seem to be nutritious. There are other reasons why climate change will impact that feeling. The other thing is, yes, we are proud. As farmers, we are proud, but as farmers, we are hurt also because how we're being treated by government policy. Right. But to bring it into context, I think so, policymakers have selected memory loss. They have selected amnesia in the sense that to understand the issue of if it's a strength or weakness, you got to try and compare farmers on one side and government employees on one side. You know, this is the elephant in the room that even Business Standard is not asking. And I think so, you should be asking in the next Manthan, is this 8th pay commission? And I think as a farmer, I must bring it up because this is how I'll be able to explain and answer your question. 45% of Indians dependent on agriculture, that's around maybe 65 crore people. 60 to 70% of them earn less than 10,000 rupees a month. Right. And if you take out non-agriculture income, only 85% of people earn less than 10,000 rupees a month. On the other hand of the spectrum, you have the 8th Pay Commission, which is going to decide salaries, increase salaries for 50 lakh government employees and 65 lakh government pensioners. And there could be some government employees and pensioners in the room. I don't envy you at all. I just regret my own fate of the people whose opinions I'm trying to address. Now, and there are 1 crore employees, I guess, in all the state governments put together who will also at some stage or the other get benefit of these pay commission hikes. And the states normally enforce this when the elections are due because it's like an election swap to them. Now, if by what you read in Business Standard and other newspapers, you will have a fitment factor of 2.8. So a mid-level employee of the government which starts off at 35,000, his salary is going to increase to 1 lakh rupees a month. And on the other hand, you have farmers who will have a salary of, let's say, 10,000 rupees a month. And that 1 lakh rupees a month comes with pension, it comes with medical leave, it comes with all those added criteria to it. And when the 8th Pay Commission comes into effect in a few years, the salary burden the new burden on the governments of the salary would be like a 1 lakh crore rupee shock to the government. So what happens is when onion prices rise, potato prices rise, tomato prices rise by a few rupees, the government will not allow us to have the value of markets. They don't allow markets to function transparently and they don't allow a price discovery. But जब government employee का आता है, 1 lakh crore दे दिया, don't even think twice about it. The RBI will not comment on inflation. The finance ministry and the finance secretary won't comment on inflation. But onion के लिए every RBI meeting, something like this comes up. So this is why I say that agriculture, yes, it is a strength, but how government policy has played on farmers is the weakness of the farming community. And not only that, let me just add this. I know we are running out of, we have time. Is what happens when Bharat becomes Viksit in 2047? Using the same yardstick of the pay commissions of the last few decades, if you apply the same for the next 2 decades, till we get Viksit Bharat, the same employee who was getting 35,000 this month is going to be getting 8 lakh rupees in 2047. You think farmers' income will increase from 10,000 rupees to whatever figure? It's not going to increase. So we are living in a world where we are not being treated fairly, and that is the weakness of the system. I just want to put it at rest.
I'll come on this to Dr. Chand. He mentioned a very relevant point that it is the agriculture of your country is a strength, but not the agriculturist. For them, the income haven't risen, and we have spoken about it a lot of times in the past as well. It's the income which is a main determining factor, which is holding back the farmers from pushing up. Do you think it's a fair assessment that yes, we are self-sufficient in food, we are self-sufficient in a lot of crops, but when it comes to income of farmers, it hasn't grown in the proportion that it should have been?
Well, as far as income and economic condition of farmers are concerned, there are wide variation across the states, but if I have to give some assessment at national level, farmer neither come at the top nor they are in the bottom.
Okay.
They are come somewhere in the
between.
If middle is divided in 2 categories, lower middle.
Okay.
The poverty and all other things, you find that they are more concentrated, low income among labor household, whether it is agriculture labor household or non-agriculture labor household, rural agriculture labor or urban labor. So they are the people who come at the bottom. As I said, there are big variation. There is a state from which Mr. Ajay Jakhad comes. Income of a farmer is more than income of a non-farmer. We don't acknowledge these kind of things. In state of Punjab, share of agriculture in state economy is, I think, around 28%, and labor employed in agriculture is only 25 or 26%.
Yes.
I feel that those, now there are problems with the agriculture sector there, but they are the model that agriculture can be transformed in a way where income of farmer is not less than a non-farmer,
right.
rather it is higher than what is income of a non-farmer. Now looking at from policy angle that what is being done to address this issue of disparity between income of farmer and income of a non-farmer, if we look at last 10 years, the experience of last 10 years in Indian agriculture has been unique in three respects. That is what differentiates the historical experience of agriculture, farmer income in the past and in the last 10 years. If I say too much, you will say that he is a member Niti Aayog, so he is to say this, but I have published this paper in EPW. What are those three things which have happened in last 10 years, which never happened before? One is if you look at growth rate of agriculture in whatever way you measure it, in the last 10 years, the growth rate of Indian agriculture in real term is highest.
So 10 years period, you're taking 11, 12?
From 14-15 to 23-24. Okay? So it comes to 4% by whatever method, log est, average annual rate, you measure by whatever method you want to measure. It can go little higher, little lower, but it will be around 4%, which never happened for 10 years before. 10th 5-year plan, 11th, 12th, they had target of 4% growth rate, but they never achieved it. And it has been achieved. This is the first major change which has happened. Second, if you look at prices of agriculture produce relative to non-agriculture, the prices of agriculture produce in last 12 years, if you take 11, 12 as a base, have risen 30% more than non-agriculture. That adds to income of the farmers. If you combine these two and factor in, again this has happened first time since 1947, that income of farm sector have grown at same rate as GV of non-farm sector. Again it happened for the first time. I think if the past trend of labor declining in agriculture, which started after 2001, was continuing even in the last 10 years, then income of farmer would have risen faster than income of non-farmer in India in last 10 years. But another phenomena has set in India, where again I would say it's not that agriculture is a problem, non-agriculture is a problem there. That is that shift of labor which was happening from agriculture to non-agriculture. The latest PLFS data shows that that movement has stopped. Rather, there is small increase in number of people who are working in agriculture. So when you find denominator is increasing, then you just find that those increase in growth, acceleration in growth, higher prices, translating in terms of higher growth in farmer income than income of non-farmer category has not happened, otherwise that would also have happened.
Okay. So Dr. Shekhar, I want to know from you, Dr. Chand mentioned very relevant points. One obviously the shift that was happening from agriculture to non-agriculture, that process has slowed down, which is why the growth hasn't, which is why the income growth, it has happened but not to the proportion. There is a talk which also a lot of people are writing. Dr. Chand has also written some this thing that, and our economic survey a few years back did talk about the shift which was happening from agriculture to non-agriculture because of manufacturing and services growing, which is the normal pace of where the economy should be moving towards, is not happening so much so in the case of India. I think one of our panelists in yesterday's session also mentioned that in the last 10 years block that has not happened. So we need to rethink our strategies and rethink our ways to keep people engaged in farming and make farming profitable. Do you think that's a way to go about, or the shift should happen from farming to non-farming as we grow up over the value chain?
My answer is both yes and no. Yes and no. In the short run, there is no alternative to actually trying to increase the profitability of agriculture in the short run.
Right.
But over medium or long term, you have to take people out of agriculture. Let me explain it a little bit more. Suppose a farmer is earning say 100 rupees per acre and he has say 3 acres of land. So his income becomes 300 rupees total income from the farm. And if he has 3 people engaged in farming, then it will become 100 rupees.
Right.
So if one of them actually moves out, then 300 divided by 2 will become 150. So the agricultural income, so to say, will increase. So that's the idea. Why do you want people to move out of agriculture? Because 90% of your farms are belonging to small and marginal.
Yes.
There is either you have to increase the farm size, as I have said, 100 into 3. So you have to take that 3 into 5, make it 5 or 6, which appears a little difficult now. So the other alternative is to take people out of agriculture to higher productive or more paying jobs outside agriculture. Then the question comes, as Professor Rameshan rightly said, many of the problems seem to lie in the non-agriculture sector, where the growth is not happening as much as it should, or we had hoped for earlier. That is not happening that way. Number 2, there is another issue there. Actually, people moving from agriculture to non-agriculture need certain basic skills to be absorbed in those sectors. Like Amartya Sen has written right back in 1995 that it is going to be a drag on our economy going forward if we do not have the appropriate skills and education. This was in 1995 he wrote.
Right.
So I think we are seeing some part of it because the people who are engaged in agriculture, and Professor Rameshan has rightly pointed out the problem of labor. The labor who are engaged in agriculture are they are mostly illiterates or semi-illiterates, and they cannot be absorbed into any other sector than a sector like construction. They can't really move into other higher paying sectors. So not only the growth in non-agriculture sector, but also the skilling, education, these things have to happen so as people are encouraged to sort of move out of agriculture.
Right.
But in the long run, there is no escape from actually.
So it should not be that they're moving from agriculture to become Manrega laborers. Their skilling has to be there. They have to be moved up the value chain.
Manrega is a safety net.
Yes.
It's not a long run.
So Ajay, I would like to come to you on this. This was a talk during the farmers' agitation also. I think there was some time that the government wants to move people away from agriculture to non-agriculture. They make people, farmers, turn into laborers and other things. Do you think this is a fair assessment that people should be sticking around with farming or they should be moving out? And if they want to stick around, do we have the right remunerative structure for them that they will be sticking around, or they are still the low paying things that we have in agriculture for the farmers, from the point of view of farmers?
No, I absolutely agree that we need to find more better employment opportunities for farmers, and I think if those opportunities are available, 99% of farmers would leave farming today and go. But those opportunities don't exist. Okay. So the question is not that if you want to move farmers, it's a tricky question, because if I say yes, then farmers say, ye nikalna cha raha hai. The answer is that you need to give them a choice, an option. They should not be forced to move out of agriculture because agriculture is not profitable.
Right.
And irrespective of what the government does, I am of the opinion that you cannot make agriculture profitable for 85% of the farmers who are smallholder farmers, irrespective of what you do. So the government has a task at which it is not succeeding, and you need to find those employment opportunities. Or you need to support farmers by services, by making sure the healthcare, the education costs, the public transport, we need to focus on that. We don't need to focus on cash transfers and stuff like that, because that is not going to change their livelihoods.
Right.
So, it's a much more complex issue, and we live in a country where, and by the way, Niti Aayog comes out with very good documents, and Ramesh Chandji has come out with a very good document where how I interpret that document is that 45% of farmers have zero growth or negative growth because they're only growing cereals, and that's a fact. What I as a farmer think should be happening, other than having a moratorium on the 8th pay commission for 10 years, is that we need an agriculture policy in this country. We don't have an agriculture policy for nearly 30 years now.
Right.
I mean, you have a policy for everything under the sun. I mean, every time I'm seeing advertisements in Business Standard and other newspapers about some associations, FICCI, CI, coming up with policy documents and stuff like that. But agriculture policy nahi hai. 45% of India is involved in agriculture. The distressed part, so we need a policy. And I strongly urge Niti Aayog, I strongly urge economists, because government listens to you, to ask that there is a value in having a policy. And that this is my two suggestions
What,
I'm leaving.
could be the contours of that policy? Should be a farmer-centric policy? Should be focused on boosting farmers' income? Should be what should be the broad idea behind such a policy?
I mean,
that in next 5 years we should see the
No,
growth.
a policy cannot be made for 5 years. A policy has to be made with a vision for 20 years or something.
Okay.
And it has to fulfill the goals of the food, the nutrition security of this country, and also talk about other issues that can happen.
Okay.
But it needs to be a holistic policy. As a farmer, I would say that the constituents of the committee that makes the policy has to be very carefully decided. It cannot be a government bureaucracy sitting and deciding policy because they've already messed up everything for the last 20 years, 30 years. It can't be left to economists because they will think of facts in terms of figures. And this needs a wider approach. You need sociologists, you need anthropologists making a policy. You need all kinds of people. You need climatologists, looking at how climate change will impact. But these are two demands and things that I'm leaving at the business standard Manthan today. One is to seriously consider a moratorium on the 8th pay commission. I hope you put it down in your print when you print it tomorrow, because nobody does. And the second is that the country needs an agriculture policy.
So next time we don't get Dr. Chand as our guest for that. So Dr. Chand, there's one question which Ajay also put it, that we need a policy on agriculture. You and Professor Shekhar both were part of a very fabulous report, I understand, which predicted the food grain demand supply for last 30, 50 years, I think next 30 years. That also is a very could be a very base for which a policy can be developed, where you very categorically state that it is cereals which don't need much to be cared, but obviously our pulses, oil seeds, and I think milk was the third item where we were looking at a shortage under the next 30 years. So do you think if I can merge both what Ajay is saying and what you are also your report, that we need a policy to look at this part of the agriculture where your cereals production and other production does not need much attention, but it is pulses and oil seeds. At the same time, the income of the farmers also grows at a pace which is far more faster than it has been.
Yes, Sanjeev, I will come to this point, but I feel that a wrong message should not go from what we are talking. So just for sake of better understanding of workforce, I want to share one dimension with you. That why the percent of people working in agriculture in last 7 years has increased.
Right.
It's not that in last 7 years, when we started publishing every year labor data,
yes,
that employment in non-agriculture sector is not increasing. You see, again, we are a country in transition. Lot of things which have not happened before, they are happening. In fact, there is a paper by Dr. Golder which shows that in manufacturing, the growth of employment is again unprecedented 4%.
Okay, in this 7 years
period. That is the kind of growth in manufacturing in workforce, why the share of labor in agriculture has not declined. Very interesting. You see, India is passing through a demographic transition. The ratio of working age population, 15 to 59 or 65 in total population is increasing. The increase in working age population, which then enter into labor force or workforce, is very fast in last 7 years. Again, more on account of female entering the workforce. The work participation rate of women of working age population was 24% in 17. It has increased to 32% latest data. So you imagine that if that kind of increase is happening in workforce, labor force, then these distribution kind of things are disturbed. Right. So it's not that non-agriculture employment didn't increase, but the workforce is increasing much faster.
Female labor force participation has risen because their source of income has got limited.
80% increase in total workforce is because of increase in number of women. So coming to your other questions, agriculture policy, you see, first of all, it is not that we are operating completely in vacuum. Aisa bhi nahi hai.
Right.
There was a agriculture policy during time of Vajpayee Sahab. It is called National Agriculture Policy. It is a 10-page document which doesn't put any number, but just talk of where we should be taking our agriculture. After that, in 2005, National Farmer Commission was set up, which again also give something, and some element of it keep coming. Every time you just find that, you see, when 3 new farm law comes, it's a part of the policies, that what is the perception about agriculture, how to make it grow. It is also that you are bringing reform, etc. So that is the kind of things. Now, whenever you make policy, there are so many kind of things which have to be reckoned, short term, medium term, long term. That is to be taken into consideration, and that kind of policy you make not every 10 years, really, where you put vision, etc. Maybe once in 20 years or so. I give you example, like last time the barter vision and barter policy document was written under chairmanship of Dr. Hashim. It was in 99. After that it was not done. Anyway, I took initiative, Ministry of Jal Shakti, they have constituted now task force. We have 2 years time, we are working on it. So this kind of exercise should be done periodically. And in between, you can fine tune, you can pick up what is becoming more important, what is the requirement of situation, and then you adjust it accordingly. Now you talked about pulses, you talked about oil seeds. Yeah. They have different kind of problems. In case of oil seeds, why we became so much dependent on edible oils? Again, you will be surprised that in most of the post-green revolution, growth rate of India's oil seed production is higher than growth rate of cereal. You see what I am saying? In post-green revolution, in most of the period, India's growth of oil seed is more than what is the growth rate in cereal. Then how come we are exporting cereal and importing edible oils? Yes. Because per capita intake of cereal in most of the period, either initially it increased, but after I think 80, either it remained same or it declined. Right. Between 12 and 23, it has declined from per capita 11 kg to 9 kg. Right. But in case of edible oils, the increase in last 20 years is 300%. Average absorption, according to data, was around 6-7 kg, around 2000, and now it is more than 18 kg. That is what has made India so much dependent on import, because we started consuming too much of edible oils, and Pradhan Mantri ji in Man Ki Baat, I think he said at least 10% to come karo, if not 200%. So that is the reason which we also should understand that it's not. So if we want to match demand and supply, efforts are made that let us match demand and supply, then you require different kind of technologies. With indigenous technology, we cannot go for it. Right. And world in case of vegetable oil has gone for transgenic, GMO, but we as a country didn't want to go in that direction. Country is not in a mood to go for that kind of thing. And when government liberalized little bit, then court came into the picture. Yes. They said, no, we will not allow even doing trial on all those kind of things. So it is crystal clear that if we want to reduce import dependence for edible oil, either we reduce the consumption or we embrace the technologies which are giving 3 times yields of mustard, sunflower in Western world compared to what is yield in our country. The highest areas in terms of area oil seed in India is soybean. Right. The yield of soybean today is same, but it was in early 70s. 30 years. It is same. Whatever growth has happened is because of area. So this is the situation in case of edible oil. As far as pulses are concerned, in fact, last again 12 years, among field crop, pulses have shown very good growth. If you take the average. But in case of pulses, problem is instability. किसी साल में आपका 27 मिलियन टन चला गया, अगले साल में 22 मिलियन टन आएगा. So that is also something which causes more dependence on imports. But again, unless technological breakthrough happened or we are able to increase crop intensity, if you increase your Atmanirbharta in one, the other become the victim.
Right.
Because area expansion scope is very little. So either we increase crop intensity or we increase yield. Those are the kind of options which are being done. We already submitted a report on edible oil. Another report on pulses will be submitted shortly.
So in the edible report, you talked about transgenic, that I understand.
I mean, we need technology. Yes. You see, otherwise we can't improve this Atmanirbharta.
Right. Dr. Shekhar, coming to you, we are also running short of time. Professor Chand mentioned a lot of things about increasing the income of farmers, obviously shifting from oil seeds, from cereals to oil seeds and pulses. MSP is a very important instrument, and in that respect. And I know it is a tricky question, and unfortunately around the same time we were sitting last year and the same question had cropped up, and the same number of farmers were protesting in some place of the country, were demanding the same thing, that is a legalized MSP. So you have done a lot of studies on how, if you guarantee a certain MSP to minimum support price to certain farmers, the crops, the actual expenditure that the government might incur, your studies are being quoted at a lot of places. So it's not 2 lakh crore, it's not 4 lakh crore, it's far, far less than that. How do you subscribe to that? Is it a process to ensure that the income of farmers increase, as Ajay says that we need to increase their income, and is it a tool to increase their income, and is legalization an option for that?
Ensuring a remunerative price, whether it is legalizing MSP or not, is a very important thing. But is legalizing the way out? I'm not very sure about that. Okay. Because there are two reasons why I'm saying that. If you throw back your mind, we have enacted this Manrega in 2007 or 8. And under that, the mandatory number of days that needed to be provided to each family was 100 days of employment.
Yes.
And today, even if you look at after 18 years, if you see, the average is still around 50. So legalizing is not going to solve the problem. Now, having said that, how do you ensure MSP to these farmers? So there are different ways of doing that. One is obviously the procurement, which is being done in case of wheat and rice. But that's certainly not going to help, because for procurement, you'll need, first of all, you need storage space. We do not have adequate storage space if we want to legalize MSP for all the crops. Then the next better instrument probably is deficiency payment system.
Right.
Deficiency payment system is something that can work, and the fiscal expenditure also is much lower compared to physical procurement and storing and so another issue that gets solved through deficiency payments is that you don't need to worry about storage, you don't need to worry about distribution.
Right.
Because right now we are distributing wheat and rice through the PDS, but we cannot distribute all 23 commodities through that. So deficiency payments is something that can be thought about, and the fiscal expenditure is also much lower. And the third thing that is being talked about is the direct payment system. But I'm not sure, because earlier when I made the calculations a few years ago, 5-6 years ago, the direct payments appeared to be a good option. But now with the increase in cost of cultivation, when I recalculated that using the 22-23 production and also the cost figures, it has shot up quite substantially. I don't think direct payments is the right option going to help. So deficiency payments looks to be the better one.
So those who in the audience who don't understand certain of the terminologies, deficiency payment is actually the difference between the MSP and the market price that you pay directly to the farmers in case you're not able to pay the MSP. MSP is the benchmark price that the government is the mandated price which is you should be buying a commodity. Ajay, I like to wind up with you. You are the voice of farmers. We have heard a lot of all the arguments for the panelists. Yes, we are entering into a new phase in farming. Obviously, our farming has certain advantages, obviously, and there are lots of disadvantages. Climate, prices, reluctance on part of the new generation to stay into farming, options, diversification options getting limited, imports, inflation, government's mad obsession with keeping prices down. In such a circumstances, how do we move forward so that farming in India becomes a profitable profession, and what you have illustrated certain points, and so that the grudge that the farmers have generally, that we are the neglected in the whole the dynamics, that grudge is no longer there. How should we move forward here? And this happens to be the last word in the panel, and I want you to end it.
So, I think सरकार क्या कह रही है कि ना तो हम आपको टेक्नोलॉजी दे सकते हैं, ना एग्रीकल्चर रिसर्च डेवलपमेंट में खर्चा कर सकते हैं. The expenditure on agriculture research and development in real terms over the last 20 years has gone down. And without technology, without expenditure on research and development, without expenditure on human resources, I don't think so we can progress to the point where we would be satisfied. That is one part. So that's why I'm saying when we need an agriculture policy, because we need to be able to differentiate between regulation and promotion. When we look at MSP, we look at Bhavantar, we look at direct payments, we look at futures, options, these are all instruments of promotion, but this is not regulation. So when you have an agriculture policy, which is not a piecemeal document that some task force puts up, it is a document which looks at the systems approach of how to improve everything. Today, because it's the last point, I really want to put forward another point which is very worrisome for me, is India's negotiation with the Trump administration in the USA, because they will definitely ask for concessions from India. And we will have to concede something. We have to live in a real world. So what the country needs to think today, what the Ministry of Agriculture needs to think today is what are the concessions we are ready to give on the agriculture front. ऐसा ना हो कि Ministry of Commerce या Ministry of Finance forces something down the throat of Ministry of Agriculture.
Right.
You know, ऐसा ही हुआ. I've seen it over the last 10, 20 years. This is how it happens. So actually I went to the ministry a week ago and I told them, be proactive, look at which are the Republican states where Trump's party is in power. Look at the states where they would benefit. And proactively give suggestions कि अगर कोई concession देना है तो let us give concessions on these parts.
Right.
Otherwise we'll be forced to give concessions which we don't want to give, and farmers will be even distressed more. And one of the suggestions that I have to consider is to give it on ethanol.
Right.
ऐसा नहीं है कि सोयाबीन हम वहाँ से ला रहे हैं, pulses ला रहे हैं और ये सब dry land crops ला रहे हैं, वही तो बेचारे किसान पहले ही गरीब हैं और उन्हीं की फसल हम import कर लेंगे तो उनकी तो farm gate price कभी मिलेगी ही नहीं उनको. So we need to proactively think on this immediately.
Right. I think with this we wind up. We just have two questions, and I think that's a new elephant in the room, the Trump administration's tariff policy. And as they say in agriculture, more things change, more remain the same. So I have just two, I know there are 5 hands, but I have just 2 questions that can be asked. And one can be from the left, one can be from the right, and one gentleman, one lady. Yes, sir, you have been standing. I'll just come to, I know you have been, I'll just come to you. Yeah, please.
Hello sir, I am Sumit Goyal. I am an export consultant. I am a consultant to Punjab government, and I have started my consultancy 5-6 years back, and we are now exporting 100 containers of chili paste from Punjab. So 100 containers means we are procuring around about 16 lakhs metric ton chili from the farmers from Punjab and from Rajasthan and from MP. So that is the what I feel that
what is the question?
What is the question, sir?
Sir, my question is that we have to diversify to the exports also, because within India there is a limited growth from the farmer, and secondly for the transportation and all that thing. So we will be needing some help from the government, so that to transport from the farm to the port. The cost which we are incurring, it's a headache for us, and we are not able to be competitive in that.
Right. So your question is that you need a help from the government. The government should be more proactive in giving help to exporters of agriculture products, right? Anyone from the left hand side? I'll take the questions all together and then we can see. Yeah, one question from the lady. Yeah, I just come to you. I'll just second.
Hello, sir. My name is Shrishti. I'm from Assam. So, just to give a bit of context, we have seen how war in Ukraine brought about a standstill in Europe's oil and wheat supply. But despite that, even with increase in prices for the commodity, we did not see the hunger index of Europe going very down. It was still average. And in last year's report, Global Hunger Index did indicate that India is still at a serious level, but report shows that we are still at a food surplus. Despite that, it's all about politics and policies because of which we are at that state. So my question to you, Jay sir, is like, what in your opinion should be like 3 major reformation that government should do to ensure that we have our own domestic food security?
Yeah, one more, and I'll,
Sir.
Please ask the question.
Siddharth Roy, and from the chocolate company. I just want to ask directly that can we expect more cocoa formation in India for the target the new range of heights in 2047, because cocoa cultivation can be the great economical growth for India, but we are only on the South India, the cocoa cultivation is going on, but still in North India, I am basically from the West Bengal, from the North Bengal, and there the cocoa cultivation is going normally the cocoa saplings are put in the agricultural college of UVKV, that is the Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, that is in Kuch Bihar, and the cocoa after 22 years this tree is given the grade 1 cocoa in this area of agricultural land. So can we more focused on the cocoa cultivation?
His question is cocoa can be of diversity. One more from Mr. Tyagi and then we finish up, because my session is over and there are other guests waiting.
I have a question for the panel. Just to ask the question, I will inform you that in the parliament recently there has been a question discussed where outstanding loans against farmers was discussed, that what kind of amount is there. And the statistics are that 4 lakh people, farmers in Delhi, have outstanding loan of 82,000 crore. Government of Punjab has 23 lakh farmers have a amount of 85,000 crores. So my question for the panel is, don't you think when the question being discussed is the country needs an agricultural policy, then we need to know who is a farmer in the country? Because some people are taking advantage of agriculture in such a manner that such statistics are revealed now, 75 years after that.
Right. So if I can sum up the 4 questions, one is on exports. Obviously, that's an observation. Second is from the lady that we are a food surplus nation, but we are slipping down the hunger index. Third is from is cocoa and way to diversify. And fourth is do we actually know who is a real farmer? So Dr. Chand, I think who is a real farmer is your question. And also hunger index, you have done a proper research on that, I understand.
I think the question of real farmer came because some of the benefit which are meant for genuine farmer, they are siphoned off by those who own land, but they have other sources of income also. So these are problem of any definition that you bring. You see, like, I don't know whether you consider Ajay ji as a farmer or not, but he owns land. He undertakes cultivation, but he's a millionaire also. So he may not require interest subvention. He can afford to do business on normal kind of rent, but he qualifies on all those kind of things. So the point which you are making is that a few farmers are getting much more institutional credit, and it is much more than, say, but 50 farmer get in Punjab, 1 farmer in Delhi get it. Yes. You see, it is not for farming. Delhi, they might have set up some agro kind of activity which is classified in the agriculture category. Like if you have a dairy farmer and you are having 100 buffalo, 1 good buffalo these days cost you at least 1.5 lakh. So you calculate how much is the cost. That may be more than the loan which is needed by 100 farmers. So in and around Delhi, whatever agriculture activity is being done, it is more or less this kind of activity, and for which they are taking loan, yes, and per farmer it turns out to be very high.
And the hunger index question?
Hunger index, madam, can I address your question on hunger index? Yeah. You see, first of all, hunger index is a misnomer. even before joining Niti Yoga, I have written on it. Earlier, International Food Policy Research Institute used to be one of the party to that index. But then I wrote to the then DG that this is not a hunger index. You are taking average of 3 things. One of those is, of course, percent of people who are undernourished. Other 2 are children stunted, children wasted, all those kind of things. So in that index, they are giving a weightage of 70% to children and 30% to rest of the population. There were serious limitation, and because of that, if we withdrew from that, there is a private agency which is publishing it. There are serious limitation of it. We have taken this matter even with FAO, that the norm which you are using, it require a reconsideration, and it is being reconsidered. And this year report, which they released in April, I was there in Brazil when they released that report, that made big difference to what is the percent of population undernourished in India. So there are measurement kind of issues also. And it also depends upon choice of food people have. If you are interested in depth of it, I have a paper in the Nutrition Bulletin of Nutritional Society of India. You type my name and just type India's hunger paradox. You will get more information. I can't explain it in
if I can
2-3
end with
minutes.
Ajay, the cocoa question. Cocoa is an option to diversify. Have you looked into that? And means it can be an option to diversify. Obviously, you are a professional farmer. You will be more able to.
I don't want to be. I don't want to respond to Ramesh Chandji saying that I'm a farmer from Punjab, or respond that if I'm a farmer or not. I don't want to be lulled away from the topic of discussion, and nor do I want to address the cocoa question because it's too small for me. What I want to address is India's food security. We need, what are the principles on which India is thinking? Is it thinking in terms of food security? I mean, food self-sufficiency, that हमने सब कुछ अपना ही उगाना है. This is this whole आत्मनिर्भर thing कि हमने सब कुछ अपना उगाना है. As a farmer, I think we should be looking at strategic autonomy, not at food self-sufficiency. कि हम सब कुछ नहीं उगा सकते हैं, चाहे कुछ भी करें. You know, till you don't have your principles right, you're not going to get your policy, you're not going to get your policies right, you're not going to have the implementation right. The other question I want to answer, which could also be related to cocoa, is export of high value produce. The problem is not that you can't export. I think so we will have to be learned to be competitive to export, not depend on government subsidies. It's not possible. ठीक है ना, हम तो खुद ही मांग रहे हैं सरकार से पैसा. अब आपके लिए कहाँ से मांगेंगे पैसा? पहले खुद के लिए मांग रहे हैं. Question is of non-tariff barriers that the West will impose on a high value produce like chilies. कि उसमें कोई कलर डाल देता है, उसमें पेस्टिसाइड रेजिड्यूज आ जाते हैं, and that problem cannot be solved because it's a state subject. Because the states are giving extension services, they have to deploy human resources. They don't deploy because 60-40 जो centrally sponsored schemes हैं, उसके अंदर state को 40% डालना है. But what do states do? They don't hire more people, they don't pay better salaries to people, extension services. They prefer making roads, they prefer making bridges, they prefer making statues. उसमें commission मिलता है ये contractor से. तो कोई human resources पे लगाता नहीं है. We'll always face non-tariff barriers because of that.
Right, we're absolutely running out of time. I'll thank all the 3 panelists, starting with Dr. Ramesh Chand, Dr. Shekhar, Ajay, and if you can just come in front of all 3 of you. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that very animated discussion. Could we have the mementos, please, after the photograph? Thank you. You know, a populous country like India is food surplus today, or does it seem to be food surplus? This was one of the points that came up. Also, the need to move people out of agriculture and create better employment opportunities for farmers. In fact, our next session is going to be about jobs and employment. Another very important point that came up was the need to have an agriculture policy devised with the involvement of people like anthropologists, sociologists, climatologists. So good takeaways over there. We'll head straight into our next panel discussion. Put your hands together for our panelists. We have with us Ms. Sumita Dabra, Secretary, Ministry of Labour and Employment. Dr. Ruchika Kapoor, Senior Employment Specialist at ILO. A huge round of applause, please. And Mr. Hiranmay Pandya, All India President, Bharatiya Mazdoor Sangh. And steering the conversation with them will be Ms. Nivedita Mukherjee, Executive Editor, Business Standard. Radhika Kapoor, I'm so sorry.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this panel on this very exciting topic on jobs, future of jobs. So, opening remarks from all of you. What do you think on about the future of jobs in this new reality, whether it's the Trump era, new technology, everything put together? What does it look like? What does future of job look like in India? You can, ma'am, Ms. Davra is going to give her first opening remarks.
Okay, thank you. I do not know how long the answer should be, but I'll just give some opening remarks on that. You see, India is a young demography. And if you see the projection for the incremental global workforce over the next decade, something like 24% plus is projected to come from India. And if you look at the trends, there are the traditional employment growth drivers. For example, we have the services sector, trade, fintech, the construction sector, manufacturing, MSMEs. These are the current employment growth drivers. And as we look at the emerging employment growth drivers, startup ecosystem, which is the third biggest in the world, startups are employing more and more people. In fintech alone, we have 10,000 plus startups. The global capability centers, we're very proud about the fact that today India is the global hub for the GCCs. They are employing lakhs of young people at the moment, about 19 lakh plus. There's a NASSCOM estimate. It's projected to go up to 28 lakh plus by 2030. That's how fast it is growing. So even when we look at the digital and the AI interventions, they are also expected to create jobs in the economy. And the integration of AI, the adoption of AI by the IT industry is going to bring a huge productivity increase, which in turn will create more jobs, data analytics, and related jobs, so on and so forth. Tourism, healthcare, these are all areas where jobs are being created, and there's a projection many more jobs will come. So briefly, this is how I think the future of jobs looks like for the country, not to mention the international mobility, which I mentioned in the beginning, in various sectors. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go to Dr. Radhika Kapoor. Dr. Kapoor, what do you think? What are your views on future of jobs and, yeah, brief remarks.
So thank you so much, Nivedita. It's a real pleasure to be here. As the Secretary spoke, I think one of the main factors which will influence the future of jobs is technology. So let me focus my opening remarks on that particular driver. Now, the issue of the impact of technology on the labor market and jobs is not a new discussion. It's been happening since the first industrial revolution, and that debate has evolved every time we've had new technological innovations. Now, if we were having this discussion around the future of jobs, perhaps a little less than a decade ago, the conversation would have been very different. Because some of the early studies which were coming out at the time, which looked at the impact of automation on the labor market, produced some very concerning numbers on the job displacement effects of automation. But today, when we're having this conversation in 2025, we can say with confidence that there is not going to be a jobs apocalypse. In fact, to the contrary, what global evidence, some of the evidence which is being produced by the ILO, is telling us that, in fact, the augmenting effect of technology is going to be far more significant than the automating effect. And let me briefly explain what that means. Basically, every occupation entails certain tasks. So when technological innovations such as AI, generic AI come, there will be certain tasks within those occupations which will be automated, not the entire occupation, and therefore the entire occupation will not get destroyed. So therefore, there will be some jobs which have tasks, which have a lot of exposure to automation and therefore may get destroyed. But there will be many other occupations where, in fact, because automation will free up time for doing other activities, it will actually enhance the productivity of those occupations. So that's the augmenting effect. So we actually have a study that was produced 2 years ago, which analyzed this globally and looked at the impact of generative AI. And what that study told us was that the augmenting effects of AI were actually far greater than the automating effects. So some of the estimates that, I don't want to throw too many numbers, but just to give a sense of the flavor of the debate, what the study found was that 2.3% of global jobs were susceptible to this automation effect. But on the other hand, 13% of global employment was in fact more likely to benefit from the augmenting effect. And this effect, the analysis varied across country groupings. So in high-income countries, for example, the share of jobs which were susceptible to the automation effect was higher at 5.5% compared to middle-income countries where it was somewhere between 1 and 2.5%. The augmenting effect, on the other hand, was much higher, and that told us that about 13% of global employment was more likely to benefit from the augmenting effect of technology. And that figure was uniform across developing and developed countries, suggesting that there are enormous benefits even for developing countries to leverage from these technological innovations. Relatedly, and this is an important issue which I'm sure will come up during the course of this discussion, is the gendered effect of technological change. And what this study also found, when it analyzed male and female employment separately, what it found was that actually the automation effect for women was double compared to male. So the automation effect accounted for 3.7% of female employment as compared to 1.7% for males. But interestingly, and that's the positive side, the augmenting effect for females was actually much higher at about 14%. So not only was the augmenting effect higher for females compared to the automation effect, but the augmenting effect for females was also higher than it was for males. Now, why am I throwing all these numbers at you is basically to tell you, and these are all potential effects, and I want to reiterate that potentially the augmenting effects of technology far surpass the automating effects of technology. But when we talk about the question of the future of jobs, whether these potential benefits will be realized or not will depend critically on the policy decisions that are made globally. So for every country, how they put in their skilling systems in place, what kind of industrial and sectoral policies they have, what social protection systems they put in place, the safety nets they put for displaced workers, again, industrial and sectoral policies for accommodating workers who may lose jobs, all of these are going to be critical. So the future of jobs is not something which is predetermined. It is something that societies can navigate and set depending on policy choices. And a very important aspect of that transition will be the social dialogue that happens between workers, employers, and governments to actually orchestrate that policy framework that enables us to leverage these technological benefits for inclusive growth, shared prosperity, and more importantly, women empowerment.
Thanks, Radhika. Mr. Hiranmay Pandya, do you agree with the panelists on this? And what do you think especially about the social protection, safety net, and the dialogue between industry, government, trade unions? How is it going?
Yeah, first of all, I would like to thanks from my side and my organization for calling me and our organization to be a part with you in this very good evening over here. Thank you very much to Business Standard. Yes, in fact, indeed, I do agree with our other two eminent panelists also. For that, the future of jobs are rather difficult. If you use the technology normally, it will happen. But simultaneously, we have observed that also the new jobs are also created out of this, like a gig workers and platform workers and other things also. something that way also. When you use something as a technology even also, the new jobs may be created and some of the jobs will be right. Likewise, in Corona, we all understand about that because of these mishaps. The lots of jobs have been lost also, but the total world is coming up and now it's to their regular path also. That's one. Secondly, which is coming to our mind even also, the jobs only in the India, people and some other areas also feeling that the jobs created in the government sectors only are the jobs called. So it's not that way only to understand that. The jobs created only in the government sectors are only the jobs, but jobs in the different sectors like the private sectors even also, which are going very fast, growing very well even also. Say for an example, electronic sector in our developing country, in our India, is growing very fast in comparison, and they will come that they will be crossing the economy from the electronic sectors from Japan and other countries too, which is far ahead also. So those things, but for that, as mentioned you rightly, the upskilling is very much required for the workforce and the total officers. What is that? It is required because many of these schemes are not able to understand about the total new technology and everything. So recently the ILO has also taken up in the worldwide and even although into the Asia Pacific region even also. And even also the government also taken up some instrumental steps to move forward even also. But we would like to say that even this also, the normal things, normally we should not forget about the human-centric approach for creating the technology also. We said that we should not be the slave of machines. The machines are our slaves, something like that, we should go for that. And then the other jobs will not be affected. Otherwise, the many jobs may be affected. So we should be a very selective on the selective of the technology. In anyhow, the technology is going to come even also. Maybe industrialization 4.0, the other doors are knocking for the industrialization 5.0 also. And this technology of AI is also coming up even also. So let's take lessons from the other countries, those who have already adapted. But from that even also, we are not going to escape from this arriving of this new technology. Simultaneously, as rightly told out about also, because we should talk about, because many jobs are created that is of informal type of work even also. But for that even also in our India, if you talk about, 94% are working in the informal sectors rather than unorganized sectors. So we should think of those people, and for that even also the utmost priority should be given as a social security for them. So social security, when we will be approaching or allocating them, I am sure that because of the last G20 in the country, and even also I was heading as a chairman to the L20, we also taken up this universalization of social security. That is one utmost thing is required for this even also. So when this is taken up, I think the many things. And the another area which Madam was also specifying, I would also remind all of that, even the ILO convention on this, Convention 102, which is also taking up the 8 issues, but out of that even also, if you take up the health, health insurance or health of the people or whatever it is, if you take consideration of this also, the many more things will be coming up. So in the future world of work even also, lots of work are being taken, but this is what the decent work and HRDD, the due diligence is also required for that also. I think this will be suffice and for me even also many more things, but this is what the initially in the opening remarks I would like to talk to you. Thank you very much.
I'll go to the policy maker, Ms. Daura. What's happening on labor reforms, or what are the latest? And along with it, I'll also ask about the employment-linked incentive scheme that was announced. What is the status?
Okay. We just heard some very interesting observations on the future of work, future of jobs, and that is very closely connected to policy, as was just pointed out. When we look at the employment landscape today, we will continue to have the traditional labor-intensive sectors of employment. As we saw in the recent most budget, the encouragement, the incentives being announced for footwear, leather, toy making, and also food processing, and a number of other industries and sectors which will support employment generation, including shipbuilding and so on, and urban growth. So these were all aspects of policy which will support traditional employment generation. At the same time, there are policies which support digitalization. Digitalization to align, number one, the demand and supply in the labor market, which we already have an example in the form of eShram. We also have the example of the National Career Service Portal, which matches the jobs with the job seekers. So these are examples of digitalization where a policy has tried to align the demand and supply in the labor market, plus the upskilling, which again we have SID, the Skills Initiative Digital Hub, where the skilling, reskilling also helps in the employment generation. That's also another part of policy. Second part of digitalization is the social security aspect. Are we able to bring about saturation in social security coverage for the formal market, for the formal labor force, and also the labor force in the unorganized sector, in the informal sector? And that's again where we bring on schemes, and we have the one-stop solution of eShram, so that the workers can onboard the unorganized sector workers and they can access the schemes. Then there's another aspect of technology, which is the payment of wages, and making sure people get fair wages and there's decent work. And these were all aspects which were discussed in the G20 last week as well, where social security, digitization are seen as very important policy interventions to support the future of work, especially like was just pointed out, a lot of jobs being created in the gig and platform economy. That is where a big challenge is seen for the rest of the world, for us in India, how to bring about social security coverage for these jobs, for these people, as well as those who are governed by contractual work, covering them with social security. And as we go forward, of course, I mentioned many other areas which are emerging. There is also, we see the growth of we see a trend in the rise of self-employed people. The PLFS data also shows a trend in the self-employed people, a movement from casual work, casual labor to self-employed. So all this will be dependent heavily on social security coverage. How do we give them social security coverage? Through a pension scheme, through insurance, through health coverage. You saw a good example of policy in the recent most budget, Ayushman Bharat coverage for the platform workers. So these are all policy related initiatives which will take the future of work ahead. Interestingly, you also saw the announcement of a framework for the GCCs, the Global Capability Centers. The Honorable FM announced that there will be a framework, and MeitY is already working for it, to encourage global capability centers in the tier 2 cities. That's where the youth will also join these jobs. So there's a lot going on, and in this context, you specifically asked me about the employment-linked incentive, which was a historic, a landmark policy announcement in the budget last year in July. And that seeks to incentivize first-timers. So all the young people who join jobs, the employment market for the first time, they get incentivized through one wage, 1 month's wage, an extra wage. And that takes care of any costs due to moving from one city to another, or housing, or any other incidental expenses. Then there's another part of the ELI which seeks to incentivize job creation. So while it seeks to incentivize first-timers being hired, it also seeks to incentivize job creation in manufacturing, in services. So it brings together the aspects of both job creation, employability of the first-timers, and also formalization of the labor force.
When is it going to be rolled out?
Okay, so I think that should be soon because we've had a whole lot of stakeholder consultations. People here on the panel are well aware, and this has not been a very easy, scheme to think through because we have the experience of the other interventions we've had. We've learned from that how to make the scheme deliver what it is intended for. So we are now absolutely ready for the go-ahead, and I think it should be soon.
This year?
Well, you are, yes. See, if you look at the budget allocation, on 1st February, the ministry's budget is actually at a historic high of 32,000 crores. 20,000 crores of that is for ELI. So that is what was announced on 1st February. That should give you a cue.
So although you said it was not a very smooth negotiation, you had lots of stakeholder consultations, was there any issue that had to be ironed out?
Okay, I did not say it was not a smooth thing because it's a very significant scheme where the employers and the employees, and we are a tripartite ministry, they will be brought together, and there's incentive for the employee, there's incentive for the employer. Plus there is the mechanism of the social security, the EPFO. Plus we don't want any leakages in the system. We are spending a huge amount of money on the scheme. 1.07 lakh crore is what was announced, which is a huge amount. The PLI had 1.97 lakh crore announced. This is 1.07 lakh crore. So we don't want to have leakages. We want to have a system where the benefits go to those for whom it is intended. We've had a huge exercise as preparation. We have activated the unique identity numbers of the first timers with their mobile numbers and Aadhaar, because every payment should be through DBT for the employees, Aadhaar enabled bridge, and similarly for the employers it has to be linked to their PAN, so everything has to be foolproof. So these are challenges which we addressed, plus the employers had their viewpoint on certain aspects. When you make a scheme, you have to make sure that you take the field reality into view and make a scheme which delivers effectively what it is intended to. So those are the only challenges, and it's been a great experience for all of us to put the scheme together, the draft scheme. Thank you.
So we'll wait for that one. And Radhika, coming to you, number of hours of work, that has been an issue that has been discussed all through our sessions. What is your view, maybe your personal view on number of hours? Should it be 70 hours a week, 90 hours a week? Is there any thought on that?
Well, let me say I don't have any personal view on the matter, or let me say it is not in my place to give a personal view on the matter here. Having said that, as an organization, and working in the team which is called the Decent Work Team for South Asia, I think having a work-life balance, being paid living wages, having safe and decent working conditions is of utmost importance. But on this issue of working hours, I do want to highlight that, when this data on work hours by itself should not be looked at in isolation with productivity. Because you could be spending many hours working, but the working hours are not linked to your productivity. So in a developing country context, and as Secretary has also pointed out, a very large share of the population is self-employed. I personally would be very cautious in interpreting what working hours mean.
All right. Mr. Pandya, I'll ask you about something that you should be dealing with, strikes. Strikes in companies, especially in multinationals. We've seen at Samsung recently, long strike. And then there have been issues at other companies like Amazon, Walmart. What is the best way of dealing with it? How is the trade union coming up? Is there a new movement that you're witnessing?
Yes. from my organization, especially, we are not at all just giving a lot of weightage to the strikes even also. We do believe in the first of all the negotiations. I mean, bipartite negotiations between the management and unions. It should be the first priority. That is one. And at the last resort, if you do not find anything else even also, at that time we should take up this strike even also. That is one. Secondly, I would like to propose that also, in this new era, even as for a last decade even also, you have observed must be. So those things are slowly getting wiped off. People are do not encouraging such type of the strikes and everything also. That does not mean that we should give up our issues. It does not mean that. But it is now, they are coming that we should be very interesting to take up the issues also. Like we should have our research wing even also to find out some data and everything. And I must just appreciate the even ILO for that even also providing us the technical support for all these data and everything, comparison and everything also. Because multinational companies, they are working throughout the world even also. There are a lot of maybe some kind of differences in their giving some benefits, perks and everything also. That could be readily available from the which country, and we should put it onto the front of management even also. So that way, if you could do that also, that you can save the loss of man hours, loss of working hours, everything, that will be in the interest of the workers as well as the industries too also. But at the last resort, we can go and we can go for the strike even also. But this is one last resort. Every now and then it should not happen. That is one way or other. As some Japanese people are also following some strike criteria, that is what also, just I would like to narrate that way also, can also be followed with the even India and other even also. When shoe company, they were, people have gone to decide on strike even also, the people have decided, the working people, that first of all they will prepare only the left leg shoe. And that's why the total storage to the company, they could not able to sell it out. But the production does not jeopardize, so they cannot blame on the unions that it is not a way. Then ultimately, then agreement came on. Then what should be the next one also? So they say, okay, now start the production of the right leg shoe. So that's why after comparing the both ways, the everything production does not get jeopardized, and then straight away it was going on the selling it out also. That's why. So kind of this way, is it possible? We should find out the ways even also. Is it this way or something other way also? So from my organization, at least I would like to say also that, and I have seen that many people, when I was visited the Italy also, in that way also, the transportation unit, they had the total research work on these issues also regarding the agreements and whether is also, and then they can approach to the management as a bipartite first, and then they can take the help of the legislations, whatever it is available, and if it is not, that's way. I think so. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we take a couple of questions from the audience? Yes. Yeah. A lady in the front.
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you for this session. My question would be, before that, I'll just introduce myself. I'm Arumita Mitra. I head a foundation called Sudhamta Foundation India, and we primarily work on skill development. So now as we speak about skill development, my question would be to both Secretary Madam and to you, sir. So we built schools where we are working on vocational training. Now let's say when we rescue this forced traffic women and forced child laborers, when we are training them, there are not as much of jobs. So let's say 500 people, we are training them vocationally, but there aren't 500 jobs. Now there's another lateral issue of labor migration. As you know, the semi-skilled laborers are migrating to the Middle Eastern countries. They are being exploited severely. And they are working on pay scale twice as lesser than our country can give. But you know why they are traveling? Because there aren't any job. So, how can the government can make a regulation where all these vocational training institutes that the NGOs, the Section 8 companies and also government institutes are making, that there should be a regulatory of direct job involvement and direct recruitment?
Yeah, Ms. Daura.
You have asked, to my mind, three things. One is jobs for those who are rescued. And then number two, aspects of labor migrating and not getting their due. And third, you have said about getting jobs directly. Okay. So, you see, we have a national career service portal, and in the last 3 years, it has mobilized about 4 crore vacancies. So we have people looking for jobs registered on it. We have 40 lakh employers registered on it. A lot of recruitment agencies are also registered on it. And on any day, you will get an average of 1.5 million, about 15 lakh to 20 lakh job opportunities there. You might see that you may not qualify for those job openings because of a skill deficit. So then you can go to the skill side of the portal and get yourself upskilled in the nearest skilling center. So that's one thing. You are an NGO. As an NGO, you could do that, facilitate. We also have model career centers all over the country. The states have employment exchanges, and they also do job fairs. So that's another thing. Very briefly, I wanted to say these two things. And then talking about migration, when our labor migrates, they should get compensation which is which is aligned to their skills and their experience and their qualifications. Which is why in India's G20 presidency, we had a output that we should work on the framework for mutual recognition of skills and qualifications with the G20 countries. We are working on it with ILO and OECD. And once that is in place, our skilled labor gets recognition. It establishes legal pathways for skilled labor where they get compensation in which is aligned to their qualifications. In the meanwhile, if there are any complaints, MEA and our Indian missions there take it on board. And what I am to understand, our Overseas Indian Affairs Office, they have standardized contracts which are to be done before the labor migrates. So there are a whole lot of safeguards in place. I will not be qualified to give a very long answer to that, but we do, I'm sure MEA is very responsive to all these things. Thirdly, I don't really buy this narrative of no jobs because I just gave a lot of examples, and if you see the latest RBI data, something like 64 crore plus workforce is an economic activity, whether it is self-employed or it is regular jobs, what Mr. Pandya has also been saying, jobs of various kinds, economic activity of various kinds. Time is up, but...
Yeah, that's all right. That's an automated screen which comes up. We have no control over it. So that's automation. Thank you so much. And, it was a very nice discussion. Hope, wish we had more time, another time. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for this discussion.
Thank you so very much. Please stay. Can we have the mementos, please? Very nice discussion, and that was such an important point that Dr. Radhika Kapoor also made, on augmenting effects of technology will be far more significant than the automating effect. That's quite an interesting point. And how it will also, work towards women empowerment. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We are immediately going to begin our fireside chat now. Come to the final session of the day. We have with us Mr. Suman Berry, an economist and academic with several decades of experience. Mr. Berry is currently the Vice Chairman of Niti Aayog, India's apex policy think tank and planning and coordination body. Before taking over the role at Niti Aayog, he was a global fellow in the Asia program of the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars in Washington, D.C., and a non-resident fellow at Bruegel, an economic policy research institute in Brussels. He worked at the World Bank for 28 years, where his work spanned research on financial sector development and country policy and strategy, notably in Latin America and the Caribbean. Owing to his experience on financial sector reforms in Latin America, he was appointed special consultant to the governor of the Reserve Bank of India between 1992 and 1994. During his tenure as the Director General, Chief Executive of the National Council of Applied Economic Research in New Delhi, from 2001 to 2011, he was, during several periods, members of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council, India's Statistical Commission, and of the Reserve Bank of India's Technical Advisory Committee on Monetary Policy. From 2012 to 2016, he was Royal Dutch Shell's Global Chief Economist based in The Hague, where he was also part of the senior leadership of Shell's Global Scenarios Group. In a conversation with him will be Business Standard Executive Director, Mr. A.K. Bhattacharya.
Thank you, Vinu. A very warm welcome to you, Suman. It's a privilege and an honor because our past association, Business Standard and Mr. Suman Berry, has been very, very strong and long. There was a time when Business Standard's editorial pages would not be complete without Mr. Berry's very distilled views on the state of the Indian economy and the global forces at play. So it's a particular, a special moment that when we are celebrating the 50th year of Business Standard's publication, and this is the final session of a two-day event, to have Mr. Berry amongst us, and he very kindly agreed. He normally does not go to these events, and we feel particularly privileged and honored to have him here. Thank you, Suman, for being here.
No, I have to say it's a privilege for me, but also a little alarming because I realize that of your 50 years, I've known you and the paper for half that time. So 25 years have just sort of slipped away. But no, I have the greatest regard for the standards of the paper. And for, since we're trading compliments, Ashok, your Raisina Hill columns are, I would say, on par with weekend ruminations that no longer exist. And, just by quoting those two bylines, you can see that I follow the paper very closely. And so I thought that this was an invitation it was worth rushing back from Bangkok for, because I arrived this morning.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for taking this trouble. Let me get into the issue today, which is we are looking at the Great Reset, India in a new world order. As your introduction to this audience also talked about your global roles that you have played in the World Bank or in Shell, let me ask you, how diverse and complex do you see this global reset, or is it a global reset at all, particularly at a time when I find many columnists in different newspapers, and even in this forum here today, some people did express this view that this reset may not be a risk or a threat, it may be an opportunity. So what is your overall take on this global reset, whatever manner you want to describe it?
Well, as Zhou Enlai was famously quoted as commenting on the French Revolution, it's too early to tell. So I think that's reasonable. So if you would allow me, I'd make some comments about the US, which I've lived in for 25 years, or actually first encountered as a schoolboy in the 50s, and then talk a little bit about what any of this might involve for India.
Sure.
So, I mean, the story really begins with the US as the dominant power after the Second World War. And for whatever reason, they created a set of institutions, or the UN, the World Bank, the IMF, etc., out of enlightened benevolence. But let's be clear that any time this did not suit them, they felt able to change. And an early example of that was, of course, Nixon going off the par value, the Bretton Woods system. A second demonstration of that was, when Japan was dragged kicking and screaming under the Plaza Accord. What has been happening in terms of US treatment of the WTO. So the notion that the US has the privilege to reshape the rules of the game to suit itself is, I think, not unusual.
Sure.
I think slightly more intriguing is why the US feels beleaguered at this particular time, because, by most indicators, certainly compared to Europe and Japan, I mean, there's this American exceptionalism in technology, in markets, in innovation, and in growth, and in productivity. And so, be that as it may, it suited, as it were, President Trump's agenda to suggest that the US was in the gutter and he was going to fix it. I would make a related point,
sure,
which is, I'm sorry for such a long response, but I just make the related point that it is also a goal of the US. I've already talked about them being willing to toss the rules aside when they felt they needed to, but also that the US is very protective of its hegemony, as it were, or being top dog. And I think that that now being threatened, particularly by China, is what is new as compared to the earlier moments. I'll leave it at that.
Sure. No, I think I didn't want to stop you, but since you have taken a pause, let me add and just request you to reflect on this. The Chinese silence is, as the phrase goes, is deafening in the last few days. We know a little bit about how Russia is looking at the scenario. So there are various forces at work. US, you talked about the American exceptionalism. China, you do not know how they will react to whatever Mr. Trump does. And Russia, there will be reordering of relationship. How do you see this equation changing before we come to the impact on India?
Well, a little bit out of my depth because, I take an interest in it, but I don't follow these matters quite so closely. But coming a little bit more to the India implications and consequences, I think that a little bit in the way that the US at the time of Kissinger thought that driving a wedge between China and Russia was important, and that was what I mean, what he did, and of course, at the time of Bangladesh, and we suffered because of that. But equally, today, I think it is in India's interest that Russia be freed from the Chinese embrace. And to the extent that is a possible consequence of the replacement of the Biden administration by the Trump administration, I think it's not all bad.
So will that be a positive, favorable impact on India if Russia is taken away from the Chinese embrace?
I certainly think so, and I also think that, frankly, the Europeans have been a little unrealistic. I mean, Russia is an important European power, and to, as it were, assume that it can be ostracized forever, I don't think is realistic. But as I say, I'm now fishing in dangerous waters. It may be the case that the Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, is still in Delhi, and so she may not appreciate my saying these things. But I'm saying that yes, I think that in a sense, re-establishing dialogue with Russia is by the US is probably a good thing for India.
And the fact that so many of the trade commissioners from EU are in the capital, and we are looking at the possibility of an early trade pact with them before this calendar year ends, is probably a clear sign of that.
I would think so, yeah. I think as somebody who, as the introduction indicated, has been associated with the European think tank, and in contrast to what was being put out by unnamed sources, that there's a long way to go. The fact that in the declaration this afternoon that there was a clear commitment to wrap up the deal, and it's been going on, 15 years now? And may I also say, or point out, that quite unexpectedly, a similar long-running show, which was the deal between the Mercosur, and the EU, was concluded under von der Leyen's leadership. So these are the ways, I think, in which I think that Europe is beginning to create options for itself, and create some, firstly vis-a-vis China, and now to some extent vis-a-vis the US.
Okay, thank you. I mean, drilling a little deeper into this issue, geostrategic affairs apart, if I were to look at the impact of the Trump order, on one side you have impact on immigration, and on the other side impact on trade and tariff. How do you see the impact on immigration? Are there opportunities to be exploited by Indians? And trade and tariff, how do you think we should really approach this path?
Ashok, I know that my colleagues in government are thinking about the bilateral issues, but let me just say that India, as the fifth largest, soon to be the third largest economy in the world, is very much impacted by global growth and global financial conditions, be it the dollar, be it US bond yields, etc. And so these indirect consequences of President Trump are as important for our policymakers to keep an eye on, because, amongst other things, two mechanisms. One is increased uncertainty is for sure bad for investment,
That's right.
Okay, globally, and what the world needs because of the challenges of climate change and technology is a big investment push. India needs a big investment push. And so to, as it were, clutter up the landscape with a lot of arbitrariness is not good for the global economy. Secondly, going back to what it was after the Asian financial crisis, there can be systemic flaws in the global financial system if you have too much volatility in either exchange rates or interest rates. Now, we know this is already exacting a hideous price on the least developed countries, the most indebted countries, but I'm talking about, a little bit like what happened with Silicon Valley Bank, etc. And international financial instability is also something that we need to worry about. So I would say that these global dimensions of, because I have to say that until now, these various policies are not internally coherent. I'll come back to that. But on your two issues, what was very intriguing about the statement of President von der Leyen today is that she talked very much about India as a trusted partner. I happened to be in Washington in 2023 at an event in the Peterson Institute. This was under the Biden administration, where somebody who had been in the national security staff said, look, we know that we don't have the manpower or even the resources to cut off our dependence on Chinese supply chains, but we are committed to doing it so that we can produce, so we have freedom of action. And that is what led to this ISET, the Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technologies. Europe is going the same way. What am I saying? What I'm saying is that while physical cross-border movement may be, as it were, difficult politically, the notion that India's skilled manpower base will be an essential adjunct to both the European and the American economies to make good skills and talent that they don't have, I think that's a given. And I think from that point of view, irrespective of opposition on Russia, Ukraine, etc., I think people feel that this is in many ways the only game in town. So you asked about immigration. You also asked about?
Trade and tariff.
Trade and tariffs. Well,
a lot of people say this is an opportunity for India.
Complicated, but India, as you know, was a fairly committed member of the WTO, by which I mean that we subscribed to the most favored nation principle until we found that the big boys were deserting us. It started with the customs union of the EU, which was a departure from MFN, and then the US itself joined up for NAFTA, and now since then we've had CPTPP and RCEP. These are the regionals. So we have had to respond to the fact that others have deserted, as it were, the MFN principle, the most favored nation principle. Now we have President Trump, basically saying all that's been negotiated on a most favored nation basis is harming the US. Incidentally, we had a similar situation like this with our negotiations with EFTA, the small group
That's
that
right.
includes Switzerland, where they felt that, they had already conceded so much on their existing tariffs that if they wanted us to lower tariffs, there was very little for them to give. And so, the two sides came up with this novel idea of 100 billion investment.
That's right.
Yeah, okay. So what I'm saying is that up till now, we have used the freedom of what's called, special and differential treatment for emerging markets to maintain higher tariffs than rich countries do, and we've been allowed to do that. But whether that has helped our economy is anybody's guess. And we were, in a sense, compelled in a different time to liberalize some of our tariffs after action taken by the WTO. And, frankly, if what we want is 7% growth and competitive growth, many of us believe that lower tariffs are one way of doing that. So it should not be presented, it should not be the case that we should do things only because it suits the US. We should we should use this pretext to do things that are in our own interest.
It's wonderfully said. I just wanted to sort of, talk about what the finance minister said yesterday, and she said that custom duty rationalization should be an enabler, and for domestic consideration. So I think what you're saying is also broadly you're hinting at that. Don't do it under pressure. But there's another thought on tariff and trade, which is how about linking tariff rationalization to investment commitments? I mean, after all, we all talk about trade and tariff, but often forget that there is a close, intricate linkage with investments. Now, is it possible to have a situation with the US particularly that, yes, I am all right, I'm rationalizing a tariff, but can I link it to you invest? Because we do have a problem on foreign investment right now.
Well, I mean, the old rule book has been tossed out, as I have just indicated, and it's been tossed out with the return of industrial policy. But, you've commented on these things for so long that that there was a provision in the Uruguay round which set up the WTO called TRIMS.
Absolutely.
Tariff-related investment measures.
Yeah.
And it's explicitly prohibited under TRIMS. But, we no longer have an effective appellate body, and so everybody can do what they want. And I'm sure, and it's an important point, people talk about Trump playing fast and loose, but when I mentioned earlier that the US, kind of, while blaming India, junked WTO, the emasculation of the appellate body actually started under Obama. And it started because they began to realize that they'd made a mistake, perhaps, in admitting China into the WTO, and that a lot of the appellate body cases would go, and they wanted the freedom of action to do that. So anyway, that's a story from the mid-90s, and here we are in 2025, 30 years later. So what I wanted to say is that legally, and we still, worry about being WTO compliant. I mean, the PLI scheme that I believe was hatched in Niti Aayog before my time, we were very careful to make it WTO compliant. The European Union, with its CBAM, is very concerned to make it WTO compliant. So, clearly, as I've said, the EFTA, FTA did link somehow, but I think I think the thing is that we need, and the budget talked about this, we need to improve the investment climate in India, period, for our investors and foreign investors. And as you would recall from the budget speech, and this task is being taken up by Niti Aayog, we are actually doing a lot of stakeholder consultations to get a sense of what might constitute an index of investment friendliness.
That's right. I mean, I think it's the right time to get into what Niti Aayog is doing on different issues. I mean, I understand Niti Aayog is also involved in framing a kind of a national economic policy framework in consultation with the finance ministry, with states most probably. But can you give this audience a sense of how Niti Aayog is actually negotiating with the various challenges of the Indian economy? Like you talked about the index, and there are so many other indices that you have created. You have created even a list of sectors where there is need for asset monetization or asset sales. So there are various things you're doing. But can we get a sense of what you are really grappling with right now in terms of a policy framework of reviving a big challenge of reviving growth at a time when growth is probably showing signs of normalizing, if I may use that word?
Well, a couple of points. One is that I was flattered when the Prime Minister asked me to take charge also of the Economic Advisory Council after the unfortunate demise of a good friend, Bibek Debroy. And I say that because while my instinct when I was writing for your paper was largely to write about macro, and that's what I did at the RBI, I had thought that Niti should focus on the structural side and leave it to the Finance Ministry, the RBI, and the EACPM to talk about the cyclical stuff. And indeed, if I can call it my job interview with the Honorable Prime Minister in 2022, he said, "आप दुनिया का तो काफी जानते हैं, अब इधर आप राज्यों का." No. And I have, actually been, I've been to Gujarat, Odisha, and Andhra in just the last 3 weeks. So there's a whole world there. And, if you like, the resonance of the 4 years in Europe, or longer than that if I take my time at Bruegel, I actually tend to, draw analogies between the EU, because each one of our states is, most of them are larger than most EU countries. And so the diversity and the divergence amongst the states is enormous. 2 or 3 points on that interaction, and then I'll talk a little bit about national level issues. First, people don't accept that the transition from the Planning Commission to Niti Aayog was a great blow for decentralization, but it was. I mean, the fact of the matter was, and I understand Honorable PM was, upset as a chief minister that he had to go cap in hand to the Planning Commission. But, that's a tool that he forswore in creating Niti Aayog. And he, is very explicit. You have to persuade states by the power of your analysis, the power of your ideas. So, we have something called a state support mission, which helps create capacity, because what we found was many states wanted their planning ministries to follow the same trajectory as Niti Aayog, be more policy oriented, more, and so we are helping to support that. And then all states, as you know, all state chief ministers form part of our governing council meeting, And I do have to say that Indian citizens should not be cynical about their political leaders, because in the governing council, I see the chief ministers as extremely committed and shrewd development practitioners. I mean, obviously they have to do all the political things that they do, but at the end of the day, the notion that this collective is involved in the transformation of India, despite their political differences, is very, very encouraging. Now, to talk about the big issues facing the country, clearly getting a balance between what has been happening in higher education and meeting the aspirations of the people who have come out of our higher education system, and providing them with jobs of the kind that they feel they are entitled to, even if they may not. It's a giant enterprise, and it goes by the name of skilling, but it's a lot more than that. I mean, it's an enormous labor market with a very high degree of informality, and how you push all of this to a labor market system which encourages investment in training is, I think, an enormous challenge. It's not that the resources have not been put into it, but I think, I was just in Thailand, as I said, so all countries are finding this difficult, particularly because a lot of manufacturing is also becoming increasingly capital intensive. So I would say that's one issue. A second issue, and you've had the session here with Dr. Chand, I won't repeat that, but India is an agricultural tiger waiting to be unleashed. We are again stuck in, as it were, a model that saved us from hunger, but which now needs to evolve. If you like, shifting there's already a lot of risk in agriculture, so I don't want to seem hard-hearted, but I think that, as it were, putting crop agriculture and horticulture on more or less the same, on an even path. So there's a large agenda to be done in agriculture, including, and I'm sure Dr. Chand talked about this, in research and technology, and then bringing more women into the workforce, because put very simply, higher productivity means you get the same output for fewer workers. But if your labor force is increasing, then the only way you can absorb them is to grow faster, okay? And to employ more people. And our most underutilized resource is women. Now, PM has been on this from the very beginning, but and there has been progress on female labor force participation, but that could be a huge kind of growth driver. And then, of course, technology, and this is more, if you like, outward looking, well, both outward and inward, which is that for us to be at the technological frontier and to benefit from technology, a lot of which has to be embodied through FDI. I think that is a very important dimension of our trade agreements. And I was very pleased today that even Honorable PM himself, in talking to the Commissioner, talked about not just market access, but also the investment dimension. and you would have seen that in the budget there was a willingness to look again at the bilateral investment treaties. So it's in this way that I would see the trade bit and the investment bit being addressed jointly through some of our negotiations.
That's right. You know, I mean, it has been such an engaging conversation that I didn't realize that we have already completed half an hour, which was allotted time. But it is such an engaging conversation. But I cannot resist asking you this question, that you did not touch upon the need for our probably reform in the healthcare system, and the second is factor market reforms, and if I may add, the climate challenges. So these are three things.
I thought we were only at 15 minutes.
I know, quick thoughts.
Yes,
and
okay.
Then we'll take a couple of questions and then.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
okay, well.
yeah.
Look, climate, we are engaged in an energy transition for many reasons, but contributing to the global good of mitigation is one of them. The real issue, and this will come to the area where I believe, I think you're the expert, is that the fiscal challenge of financing adaptation while maintaining growth, and by adaptation I mean both chronic adaptation, heat stress, also disasters and all of that. This trying to maintain a growth rate and having the fiscal means for this is a big challenge. On the energy transition side, financing is the big issue, and an issue I should have mentioned is that something I'm taking a personal interest is in what I call financing a big investment push, which is, I think that while we're doing pretty well in terms of our investment rate, if we want to grow at 7%, it's going to need to be raised. And the question of where those resources are going to come from is partly a question of public finance, partly a question of private finance. So on climate, I would therefore draw the distinction between the energy transition, which is wider than mitigation. I would also say that a very important responsibility of Niti Aayog, which is what took me to Thailand, is that we are custodians of the Sustainable Development Goals. Right. And a very important way we interact with the states is in encouraging them to drill down to local action for the Sustainable Development Goals. We also have the Aspirational Districts Program, the Aspirational Blocks Program. But your specific areas were, one was climate.
And factor market reforms, land, labor, and agriculture.
I think, I think we've come a long way in capital market reforms. Labor market reforms, look, many of these things are state subjects. And I would also add urban reforms. So it's for that reason that, being available to states when they wish to engage us, and also pointing out best practice becomes important. But there's no question that the biggest factor raising cost is the way our land markets work. Okay. Now, we have national laws on this, but states in general are coming up with their own schemes. And so I think it's more a question of encouraging them because clearly, unless land is available, industrialization of the kind that we want, and indeed, land is going to become a constraint even on solar power. And
that's right.
Labor, I think that whether labor market reforms are what are getting in the way of formalization
is another discussion. But I would say that formalization of labor contracts, or formalization of the labor force is important. And it's probably the labor laws that make medium and large scale enterprises shy of hiring more labor. And there's a paper that's referred to in the latest World Bank World Development Report, contrasting the US, Mexico, and India, where Indian firms remain pygmies in terms of employment, even over time. And so addressing, and there's almost certainly a multitude of reasons for that, but I think we need, and states are going to have to act on this front. What I would say, Ashok, is that we must maintain the unity of India's labor market because we've got such different demographics. And so encouraging, even if it's seasonal migration, that remains one of very important. And it's tempting for state chief ministers to, in a sense, direct employment to their, to their own populations, but I think that would be harmful.
I think that's a wonderful point you made, to maintain the unity of India's labor market, which is a big advantage, competitive advantage. I think we have just time for 2 questions from the floor. Please be brief, identify yourself and ask the question. Please go ahead. If there are mics,
No, I wasn't looking at the monitor.
Yeah.
My name is Vineet Nahata. I represent Power Guild Treasuries. So you just mentioned financing of various green projects for biodiversity, climate change, maybe the other avenues. A main source of raising funds happen to be the green bonds. The Reserve Bank of India issues sovereign green bonds. Other than that, the corporates who happen to be investing in projects which are eco-friendly and which are green, they also raise bonds, raise money through green bonds. Green bonds actually are available. The interest cost over there is lower than the conventional loan rates. If a corporate can borrow at 7.5%, a green bond effectively he can borrow at 6% or so, 50 basis points lower. This 50 basis point spread we call greenium. Now in India, the greenium doesn't exist. So, overseas, there is a big market. My question is that what can be done to develop this green market so that foreign institutional investors come in a big way to tap the Indian markets in this particular segment?
Okay, good. Okay. Second question, I'll just take the second question and we'll... Yeah, please go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you for this engaging session. My name is Arumita Mitra and I run a foundation that works on South Asian issues. So, sir, we are a foundation registered under Niti Aayog where we are working on multiple issues. My question to you would be now, as India in a new world order, we are talking about bilateralism and multilateralism. Do you think that when we are talking about trade relations through bilateralism, we should also consider issues like South Asian issues as an Indian issues as well? Because I have seen while working in Vietnam and Singapore that labor issues, gender issues are quite similar like our country. So I would want to know your take on that, because it's not just the trade relations that develop the bilateral and the multilateral relations among the countries, but also the social development sector as well.
Okay. Again, time's up, so let me not be too long-winded.
No, that's not meant for you.
Okay. On your question, 2 or 3 channels of response. First, it is the case that some of the big players in green energy, I'm thinking of Renew, etc., seem to be able to borrow on their balance sheet. Okay? So there is a distinction, as I understand it, between, as it were, smaller players and the big established players, Adani and Renew, etc. Second, the work that NITI has been doing, which will be released in the next couple of months, and indeed this particular working group I'm chairing personally on financing requirements, indicates that so far most of the green investment is happening domestically. There's not a lot coming from abroad. My understanding is that the green bonds were meant to, amongst other things, attract ESG types of investment, but because there isn't that kind of, or the return is not adequate, I'm not quite sure, it's so far not really proved to be a way of bidding down the cost of funds. The third issue is over what time horizon. I mean, your needs and the country's needs are now, and I accept that, but actually the larger development of the corporate bond market could be as effective, and part of this is going to require, in a sense, mobilizing more resources from deep pools of capital like the EPFO, like LIC, and this in turn is going to require government to, in a sense, become a little less conservative on, as it were, the portfolio requirements. The larger point is that we've had a system in India where, in effect, government has acted as a hedge fund, that it did a lot of the investment and it acted as a guarantor by both of deposits and also of bonds, because, and banks find that attractive. I think we've got to move to more assessment of risk, maybe in a pooled way, so that pools of investments can be offered in the bond market. It's not going to happen overnight, but I don't think green bonds are the only solution we should be looking for. On your point, as I said a couple of times, just back from Thailand, they're looking forward to the BIMSTEC summit, and they're very interested for their own diversification to have a deeper relationship within India. I think we have a lot to learn from them, for example, in tourism, but I think you were talking more about social issues and social sectors. Look, Thailand is 60 million people. A thought that crossed my mind was, what would be the right state to twin Thailand with? Okay? Because the scale is so different, you talked about Singapore as well, that it's really a question of, what is it that Tamil Nadu or Karnataka can learn from Thailand? What is it that UP might be able to learn from Indonesia? Because, a population of 200 million or a population of 60 million, there's more likely to be transferability between those two. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Saman. It was a wonderful masterclass it was on the state of the global economy and its impact on India, and what Niti Aayog is doing to face up to these challenges. I think these are all takeaways and learnings. This session, as I told you, is the final session, but it is not yet over. I'm now honored to invite our editor, Mr. Sailesh Dobal, onto the stage and give his closing comments, and then we will have a small memento presented to you.
Mr. Doval. Yeah.
Thank you, Kiwi, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. What a 2 days it's been, you know. In the course of the last 2 days, we've had 18 sessions and over 31 thought leaders and doers, much like Dr. Berry here. The variety of participants on display, there were top government policy makers, there were businessmen, bankers, technocrats, startup founders. And true to Manthan's moniker, which is India's premier thought leadership summit, there was ample food for thought as far as thought leadership is concerned. You know, on day one, we had the Honorable Finance Minister, and she explained how multilateralism is on its way out, how bilateralism is now topping the agenda, how MFN is almost dead, both from the perspective of trade and geopolitics. The Environment Minister, Mr. Yadav, espoused the idea of tech transfers between global north and south in order to tackle the challenges of climate change. We had veteran banker, founder and director of Kotak Mahindra Bank, Mr. Uday Kotak, giving a clarion call to India Inc. to aspire for creating a global consumer brand out of India in the next 5 years. A top bureaucrat and PM's principal secretary, Mr. P.K. Mishra, shared how policy intent in many areas is to make India not just a resilient economy and polity, but almost like an anti-fragile one. We had a thought-provoking session with the defense experts, and it was heartening to learn that technology is now flowing from the private sector to the public sphere in defense. India's G20 Sherpa, Mr. Amitabh Kant, who was with us yesterday, warned us of the dangers of letting the young believe that a developed country's status can be achieved without hard work. On the tech front, we had HCL's co-founder and Indian quantum missions head, Mr. Ajay Chaudhary, and he gave us a new moniker, for a better word, in tech sovereignty. And he explained how Atmanirbharta here means that country has to be resilient in semiconductor and quantum computing. We had a scintillating session with the market guru Samir Arora, where he virtually said that the long-term capital gains is a bad idea. It doesn't matter which economy is it in. There was Future of Jobs panel, where the participants argued that the augmenting effect of technology, much like AI, on jobs will be far greater than the elimination element. In our last validatory session, Dr. Berry started saying it's too early to tell whether the Great Reset is on us or not, but he also said that the old rule book has been tossed out. And the sum of substance of how I can briefly put Dr. Berry's enlightening session is how across trade, tariffs, and immigration, the underlying trend across the Atlantic is that India is a trusted and a valuable partner. Hope you found these 2 days enriching and time well spent. We'll be back for Manthan next year again. Till then, goodbye and a very big thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. With that, it's a wrap on our 2 days of this wonderful, thought-provoking sessions that we have. I don't think we've left anything undiscussed. We will see you again next year. Thank you so very much. Good night.